Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku and Uraraka Were Couples and Were Slowly Turning Towards Evil Part 1. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. In a world where superheroes are real, the students of the super school UA are about to graduate. Now they will face real evils like villains and their own feelings. Chapter 1. The Beginning. We are in a large room. Many people are gathered, attentively listening to the words of the person on the microphone speaking seriously. Well, I think words are unnecessary with them, right? On the other side of the same building, a group of well-groomed girls were forming up under the orders of a tall woman with black hair and beautiful features. Come on, girls, time is running out, and you know that a racer doesn't like to wait. The girls quickly formed a line, although some were trembling slightly. The doors opened and they all came out in an orderly fashion, followed by the woman who was secretly shedding tears. The woman looked straight ahead at the man leading the ceremony, who looked back at her, giving her a slight smile and bowing his head in thanks. At another point in the venue, many boys formed a similar line, led by a tall, thin, and energetic man whose hair defied the laws of gravity. Come on guys, we don't have all day, the big day has arrived and if you don't hurry you'll ruin it, so hurry, hurry. A boy with glasses was quickly typing a text message. He looked worried. Come on, Midoriya wouldn't miss this, why isn't he answering? That damn Deku has more important things right now, leave those glasses. An arrogant blonde man rudely responded to the boy with glasses, who put away his phone and, adjusting his suit, stood in front of all the other boys to leave in an orderly manner to the applause of those gathered there. In another place far from the venue, a phone rang alerting of a message. The owner of the device quickly took it out. After reading it, he sighed tiredly. I have to hurry or I'll be late. But I guess we're getting too far ahead. It's better to start from the beginning because this story isn't just a one-page story, so let's move on plus ultra. Insert opening 1 of Boku no Hero Academia. UA Academy today. This is where every hero is born. This is where the number 1 hero came from. This is where legends are born, and in the last semester of Class 1A the kids are very excited. Question. Okay, now I want everyone to take a seat. A tall, thin man entered through the high doors. His suit was completely black except for a kind of bandage covering his neck. His hair was long, and he looked tired. All the students complied and sat down immediately. 24. Okay, thanks for that. Now I know that you are somewhat excited since it is your last semester, but that does not mean that hero classes will be less important. On the contrary, today our class will talk about views. What do you mean, Professor Aizawa? Firm as a soldier, a tall boy with glasses asked animatedly. The teacher sighed tiredly. Aizawa, I'll explain in a moment. Now, shut up and sit down. Today's class will try to go out into the streets, so put on your suits and I'll see you at the entrance. Everyone nodded and went to the locker room. Soon the sunlight illuminated each of the students. Aizawa, well, the purpose of this class is to welcome you to the Small Heroism Induction course. Something like the Hero License exam? Aizawa, yes, Midoriya. Only here we will do it in real life. We will divide into groups and go out. But Professor, we haven't graduated yet, so why take a field test and not wait for our debut as professional heroes with our respective agencies? Midoriya, maybe as proof that UA is still operating normally and that the heroes are still doing their job of keeping people protected. Ida, oh I see, good thinking Midoriya. Aizawa, okay, shut up. We'll do this all week so people get used to your appearance. Even if you want to change aspects of your outfit or name, it's enough for people to know that. They're here. A muscular figure quickly entered the scene, although it soon became a thin and very emaciated version, surprising the boys. Aizawa, what did you come for, Almight? Almight, I was bored in the classroom with the principal and I remembered that today is her first field test and I wanted to see her. After all, I am also her teacher. Aizawa, TCH okay, but be careful. I'll put you in charge of one of the teams, okay? Almight, it's okay, Aizawa. What does that mean, Professor? A short-haired, brown-haired girl spoke behind the green-haired Midoriya, making him jump. Aizawa, I mean, Uraraka, that a teacher will be accompanying each group of you to guide you at all times, guys. And how will the teams be formed, Professor? Ribbit author's note. I wasn't sure whether to use Karo or Ribbit. I welcome suggestions in the comments. Aizawa, okay, first of all, I'll tell you that in here we have the teacher-student relationship, but outside we'll be heroes, so I'll call you by your heroic name. All the boys nodded. For the first time they would be called by their hero names. Aizawa, well, now I'll tell you how the teams are made up. This team will be permanent until the end of practice, so fighting alone, sacrificing your teammates, and taking actions of individualism that could affect your team are prohibited. Understand? Everyone nodded again, so Aizawa took out a list and started calling out names. Aizawa, okay, the teams will be like this. 1 Bakugo and Kirishima. 2 Tsuyu and Tokoyami. 3 Kaminari and Jiro. 4 Ojiro and Hagakure. 5 Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. 6 Zero and Mineta. 7 Ida and Shoji. 8 Koda and Sato. 9 Aoyama and Mina. 10 Midoriya and Uraraka. Okay, now I'll say which teacher will be with you. 1 ILO Go to keep you 2 calm. 2 Ectoplasm. 3 Present Mike. 4 No, 13. 5 Snipe. 6 Midnight. 7 Power Loader. 8 Cements. 9 Gang Orca. 10 All Might. Here it will be a bit the other way around. I want you both not to cause any problems. Understood, Midoriya? Midoriya, yes, teacher. Aizawa, well, get on the trucks. They will get off at random places and start patrolling. They have hero licenses so they can fight without causing much damage. If you find a big villain, ask the professionals for help and listen to the teachers. All, yes, excited. Class A will be accompanied? Didn't they say they were better than us? It seems like they have to take care of them like babies. A boy with short blonde hair wearing a ridiculously flashy suit started making fun of them, but a girl behind him knocked him out with a blow to the back of the head. Don't make fun of it. If they're accompanied, it's the director's orders to avoid problems. Sorry, Class A. Ida approached the girl and they talked for a while about the patrol movement, since they were both presidents of their respective classes. Soon the teachers also arrived and put on their teams. Aizawa, well, it's getting late. Everyone get on the bus. Ida with military order began to order the boarding. The bus was designed so that they fit in the order of the teams. In the back were Deku, Uraraka and All Might, who went forward to talk to Aizawa, leaving both young people alone, both breathing heavily. They no longer got nervous when they were close like the first times, but they still found it difficult to start a conversation. Uraraka, this Deku, do you want a sweet for the road? Midoriya, thank you very much, Uraraka, this truck looks very different from the previous ones. Uraraka, yes, you're right, I wonder who designed it, it looks new. On one side of their seat at the end they could read a plaque that said, Transport designed by the support department. Signature, May Hatsum, inventor and designer of the truck. Deku, oh I see, I should have imagined it would be her, she always has great inventions, I still thank her for the improvements to my suit. Uraraka, this yes. The girl wasn't a big fan of the inventor. The comment caught Deku's attention, who gave the brunette a smile that only made her blush and hug her knees, but after a while she looked up. Midoriya was eating the sweet she offered him very gladly. Deku, wow, Uraraka, this tastes delicious. Where did you get it? It tastes delicious. Uraraka, thanks Deku, but I didn't buy them, I made them. Deku, blushing, thank you very much, this tastes very good. With those words the ice was broken and the conversation became pleasant. At the beginning of the truck All Might turned to look at both boys and then smiled. Aizawa, to you, who makes you so happy? All Might, nada Aizawa, just a hunch. Aizawa, okay, but you better not say anything, understood? All Might, you're the boss, thumbs up. Mike presents, hey, are we almost there? Aizawa, you're a desperate Mike, but yes, here you and your team get off. Aizawa stood in a corner, and opening the doors, Kaminari got out along with Jiro, followed by Present Mike, who got out with open arms before the incredulous gaze of the people. Present Mike, we're here guys, time to say yay. Neither of them made any move, they were too nervous. Aizawa, your goal is just to patrol, don't look for trouble, understand? It's good for you when people see you. Remember, guys, you're heroes now. Aizawa closed the doors and continued driving. Everyone looked to see that their teacher wasn't lying, he wasn't following a specific order. Team 3 was the first to leave, and with them the test had begun. Chapter 2, First Round. The buses finally returned to the academy. The activity stopped for that day without any important activity. The students got off the transport and went up to their classroom building with the professional hero Eraserhead in front. Arriving at their classroom, they all sat down exhausted. The activity was not tiring in itself, but the nerves were their enemies. Eraser took off his goggles, showing the typical tired look in the Aizawa, well chicks, this day is finally over, but that doesn't mean your heroic activities are over either. With today's events, the newspapers also announced themselves quickly, and if you don't believe me, see for yourself. At that moment the teachers who accompanied them to do their practice entered the classroom. Finally Almight entered, who by pressing a button closed doors and windows, leaving everything in darkness, but quickly a projector captured the images of the city's newspapers. They all had something in common, and that is that on each cover they mentioned the patrols of the boys from both classes 1A and B. Some had a group of students in general, and others had everyone in a collage. But it was one that caught Deku's attention, and that is that below the title that was already striking was a perfectly clear photo where Deku was seen with Uraraka and behind them Almight. Deku turned very red, but when he turned to see his partner, she was smiling in admiration. The boy also saw his idol Almight, who was smiling and discreetly raised his thumb in approval. The boy's face lit up and he smiled along with his classmates. Aizawa gave the order, and the windows were raised and the doors opened. Roll call one last time and let everyone leave. None of them took off their suits. For the first time they felt like professional heroes. On the way they met Class B, with whom they exchanged a few words, then they followed their corresponding path. The class formed into groups and went up their buildings towards their dormitories, and although it was further away, Uraraka accompanied Deku. Both boys were tired, but their talk was not boring. Finally they arrived at the green-haired boy's bedroom, who opened the door in embarrassment because his room was that of an All-Might fanatic, but Uraraka didn't mind, rather she thought it was cute. Both boys said goodbye and Uraraka left. Deku could only admire her. At that moment Ida arrived, taking Deku out of the moment. Ida, well Midoriya, it's time to go to bed. Deku, isn't it a bit night for you to be wandering around here? Ida, my duty as class president is to make sure everyone is safe and follows the rules. Deku, always so formal. Ida, hee well then president, I'll go to bed now, see you tomorrow. Ida, rest Midoriya. The green-haired boy closed the door, leaving Ida alone in the long hallway. The stiff president stood in the middle of the hallway and took a running stance. With his uniqueness it wouldn't be difficult for him to walk through all the floors until he reached his room, but then he recovered his posture and began to walk calmly. The next day the boys were taken to their hero classes, but their excitement was focused on the last one they had with Aizawa. When class arrived it didn't take long, and they put on their suits and headed to the entrance where the buses were already waiting for them. Again they found themselves in Class B. The boys got on the buses and went out again. Deku and Uraraka were at the back again. Their talks since yesterday became more pleasant and relaxed. All Might saw everything from the front where he accompanied Aizawa. Aizawa, that face again. Without your muscular form it's weird to see you like that. All Might, sorry Aizawa, I'm just in a good mood today. Aizawa, well I hope this doesn't ruin it for you, but here you and your team get off. All Might, you're not doing it on purpose, are you? Aizawa, the element of surprise is always important and you know it. All Might stopped smiling as Aizawa stopped the bus and stood in the middle. All the students looked at him nervously. Aizawa, well Midoriya, Uraraka, today you start, so get down and show what you're made of. Deku and Uraraka, why yes. Uraraka got off first, adjusting her helmet while Deku adjusted his mask. All Might was the last to get off. People looked at them in amazement. Even a child asked Deku for his autograph, who was very surprised. On the other side everyone had already gotten off the buses. The situation called attention. All the UA students aspiring to be heroes were walking the streets. That filled people with hope, and that was the important thing. There wasn't much villain activity. That was starting to be common since the fall of Shigaraki half a year ago, in a raid that all the pro heroes put up, but still they didn't let their guard down. Each of the boys' teams was nervous, but the people accepted them. Returning with Deku, Uraraka, and All Might. The boys were bored, they had no activity. Ida's team had taken care of some assault attempts, Kaminari's team helped in the arrest of some criminals, minor villains, but they were active. Suddenly All Might stopped. All Might, it's too hot, don't you think? I'm craving some ice cream, want some? I haven't been here in a while, and I want to see if they still make them, as a souvenir. Uraraka, sure, I'd love to. How much do they cost? The brunette took out a small purse and began to count her money, just like Deku, who took out his wallet, but the symbol of peace stopped them with a smile. All Might, don't worry guys, I'm treating. Both turned red. All Might walked a few blocks followed by the boys. Suddenly he went into the ice cream shop he was talking about. Deku and Uraraka stayed outside talking. Uraraka, it's strange to see All Might like this, don't you think, Deku? Deku, yeah, lying, I guess you never get used to it. Uraraka, but even so, he will never stop being the symbol of peace for me. They both laughed a little. Uraraka began to make combat movements in the air, getting a laugh from the green-haired man that did not last long because out of the corner of his eye he could see how a blue flame was heading towards them. Activating One for All, Deku carried Uraraka and rose with her to the roof of the establishment, but it was not very fast because part of his arm was damaged. They both looked down, and there was the cause of the attack, who was none other than Dabi, who was staring at them. Behind him was a Noma, but they did not come alone. Next to Dabi appeared Himiko Toga, who was smiling, showing her sharp fangs while brandishing a knife. People began to run. None of the three villains tried to stop them, although Toga did not miss the opportunity to throw her knife at the people without caring who it was. Meanwhile, inside the ice cream parlor, All Might was just leaving with the ice cream when a blaze of fire joined the doors, making entry or exit impossible. Dabi, we don't want any trouble, symbol of peace. Uraraka, Deku, are you? Deku, yes, the suit was modified to be fireproof. All the possible modifications for something so basic, I suppose, although that's not the important thing now. Himiko, Deku, my baby, I'm Toga, do you remember me? The crazy girl brandished her knife in the direction of Deku, who just watched nervously. Dabi, you're very noisy, shut up. The blonde made a small grimace of disgust but remained silent as she smiled at Deku, showing her fangs menacingly. Deku, Dabi, I remember you, what are you doing here? Dabi, it's not obvious, kid, we came for you. A little bird told us that you would be in the city today. We just came to bring some excitement to your lives. Deku was nervous. Dabi wasn't like the villains he had faced before. He was calculating and knew how to fight, even to cause some damage to Aizawa. But he was about to hurt Uraraka, and that could not be allowed, so in an impulse the boy jumped and hit Dabi in the stomach. Although the boy already used 80% of One for All, it was still difficult to control, and against human villains he used less so as not to cause severe damage. The villain slammed against the wall but immediately got up and with a smile shot his fire towards Deku, who crossed his arms in the shape of an X, covering himself from the flames. The suit fulfilled its purpose but would not hold forever. The moment Dabi lightened the flare, the boy rose in the air and propelling himself down, he delivered a strong blow that almost finished off the villain if it weren't for his reflexes. On the other side, Uraraka and Toga fought fiercely. The blonde attacked Uraraka with her knife, who managed to dodge his attacks thanks to his training, but at the same time his attacks were dodged by the assassin, who was also too agile. Deku launched himself towards Dabi, but he shot his flames, causing the green-haired man to cover himself, but he felt his suit begin to burn, so in a desperate attack he punched the air with enough pressure to open up in the middle of the flames. Deku took advantage of this space and launched himself against the villain, who attacked again, but Deku was faster, dodging the attack, putting himself on his chest and passing between Dabi's legs to push himself with the pavement and kick his rival in his back. The green-haired man took advantage of this opportunity and did not let Dabi recover, hitting him again, now in the arm, with enough force to disable it momentarily, but the villain despaired and gave a great shot of his flames. Deku ran and moved the girl away from the reach of the attack, putting her on the roof of a house, and returned to the battlefield. There he realized that Toga had stuck to the pavement, receiving much of the attack. The culprit of this was Uraraka, whose gravity ability had become stronger, allowing her to now decrease or increase whoever she touched. The blonde stayed on the ground and was now unconscious. The boy returned to the fight. He was determined to end it with a single blow, as well as Dabi, who formed a sinister smile and raised his hand in the direction of Deku. Dabi, this was fun. Meanwhile, at the ice cream parlor, All Might watched the fight while feeling useless for not being able to help, but at that moment he stood in front of the door and started throwing punches while he was thinking of a plan. All Might, I only have one chance. It has to be at the right time, or I won't be able to help them. And saying this, he got into combat form, pushing his arm back. But as soon as he threw the punch, he changed to his muscular form and hit the door with everything he had, destroying it, although at that moment, he also detransformed. His plan had worked out perfectly. Seconds before All Might's punch, Deku launched himself towards Dabi at great speed, but at that instant the rival also launched a huge flame that hit Deku full on, but the boy counted on that, so he launched a punch whose pressure in the air opened a path and hurt Dabi. Immediately Deku put the other fist in motion, but Dabi was also ready to attack again, but he did not count on that the explosion caused by All Might's blow would be such that Dabi lowered his guard to turn around to see who was the causer. Something that Deku took advantage of, and landing in front of his rival, he hit him in the stomach with a little more force, making him fly away with great force. Deku, and stay there. All Might, young Midoriya, are you okay? Deku, better than I look, thanks All Might. At that moment Dabi got up ready to attack again, but was hit by Toga, who was thrown at full speed thanks to Uraraka's quirk, who had also returned to the field, leaving Deku and the number 1 hero impressed. Uraraka, oh sorry, am I interrupting something? Although the villain got up again, making Deku put on guard, but Dabi made a big flare that covered both villains and the Nomu, who remained static throughout the fight and then disappeared. Deku, damn, I should have caught up with him or knocked him out right away, sorry. All Might, it's not your fault, young Midoriya, you're exhausted too, both of you are, you didn't know this would happen, you better rest for a moment, the press will arrive soon. The boys listened and went to sit on the sidewalk, although Deku lay down on the pavement with his arms open. Uraraka, so? Enough excitement for today? Deku, enough for the month, thanks lol. Both boys were laughing, although it hurt Deku a little, but then people approached them thanking them, which made them turn red and very nervous, although they tried to hide it. At that moment All Might came to them, giving them their ice creams, which they ate with gusto until the press and the police arrived. The boys gave a statement for the first time as heroes, and with the help of All Might they left the crowd to return to school. When they arrived, they sat in their respective seats and waited for the others to arrive. About a few minutes, they all entered, although it was noticeable that they were anxious. Something had happened and they wanted to know what it was. They kept whispering something about a fierce battle. Deku and Uraraka had already been infected by the spirits of their friends and listened attentively to see if they could hear something, but it seemed that everyone knew the same thing. At that moment Bakugo passed by Deku, but the blonde did not make any comment, which surprised the green-haired boy. It was obvious that his explosive partner came with the same character, as always, although he looked more annoyed than usual, but Deku ignored it. It took a few minutes and Aizawa entered the room, followed by the older heroes who, unlike yesterday, looked more serious than usual. Aizawa didn't make any comment and only gave the floor to All Might with a gesture, but he didn't speak either. Smiling, he took out the same remote control and activated the screens. All of them now were in video, where they showed all the diaries, rumors and news from the internet that could be found. All of them showed the boys from all classes again, but in the last part the doubt that the boys had was answered. And embarrassing a certain brunette and green-haired girl, the screens showed that all the diaries showed Deku and Uraraka on the entire page. Different photos adorned the covers, but the titles were similar, one in particular. The main one that was in the middle, where everyone could see it, showed Uraraka with her helmet and Midoriya with the mask on the battlefield. Their suits were somewhat burned, but even with that the cover was still impressive. Above the boys, it read in large letters, "The Age of Heroes is back." A pair of students from the prestigious UA school defeat 2 villains in a fight that proves villains still have something to fear from heroes. The screens turned off, and after a brief silence everyone exploded. The first reaction was a cry of doubt. They couldn't believe it, but then they burst into joy and approached their friends, congratulating them. Deku and Uraraka were red as hell. Everyone was so close to them. Except for Bakugo, who didn't move from his seat, annoyed and incredulous, and Todoroki, who only saw Midoriya from his seat. As soon as the green-haired boy turned around, the half-ice half-heat smiled at him and raised his thumb. Deku smiled too. Aizawa told them to be quiet and then ordered the exit. The entire Class A was celebrating. As soon as they passed by the classroom of their classmates from B, they shouted louder. Class B, led by Blood King, left, ignoring the party that the other boys were having because they were already used to the fact that Class A was always the main one. But Momo passed by Deku and put his foot in what Kirishima approached the blonde with a defiant gesture. Kirishima, you better apologize. Momo, mockingly, what about their bad luck that always gets them into trouble? Kirishima got annoyed and activated his quirk, but then Bakugo's hand landed on his redhead friend's shoulder. Bakugo, forget about that idiot shit, don't fall for provocations. Kirishima relaxed and turned his back on Momo, who continued to mock Kirishima until Bakugo yelled in his usual character. Bakugo, the day these damn extras are at our level, they can say whatever they want. As long as they leave them, they only bark. The comment made the entire class be angry. It is true that Momo was an idiot, but Bakugo was not far behind, and he did not have to make generalizations. All the boys from Class B stood in front of Class A, blocking their way. Itsuka stepped forward as the president that she was just like Ida. Itsuka, Tenya, you know that I respect your class, but that kind of comment is inappropriate in every way. Ida, I understand Itsuka, and I'm sorry, even though you know Bakugo's temper well. Besides, it was Momo who caused everything. Rather, I think he should apologize to Kirishima and Midoriya. Momo, why would I have to do that? It's your subordinates who are disturbing the order at school. That's no way to behave. Bakugo, shut your mouth, damn it, we don't mess with you. It's not our fault that you don't have achievements outside. Momo, and please Ida, control your dog. Put a leash on him or something. One of these days he'll bite someone. Bakugo, you piece of Ida, enough. Bakugo, Itsuka, that behavior is not worthy of someone who studies at a school as prestigious as UA. Itsuka, Bakugo's isn't either, and yet you defend him. Aizawa, okay, enough. Ida, your job is to keep the peace in your class, and it seems that you also share his annoyance, as does your kendo. It is true that they do not have to feel superior to other classes, Katsuki, but it is not correct to make fun of other students and much less attack them, Nito. Both students looked at the hero. Aizawa was not easy to predict. They did not know what his next move was, but at that moment Blood King appeared. Blood King, your behaviors are not those of heroes and you are about to leave. Remember that you are the hope of the next generations. Aizawa, for this time I will be lenient and let it go, but next time. Aizawa activated his quirk. His bandages lifted and his eyes turned red, making him look more intimidating. Both classes separated and walked their separate ways. Momo was about to say something, but Itsuka gave him the classic hit on the back of the head. The atmosphere of a moment ago had passed. The joy had returned to the hearts of the boys of Class A. All approached the brunette and the green-haired boy, asking thousands of questions. Hagakure had seen on her phone that the villains had been Dabi and Toga, so they began to ask Uraraka incessantly, making her more nervous than she already was. On the other side, the same thing was happening with Midoriya. Kirishima hugged his friend by the shoulder, deciding how masculine he looked when giving him a severe beating. Kaminari also speaks energetically. Mineta only asked if he managed to see Toga's panties. Todoroki asked him about his rival's fire. Siro asked him how he caught him, while Sato asked him how much strength he used to knock him down. But all that was eclipsed when his childhood friend passed by the green-haired boy. Although there was no aggressive behavior, it was the blonde's comment that made Deku think. Bakugo, try hard, damn nerd, you won't always fight with help. Deku, Casey-chan. The relationship between the blonde and Deku did not change much in the time they were students. Bakugo still treated Deku with his same humor as always, who had already gotten used to it, although it was now easier for them to fight side by side without arguing with each other, which gave them the advantage in practice. Deku was concentrating on that when a hand with pads on its hands caught his attention. Somehow Uraraka had escaped from her friends and was calling her friend to follow her. The green-haired boy didn't hesitate, and hiding behind his friends until confusing them, he came out from behind the crowd and managed to meet up with his friend, who smiled at him. Deku felt very good, A year and a half ago, the green-haired boy realized that the time he was with his brown-haired friend was always the best, no matter what. Even if it was raining cats and dogs or if Bakugo had yelled at him for some nonsense, being next to Uraraka made the green-haired boy forget the bad things, and this was no exception. Both were tired, but they went to the brown-haired girl's room, who took out some pastries and some tea. The two friends started to eat and talk. The laughter was not long in coming. Both were happy, but the moment was interrupted when Tsuyu entered her best friend's room. "Tsuyu, Ochako, Midoriya, the boys will have a small celebration for their achievement today. Come to the arcade please, Karo." "Deku, thank you very much, Tsuyu. We won't be long." Both young men were red-faced. But as soon as the frog girl left, they both burst out laughing. The scene in their minds looked very funny. "Uraraka, Deku, you should have seen your face, ha ha ha. You were super red." "Deku, that was because you didn't see yours. You looked like a locomotive because of the amount of smoke coming out of your ears, ha ha ha." "Uraraka, well, we'll leave you here. Let's go with the others before they get worried, okay?" "Deku, sure, just let me fix this." The green-haired boy raised his plate and cup. Uraraka also raised hers. A few minutes later the boys left and joined the celebration with the rest of their friends. The day ended for the young heroes. Chapter 3: Other Problems. And so it was 3:30 a.m. Everyone in the arcade was KO'd except for 3 young men who were cleaning up the mess caused by a certain pink-haired girl who, in order to celebrate, sent Katsuki and Kirishima for some beers. Needless to say, it was a big mistake. They were still young, and schoolwork didn't let them breathe much, so their resistance to alcohol wasn't the best. Tsuyu, Uraraka and Deku were watching the scene that their friends left, holding back their laughter. Bakugo, who was supposed to be the toughest guy in all of UA, was defeated by no more than 2.5 beers. Now he was lying on the couch snoring loudly. His face went from scary to funny because someone had drawn Glass's beard mustache on him and stained the tip of his nose with black marker. The cause of such funny marks on his face was his great friend Kirishima, who was fast asleep on top of Bakugo vertically. His legs hung from the back of the couch while his head was against the floor. It seemed like he was flying because one of his arms was hanging and the other was on Bakugo's chest. Todoroki was sitting. He was the only one on whom the alcohol had no effect because he decided not to drink but fell asleep from tiredness. His friends hadn't let him leave, and this was the result. Mina and Hagakure were sitting on the floor, both with microphones in hand. Apparently the effect of the alcohol fell on them while they sang with a karaoke. Mina looked funny because she was fully leaning on the invisible girl, while a thread of saliva came out of her mouth. Hagakure, they didn't know how to describe her. Only her floating clothes could be seen, but a slight murmur from the girl could be heard that they decided not to listen to out of respect. Shoji and Sato were also asleep. Both sitting, they fell asleep while doing arm wrestling. Sato drank while eating sugar to increase his strength. Needless to say, it was a terrible idea, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep due to drunkenness and the overload of strength. Shoji did the same. While he was arm wrestling, he dedicated himself to drinking, so he also fell, although the balance of strength was tilted towards Sato. Ida was the worst. His strict behavior and his alcohol retention played against him when he was convinced by Mina to take at least one. The boy enjoyed the drink, knocking it back like gasoline was for another. The drunk boy challenged Zero and Ojiro to a race outside in which Aoyama also went undefeated. The race ended with Sato and Ojiro tangled in Zero's tape, and the elegant Aoyama rolled on the floor, fainted by the blow he gave himself when hitting the floor. Ida went up with his tangled friends and with the dirty Aoyama, who by the blow fainted. Ida was exhausted, so as soon as he stepped into the arcade he threw the trio of drunks and then fell asleep in his emergency signaling pose. Yayorozu was silent. She was drunk but still conscious, or so it seemed. The girl was nodding, and in her hand she had her typical stick with which she had hit and emboldened Mineta, making him lose consciousness. Jiro and Kaminari were the only tender ones in the entire room. Both boys, after having drunk too much, they began to talk as if they had known each other all their lives, and fell deeply asleep, Jiro leaning on Kaminari's shoulder, who looked funny because when he snored he generated small rays of electricity, which made the violet-haired girl curl up more in her friend. Kota had a bad time. The silent boy had partially overcome his fear of insects, but drunk things were different. It was a matter of feeling a little dizzy plus a large cockroach that caused the boy to run, but with a little carelessness he crashed into a wall, losing consciousness. Even the serious Tokoemi was defeated when he participated in the drinking tournament that Ida left pending. It was Tokoemi against Dark Shadow. It didn't take long when they both fell, asking for a truce and falling asleep instantly. The brunette couldn't hold back her laughter, but she had to clean up the mess with Deku and Tsuyu, who were the only ones who hadn't drunk. They were only pretending to do so as not to be threatened by the drunk Bakugo. The frog girl was already yawning. While it was true that she was in charge of taking care of her brothers, this was different. Her eyes were already heavy and her step was slow. Distracted by sleep, she did not notice the can that made her fall, but before touching the ground she was reached by Deku. The boy had been very fast, and now he had her well supported. "Deku, are you okay, asu Tsuyu?" "Tsuyu, you still have trouble saying it after all this?" "Uraraka, Tsuyu, are you okay?" "Tsuyu, yes, yawned just a little tired." "Deku, go to sleep, we'll take care of this." "Tsuyu, don't worry about me. I can still help you." The girl wanted to get up, but her legs wouldn't respond because of tiredness. "Uraraka, come, I'll take you to your room." "Tsuyu, can I stay with you?" "I'll be fine, I just need to sit down for a moment." Uraraka and Deku looked at each other for a moment. They could force her to leave, but that's not how they are. They both looked at each other, and then nodded at the same time. "Deku, okay Tsuyu, come, we'll sit you on that free chair, okay?" "Tsuyu, thanks. If I fall asleep, will you wake me up when you leave?" "Karo." "Uraraka, no, you need to sleep, we all do, we'll see how to take you." The frog girl smiled. Midoriya tenderly stroked her head. The green-haired and brunette smiled at their friend to return to what they were doing. Time passed. Everything was perfectly arranged. Deku was sweeping the last thing that was left and turned to see Tsuyu, whom he found perfectly asleep. He quickly called Uraraka. Both were also sleepy, but they had to take everyone to their bedroom, but the first would be their green-haired friend. "Deku, you take her, Uraraka. I'll end this mess before you arrive and we'll figure out how to get everyone there." "Uraraka, I think it would be faster if you carried it." "Deku, you are faster." "Deku, okay, but I'll come help you." "Uraraka, it's okay, we're almost done." The boy took the little frog in his arms and with Uraraka's help he put it on his back. With the help of the brunette he managed to accommodate it so that it wouldn't come loose, and so he left the arcade. After a few minutes you could hear a window open. The sky was totally dark, but it was illuminated by a figure wrapped in green rays. Deku jumped between the balconies of his classmates, feeling the air on his face. He liked the feeling of freedom he felt every time he jumped between buildings. In the dormitories of Class B, Itsuka Kendo was the tough president of her group, something that was not easy in a society of superheroes. The constant problems that her partner Momo gave her by bothering Class A were an everyday thing, but what had happened this afternoon between both classes had made her lose her temper to the point of having an argument with the blonde. Instead of giving him the typical hit on the back of the head, the orange-haired girl was on the balcony of her room thinking about how to solve the problems. Both classes were not very friendly with each other except for Tetsu's camaraderie with Kirishima, but the constant offensive comments as well as aggressions by Momo made the peaceful relationship between both classes difficult. Kendo, but Class A is also partly to blame. If it weren't for Bakugo's attitude. The girl let out a long sigh. Her duty wasn't to find culprits, but solutions, and she felt useless for not finding any. She liked the night, away from the cold or even the dangers it might bring. She liked it for the tranquility it gave her, but she knew it was wrong to stay up late, especially for her, who had to get up earlier than everyone else. So she decided to go to sleep. Tomorrow she'd think of something. The girl was about to open the window that led to her room when she heard, almost imperceptible, the distant sound of something crashing against the wind. The girl looked around but couldn't see anything, almost convinced that her dream was playing a trick on her. Kendo headed towards her room, but again that sound. Now it was closer. Itsuka fixed her attention on a dark spot, sure she had heard the sound in that direction, and saw them. Light green rays that moved, turned off and turned back on. Looking closer, the girl was alarmed, closed her fist and enlarged it slightly. By the trajectory the object was taking she could assure that it would pass through her balcony. The girl hid in her room. It didn't take long when she saw that whatever it was about to land on her balcony, so she went out and punched with all her might. Meanwhile, with Deku, the boy was jumping between buildings when he saw something moving at full speed through the bushes, so preparing for whatever it was he went down ready to attack, but as soon as he touched the ground he realized it was a simple squirrel, so laughing at himself he jumped again between the balconies. He was close, but because of his little distraction now he had to go through the buildings of Class B. The boy remembered what happened today, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but he remembered the time it was and believing that everyone was asleep he ventured out. He was almost finished when he saw a giant fist approaching him quickly, so without hesitation the boy activated one for all at 20% so as not to cause great damage with the pressure, and wake someone up and release the punch. Current time. Itsuka was on the ground. The moment she threw the punch she felt that the blow responded with more force, hurting her hand which returned to its natural form, but the pressure had thrown her to the ground. The girl wanted to get up ready to continue the fight with the other hand, but she realized that there was the freckled green-haired boy from Class A who was extending his hand to her with a worried face. Itsuka was having a conflict of emotions. On the one hand she felt upset with the boy. On the other hand she was intrigued to know what he was doing at that time. She realized that Deku was still extending his hand to her, so she took it to get up. "Deku, excuse me, President." The boy bowed slightly, which made the girl blush in surprise, but she could tell that the freckled boy was not alone, at least not consciously. Itsuka saw how Tsuyu Azuri was on Deku's back. "Itsuka, it's okay Midoriya." "Well, it certainly is. What the hell are you doing wandering around the entire campus at this hour?" "Deku, sorry, we had a little party today, President." The girl understood what her partner was talking about. "Itsuka, I understand. But that's no reason to be walking around at night, much less with one of your classmates on your back. Are you drunk, Midoriya?" "Deku, what? Ha ha ha, no President, she didn't even drink Azuri, she's just asleep." For some reason the girl believed what the green-haired man said, but she couldn't let go of the fact that he was outside her bedroom, also that he attacked her, although that could be debatable. The orange-haired woman sighed tiredly. "Itsuka, Midoriya, you know I can't let this go. I'll have to report to you tomorrow." The girl could imagine the repercussions, including an irritating Monoma making fun of Class A, causing the relationship between classes not to improve, but she resigned herself. She had to do the right thing. The girl came back from her thoughts and was surprised that Deku accepted without arguing. "Itsuka, Midoriya, you know this could be serious, especially when it comes to Eraserhead, right?" "Deku, yes, I know, but it's my fault. I could have been just as fast if I went through the halls. Besides, I woke you up and hurt your hand." "Okay, President, I accept the consequences, but I would only ask that the report be to me. Azuri didn't do anything." Itsuka froze. Any other student would have begged for mercy or anything else, even sacrificing his classmate even if he was asleep, arguing anything. However, the boy accepted without complaint. He had heard from Yayorozu and Ida that the green-haired man was someone too altruistic, but he didn't believe it until that moment. Besides, he felt guilty for having hit her. He even thought he had woken her up, although this was a lie. The girl was surprised. Although the pain in her palm brought her back to reality, the girl began to rub her hand. Tomorrow she would go see Recovery Girl. She would lie to her about an accident while training. "Deku, sorry President, I caused that, let me help you." "Itsuka, okay Midoriya, regarding your report." The girl was going to speak when she saw how Tsuyu began to crush Midoriya's body more. The girl leaned more on her friend, tightening her arms around the green-haired boy's neck, who began to feel short of breath, which caused Itsuka to laugh. The poor boy looked funny. Itsuka, thinking, "The report can wait. Okay Midoriya, we'll continue tomorrow. Now go leave your partner before she suffocates you." "Deku, thank you very much President, rest well." Saying this, the boy activated his quirk and rose quickly. Itsuka could barely see him. He spent a few minutes there on his balcony. He went inside his room and saw his clock, which marked 4:10. The girl was surprised and got into her bed. At least she managed to distract herself a little. Midoriya jumped between the buildings quickly and managed to reach his partner's dormitory, but he had a problem, and it was the entrance. Midoriya could not enter through the door, and the window was closed. Deku was thinking, but the girl tightened her grip more. He concentrated all the strength he could on his thumb, which he put on the sliding window plate, and with a little pressure he managed to break it, opening the window without problems. The boy carefully put his friend on her bed, covering her. Despite being in the room in total darkness, Deku did not stop feeling as if he was doing something forbidden. He could not see her room, but the little moonlight allowed him to see that Tsuyu had a photo with her friend Habuko. The snake girl had a scary face, but it did not matter. Tsuyu always said she was a great girl, and Deku believed her. Next to the photo with Habuko, the green-haired man saw a picture frame where Tsuyu and Uraraka were. Deku could only smile. Both girls had become best friends at UA. A sound coming from the bed of Tsuyu startled Deku, who left the frog's room through the same window. If it hadn't been for that noise, Deku would have seen another photo that he perhaps forgot. A handmade photo frame that showed the photo of a smiling Tsuyu hugging Deku, who also smiled warmly despite the snowy landscape they were in. The boy jumped between buildings, but before entering through the window he snatched a bouquet of flowers from the patio. The boy pushed himself and entered perfectly. Everything seemed to be fine except that in the hallway was his brown-haired friend with her arms crossed. The boy was surprised and instinctively raised the flowers towards his friend, but with the momentum they had hurt each other, making Uraraka laugh. Deku, I swear when I picked them up they were perfect. Uraraka, I can't get mad at you, you know? But I was worried about you, that's why I came looking for you. Deku, sorry Uraraka. Uraraka, okay, but you owe me, come on, we still have to take everyone. I've already arranged. Any suggestions to take 17 students to their rooms? Deku, let's think of one on the way. Both boys were thinking of 1,000 solutions, but when passing by the dining room the green-haired boy saw a cart where they always carried cooking ingredients. With Uraraka's help they both took the cart to where their friends were, and with the help of the brunette's Quirk they managed to get all the men onto the cart. Some up, others down, but they all fit. The boys looked like delivery men, but instead of distributing food they distributed it to their friends in their rooms. They opened the doors and left their friends in their beds except for Mineta, who Deku just threw it because he didn't want to enter his room. Finished with the men, the girls came, who they accommodated better. Now it was Uraraka who put her friends to bed in a more delicate way. For 50, they had finally finished. They still went to leave the cart in its place. Deku accompanied Uraraka to her room. The brunette had told him not to bother, but the green-haired boy insisted. It didn't matter that it was further away. He wanted to make sure she was okay, and now there they were, too tired but happy to be together. Uraraka, well Deku, thank you very much. Deku, no problem Uraraka. It's fun spending time together, hee. Uraraka, you're right, well, see you later, hee. Deku was about to say goodbye when he saw Uraraka fall to the ground. The boy's reflexes saved her from hitting herself hard. The brunette was very sleepy. She was more tired than she looked. Deku groped his way into her room and somehow settled Uraraka onto her bed. The boy was about to leave when he felt a strong grab on his hand. Uraraka didn't want to let him go, and in a way Deku didn't want to leave either. The boy knelt in front of Uraraka's bed and fell deeply asleep. Soon Uraraka woke up halfway, seeing only how her friend was asleep, curled up in her hand. The girl felt too much tenderness. She got up, trying not to wake her friend, closed her door, and went back to bed. Now lifting Deku onto her bed with his Quirk, she took his hands and fell asleep again. Chapter 4, Free Day Part 1. 7 a.m. It was already dawn, and the first thing they heard were energetic footsteps from the dormitories of Class A. The students had woken up, and although sleepy, they all hurried, thinking that they had gone to bed, leaving part of their dormitory totally dirty. Their surprise was great when they saw that everything was completely clean, so they tried to go to sleep, but they ran back when they saw the time, so they prepared their breakfast. Although something, or rather someone, was missing, Deku and Uraraka were not there, so Ida, in his duty as president, went to his friend's room to wake her up. Ida, Uraraka, it's already daylight. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. No one answered, so Ida knocked harder on the door. Ida, come on, it's time to get up. Deku, sleepy, come on Ida, you don't have to slam the door. The green-haired boy sat up in bed, but then remembered what happened last night, and woke up suddenly, as did Ida, who entered upon hearing Midoriya's voice coming from Uraraka's room. Although that noise woke up the brunette, who let out a small scream that was heard by her other classmates, so they went to see their friend. Ida, what's going on here? Deku, Ida is not what you think. Uraraka, what are you doing here anyway? Ida, It's 7:20 in the morning. Are we going to be late? Now, what's Midoriya doing in your room? You're my friends, but I can't let it go, and you know it. The faces of both boys turned red. Uraraka put her hands on her face, hiding her embarrassment, but that caused her to start floating. Deku also hid his face, but then he heard his classmates coming running. He didn't have much time, so he relaxed. Deku, Ida, it's not what you think. I know it's the dumbest thing you could hear, but it's the truth. Last night you fell asleep, and between Uraraka, Ajri, and we picked everything up. In the end we left you in your rooms, but when we got here we fell asleep. It was my fault. I should have gone to my room. Maybe I would have fallen asleep in some hallway, but now we wouldn't go through this. The girl listened to Deku. His voice relaxed her a lot, so she deactivated her quirk and stood next to the green-haired boy. Ida was motionless. His sense of duty told him that he had to report it. It was his duty as president, but he knew that his friends did not lie, so he decided to believe them, giving them a smile that was erased when he heard the voices of Kirishima and the girls in his direction. Ida, okay, I believe you, but we don't have time. The others will arrive soon, and you already know how they'll feel. You don't have time to leave through the door, Midoriya. What will you do? The boy began to think. The seconds were running out. Deku began to turn in every direction and saw the window. Without thinking, he quickly opened it and jumped before the surprised gaze of Ada and Uraraka, who were left with their mouths open, but the brunette reacted and got into her bed and covered herself with it the moment her friends entered. Kirishima, activating his quirk, what's going on here? Ida, calm down friends, nothing's wrong. Todoroki, we heard a scream. Ida, that's more than nothing. Mina, what's up? Uraraka. Uraraka, no, Ida is right, it's nothing. I just burst into my room, I got scared. Mineta, I would never think that of you, those attitudes. Ida, it's not what you think. I knocked on the room several times, but she didn't respond. I was worried about her, that's why I entered without thinking. Yayarozu, Ida, we all went to bed late last night. It's normal that Ochako didn't answer. Everyone was talking. Deku heard everything from the window frame and the balcony. Relieving that nothing happened, the boy breathed and headed full speed to his room, where he changed his clothes for some sneakers and went out the window again. Everyone was still in Uraraka's room, but a small yawn diverted the attention of her friends. Tsuyu slowly approached the brunette's room. Tsuyu, what's all this noise about? Ida, nothing, it's good that you woke up. Let's go have breakfast. It's already getting late for everyone. Tsuyu, speaking of which, does anyone know where Midoriya is? His room door is open and no one's there. Everyone was surprised. Midoriya couldn't just disappear. Mina approached Uraraka to ask about the whereabouts of the green-haired boy, but at that moment, Deku, someone called me? The boy met with his friends with wet hair and removing water from his ears with his school uniform. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Ida and Uraraka looked at each other surprised, but Bakugo stood in front of the group. Bakugo, where the hell were you, bucking nerd? Deku, I was training. I almost always got up in the mornings and practiced for a while. Everyone looked at Midoriya in disbelief. Last night they had a party where they had slept too late, and yet Deku had gone to train. Mina was about to ask something when Ida interrupted her, raising his voice enough to be heard. Ida, well friends, we've seen enough. It's time to go eat or they'll call us out. All yes. They all walked towards the dining room. Uraraka, Ida and Midoriya gave each other a knowing smile, while their friend with glasses walked away to the front of the group. Tsuyu, were you really training Midoriya? Deku, of course ASU Tsuyu. I have to control my quirk well, why the question? Tsuyu, we slept too late, and of all of us the one who looks the best is you. Deku, I woke up with great desire, I can't lose my rhythm. Deku was sweating inside. The green-haired girl was direct. There were only a few questions left for Tsuyu to know the truth, but the frog girl made no attempt to continue talking to the freckled boy. Tsuyu, well, hurry up to have breakfast. Midoriya, you too Ochako. The girl stepped forward. After a few seconds the pair breathed a sigh of relief and then shared a laugh. Uraraka, I don't like lying to my friends. Deku, not me, but this will be the only time. Uraraka, now you'll have to go out to train every morning, sorry. Deku, that's not a lie. From time to time I go out. Uraraka, although now it will be something every day, But don't worry, let's go have breakfast. Uraraka, yeah, by the way, how did you sleep? Sorry if my bed isn't so. Deku, I slept great. Uraraka, blushing, why, how did you sleep? If my presence wasn't favorable, forgive me. Uraraka, it was nice, blushes, I mean I slept very well. Thanks. Both boys headed towards the kitchen, neither spoke but inside they were happy. Last night was something unique for both of them. Finally everyone was having breakfast. Although the atmosphere was not as lively as usual, everyone looked at each other hoping someone would remind them what they did last night, but it seemed like no one knew, causing everyone to remain silent. Deku, Tsuyu and Uraraka did know, but out of respect for their friends they didn't say anything. Finally Hagakure's invisible clothes floated above everyone, meaning that the girl had gotten up. Hagakure, so I guess no one remembers what happened last night? Silence reigned. The question was answered without a direct response. The girl sat back down, but at that moment Yaoyorozu gave a small scream and stood up somewhat excited. Yaoyorozu, we don't remember, but maybe the camera does. They all looked at each other with confused faces, so the black-haired girl continued talking. Yaoyorozu, let's remember the camera that was installed at Ida's request so that in case of any incident we would have more impartial eyes. Everyone looked at each other nervously now, knowing that this was their only option, but also that it could sink them if they saw what they had done. At that moment, Ida stood up quickly and slightly nervously. Ida, the idea is good, Yaoyorozu, but the purpose of that camera is to use it when something important happens, not only in a party atmosphere of the class. Mina, and don't you think that attitude is important? Monitoring the behavior of your relaxed colleagues will serve you well as president. Hagakure, it is also your duty as president to review our attitudes while we are on campus. Everyone started to argue, a part that included Mina, Hagakure, Kaminari, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima and Mineta wanted to know what they had done, while the rest of the students preferred to leave it in oblivion. Bakugo simply did not participate, sending everything to hell true to his custom. However, the boy sat next to Kirishima, so they took it as support. Finally Ida stood up, ending the discussion. Ida, okay, I'm not in favor of this, but remember that if you don't like what you see, it's your own responsibility. Ida went back to eating, although the annoyance was visible on his face. The boy didn't notice that Deku was touching his shoulder until he spoke in his ear, making him startle. Ida, what's up, Midoriya? Deku, sorry if I scared you, but I thought you wanted to check the time. The black-haired man looked at his watch and it said 8:30. It was already too late, so the black-haired man stood up suddenly. Ida, listen, we'll leave the camera for later, 8:30, and we all have to be in the living room now. Everyone froze. It was already too late, so they all took their dishes to the kitchen. They were about to head to their bedrooms to prepare their things to go to the living room. At that moment the president of Class B crossed through the door. Everyone looked at her strangely but decided to hurry and passed by Kendo, greeting politely. Kendo, busy morning, Tenya? Ida, something like that. Itsuka, I'd rather not tell it. Yaoyorozu, what is the reason for the visit? Sorry Itsuka, but we are busy. Kendo, it will be quick. In fact, I'm glad the others aren't here. What I came to tell you is... The girl was interrupted. Her phone started ringing. With a gesture she apologized to her classmates, to which they responded that there was no problem in the same way. Kendo answered, but it didn't take long, cutting the call with a, "I'll be there right away." The girl put her phone away and headed to the door quickly. Kendo, excuse me, I have to take care of this as quickly as I can. It will be quick. Yaoyorozu, go ahead Itsuka, your class needs you. Kendo, I'll be back in a moment. The girl was heading for the exit when Ida caught her attention. Ida, find us in the living room then, we're also on our way out. Kendo, your classroom? Hey, but... The girl could not continue arguing because her phone rang again, so she debated whether to go to her classroom or tell her classmates, but they left without stopping. The girl made a gesture of tiredness and ran to her bedroom. 9 o'clock. It was too late. Everyone was already in the classroom, worried. The last to arrive were Ida and Yaoyorozu, who were preparing an apology, but as soon as they arrived with their friends they realized that the doors were closed. Both black-haired men swallowed worriedly. They were about to knock but stopped when they heard hurried footsteps heading in their direction. Everyone turned to see an exhausted Kendo, who stopped to take a breath. the girl finally arrived walking. Her breathing was labored and she was visibly exhausted, so Deku took a bottle of water out of his backpack and gave it to her, to which the girl gave him a thumbs up thanking him. Ida, Itsuka, are you okay? Kendo, yes, I think so. Hehe, by the way, didn't you get the message? Yayorozu, what message? Kendo, your teacher's, is it Aizawa? Ida, yes, but what message are you talking about? Kendo, classes were suspended for today. Teachers' meeting. The principal ordered that all teachers send a message to their students informing them of the situation. They didn't notify you seriously? Both boys were going to answer, but at that moment an explosion surprised everyone. Bakugo, so you knew there would be no classes and you still rushed us, you bucking eyes? The blonde launched himself at Ida but was stopped by Kirishima and Zero, who caught his friend. Deku didn't notice, but activating the OFA he pulled Zero's ribbons, knocking down Bakugo, who was taken by the shoulders by Kirishima. Kirishima, calm down, old man, let them talk. Both black-haired men recovered from the shock and took out their phones. Indeed, there was the message from their teacher, so they both surreptitiously deleted it. Itsuka, well? Yayorozu, nothing in mine. How about your Ida? Ida, cough, same thing. Itsuka looked at her companions with distrust, but before she could say anything, Jiro stepped forward. Jiro, well, we know what Professor Aizawa is like. It shouldn't surprise us. Maybe he's just got over it. Anyway, thanks for the information, President. Yayorozu looked gratefully at her best friend, to which the violet-haired girl responded with a knowing smile. Itsuka wasn't satisfied, but another call brought her back from her thoughts. Kendo, speak Kendo. Okay, understood. Thanks, Tsunatori. I'll head over as fast as I can. Okay, guys, I have to run again. But you have the day off, so make the most of it. Yayorozu, thanks Itsuka, you too. See you tomorrow. The girl gave a friendly thumbs up and left. Everyone turned around to head back to their rooms. Bakugo was cursing under his breath, but talking to Kirishima. Suddenly Itsuka reappeared, running towards Deku. Kendo, here's your bottle, Midoriya. Thank you very much. See you later. Deku, why yes, President, see you later. The boy turned red as he said goodbye to the girl, which made the orange-haired girl laugh somewhat tenderly. Finally, she turned around and headed back to the exit. Deku remained in that little trance for a few minutes until Uraraka touched his shoulder, getting his attention. Uraraka, somewhat jealous, Deku, since when do you talk to the president of Class B? Deku, no, I don't know. Last night I found her when I left ASUTSU in her room. I hurt her hand by mistake. Uraraka, what happened, Deku? Deku, we were both wrong. She thought I was an enemy and threw the punch, and I. Uraraka, you thought the same and answered. Deku, yes, it would have been better if I had dodged and immobilized him, so I wouldn't have caused him any damage. Uraraka, but you didn't know it was her, Deku. Deku, I had Tsuyu on my back. I couldn't allow her to get hurt. Her safety was under my responsibility. I had to act quickly. Tsuyu was next to the boys in Mina, Hagakure and Jiro's group, but she managed to hear everything. She couldn't help but blush a little, which quickly faded. On Uraraka's side, the girl was surprised by her friend's words and unintentionally asked a question. Uraraka, if I had been in Tsuyu's place, would you have done the same? The girl blushed immediately, praying that the green-haired boy hadn't heard her, but Deku stopped, turning to look firmly at Uraraka. Deku, without thinking, I would never let them hurt you. Uraraka's eyes widened. Her friend's answer made her heart beat faster. The boy, realizing her answer, turned red and covered his face with his hands. If Deku remembered correctly, it was in the middle of the second year that he fell in love with his brunette friend, or at least realized his feelings for her. The boy was going to apologize to Uraraka when he saw the big smile she was giving him, that beautiful smile that made the green-haired boy fall for his partner. Uraraka was tender, cute, and Deku admitted it since he met her, but being with her for so long, overcoming obstacles together, and everything they went through made the feeling grow inside him. But it was that smile, that beautiful smile, so bright, warm and honest, that made the boy fall hopelessly in love. A few minutes passed until the boy reacted. Uraraka, thank you. The boy turned red again, There were times when the nerves and shyness of both caused them to not be able to communicate well, but there were also those other moments where their eyes met. There was no shame or nerves, just both boys looking at each other talking as if only they were there. Deku smiled at his friend too, and they continued walking towards their bedrooms. Their day off had just begun. Chapter 5, Free Day Part 2. Everyone was gathered in the recreation room, all attentive while Ida connected the camera to the television and checked the files. Finally he put it on. They didn't show it, but they were sweating. After all, it could have been a bad idea. Ida glanced at his friends before hitting play. Ida, confident up to this point? There's no turning back. Bakugo, just put it on. Damn 4 eyes, I want to leave now. Jiro, you also want to see what you did, right Bakugo? Bakugo, what the hell are you talking about? I don't care what they did. Jiro, so why are you still here? The blonde looked defiantly at the violet-haired girl but said nothing. Ida, okay then here it goes. The video started to run normally. The boys remembered those scenes, so they told Ida to move things forward, to which the boy only responded with a snort of annoyance agreeing. Deku remembered everything that happened, so he stood up in the direction of the kitchen. Bakugo, where the buck are you going, nerd? Deku, I was planning on making some tea kaken. Would anyone want to? To prepare more. Oyama, yo Midoriya please, do you want help? Deku, no Oyama, thank you very much, but I'll bring you the tea. Does anyone else want it? Uraraka, please Deku, I'm a little thirsty. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, I also accept if it doesn't cause you any problems. Deku, not at all. Anyone else? None of those present said anything else. Everyone was focused on the video. No one paid attention, so the boy went into the kitchen. Ida stopped when he heard Mina sing. Her voice was irregular in tones and many times she changed the lyrics of the song. He knew that things were not so good there anymore. The girl with horns adopted a lilac color on her face, seized by the shame, a color that increased when she saw herself dancing to a rock song with Kirishima. These two saw their actions and understood along with the entire class that this had not been a good idea. The boy managed to return with 2 cups. The first he gave it to Uraraka, who thanked the gesture with a smile. The boy passed by with Momo, although the aforementioned did not notice her partner since she was too focused on watching the video. She wanted to make sure that she had not done something that would stain her reputation as the good girl of the group. But soon she was brought out of her concentration by a delicious vanilla scent. The girl found that the origin of such a relaxing aroma came from a cup. The girl lifted the object. The cup had a nice design. The girl looked more closely and noticed that the designs were elusive to Almight, so it was inevitable that the Choka let out a light laugh. If it weren't for that detail, she could have sworn that the cup was like the ones she had in her room. The girl drank the tea. It was delicious. She didn't know where she had bought it, but she had to ask her someday. Deku, Yaoyorozu, do you want some more? Yaoyorozu, please Midoriya, and you have to tell me where you bought it, hee. The boy just smiled, taking the cup. Yaoyorozu again immersed herself in her thoughts. Now that she looked at him closely, she had never exchanged words with the green-haired boy the way she did with Jiro or anyone in his class. Yaoyorozu didn't hate Deku. In a way, she could even say that she admired him, even respected him. The way he carried himself on the battlefield, his ability to analyze and his decision-making was impressive, but even so the girl was unable to speak, or even call the green-haired boy a friend. Finally the boy returned with her cup, taking her out of her thoughts. The girl took the cup with gratitude. The boy just smiled and returned to his place next to Uraraka. Yaoyorozu watched the green-haired boy walk away with a smile. That smile. His way of being had seemed adorable to her, but a loud knock took her out of her thoughts, returning her attention to the screen where she could see how Mineta ended up with the trusty bar that the black-haired girl had created stuck to her head, making him lose control consciousness. Everyone was laughing, even Jiro gave a light elbow to Yaoyorozu. The girl just gave him a smile and looked at the screen again. After a few minutes, Deku got up and headed for the exit. Ida, where are you going, Midoriya? Deku, it's a day off, right? I'll go see my mom. I haven't been home in a while. Bakugo, wait, damn nerd, you want to leave just because you don't want to see your ridiculous performance last night. Deku, no, and I didn't get upset, Kaken, that's why I remember everything you did. Ida, It's okay, Midoriya, but you have to be here early. We have classes tomorrow. Deku, yes, Ida, I'll see you in a while. Uraraka, I'll go out too, Ida. I have to go to the mall to buy some things I need. Ida gave them both a look, but the surprise on Deku's face made him reconsider, and he nodded, so they both left. Uraraka, so you're going with your mother, Deku? Deku, yes, since Shigaraki's capture I haven't gone home, partly because I didn't want to risk it, but I think it's time. Uraraka, yes, you're right, my parents are constantly away, so I hardly ever see them, but when they come I take a break with Professor Aizawa's permission to spend time with them. Deku, and why are you going to the Uraraka Mall? Uraraka, I ran out of some things from my room and I want to see the price of others. Deku, I understand, you don't want me to accompany you? Uraraka, what? Thank you very much, Deku P, but I think your mom needs you more. A part of Uraraka wanted to shout yes, hug the green-haired boy and take him through the halls, enjoying his company, but the rational part of the girl was bigger. Deku hadn't even spoken to his mother for a while, and it was understandable. She could see him every day, but not her mother. The girl breathed happily. Deku, as sure? I can help you and run home. It wouldn't take long. Uraraka, yes, absolutely sure. Maybe another day we could go out and date? Uraraka Ochako asked her classmate out. The girl quickly blushed, thinking of an excuse, but realized Deku was on the phone, so she didn't hear the last part. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Deku, yes mom, I'm already on my way. Sorry if I didn't warn you, it was sudden. If that's not a problem, I have my keys. Okay, that's fine, I love you too. The boy put away his phone and looked at his partner, who was still red. Deku, sorry Uraraka, what were you telling me? Uraraka, nothing Deku, everything is fine. I was telling you that maybe another day we could go out as a class just like before the camp. The boy remembered that time they all left Uraraka and Midoriya alone. He also remembered how Shigaraki cornered him. So many things for just one day. Finally they arrived at the exit. They could hear the car horns. The boys looked at each other. Deku, you're right Uraraka, it would be a good idea. Well, I think we part ways here, right? Uraraka, to tell the truth, I'm going to the big Deku Mall. The train takes us in the same direction. Deku, that's true. Well, what do you want to talk about? The boys walked towards the station. It wasn't long when they finally arrived at their destination. Uraraka got off first. Deku was about to arrive when he received a message from his mother. Izuku, I'll pick you up at the station. I love you, son. Deku could only smile. He was already close when a huge explosion rumbled the entire train, which stopped. Deku stood up immediately. A child clung to his mother's arm, who hugged him and looked around scared. The green-haired boy looked in the window and saw two guys who were cornered by the police. Heroes and villains are no different. We do our deeds for satisfaction, the morbidity of having the power to do it, and no one can stop us. Heroes have standards, they're rules that innocent people establish. Their silly sense of justice and morality limits them, but they know, we both kill people. Heroes hide it with the nice phrase, collateral damage. In reality, it means that they did not save those they swore to protect. They died in the hope that a negligent hero would come to save them. At least we have the courage to say that we kill without worrying about what they will say. Deku looked everywhere. Usually a hero would have arrived by now, but the streets seemed empty. If this continued, the villain's words would begin to dig deep inside people. You are a student, right? The mother approached Deku terrified, taking him by the shoulders. Deku, yes, I am, but using my quirk in a public place is against the law. Please, I beg you, help us. Deku couldn't ignore the lady, but then he felt the car start to move. The structure began to deform as if it were a can about to be crushed. The green-haired boy looked out the window and found the culprit, who was floating with what looked like a small rocket backpack. His fist closed more and more and the car was crushed. Deku could hear the metal walls of the car creak. The boy knew that he couldn't stand idly by. He moved the mother to a safe distance from both him and the car, and with 50% he gave a big blow to a window that threw glass and some metal parts towards the enemy, who covered himself, stopping the attack. Deku could jump and get to safety, but the lady and the boy would prevent him from cutting freely. The villain raised his hand again, but before he could do anything he received a big kick. The green-haired boy looked. The great hero Hawks was on the battlefield. Deku knew that if Hawks was here, then Endeavor was quick to make an appearance, starting a fight that didn't last long for the villains who were defeated. After a while, everyone was evicted from the car. Deku was sitting being examined by doctors next to his mother. In the distance, he saw the press interviewing Endeavor. Reporter 1, what can you tell us about today's event? Endeavor, people who don't know what to do with their kozai, misplaced, they become villains because of the facilities they see. Reporter 2, what came out of the car? Hawks, an explosive device from the villain's attack. Deku managed to hear what the hero said and looked up. The winged hero gave him a knowing smile, which Endeavor noticed, so after finishing the interview he went to Deku. Endeavor, I suppose you were in the wagon, weren't you? Deku, yes sir. The boy expected a scolding from the now number 1 hero, but he just breathed tiredly. Endeavor, well, you certainly have explosive power, thanks dwarf. The man walked away with the same expression as always. Inko and Deku looked at him strangely. Already at the Midoriya house, Deku was telling his mother everything that had happened at school while his mother was preparing his food. Finally Inko took his plate to Deku, so the boy thanked her and was about to eat when he felt a hit on the head from his mother. The hit didn't hurt him, but it was strange, so the boy went to see his mother in the kitchen, finding her sobbing, which worried the green-haired boy. Deku, Mom, what's wrong? Inko, Izuku, since you were born I knew that you would be someone very strong. Then we discovered that you didn't have a kozai, and I felt like my life was falling apart, that I had failed you. The guilt I felt was horrible, and seeing you in the state you were in was torture for me, but suddenly your kozai manifested. You entered the UA and I was very happy for you, but with every accident that happened, your arms, your wounds made me wish that it would have been better if you didn't have a kozai. Deku was shocked by that, but his mom kept talking. Inko, my mother's side scolded me. I couldn't think that. You had a great kozai and you would become a great hero. Then came the Almight fight and you saw my reaction, but I continued supporting you. My doubts about letting you continue in UA were dissipating with each heroic act you faced. What you did for little Eri was in my eyes the greatest act of heroism, son. Forgive me for all the bad things I thought. Deku, Mom, you'll never have to apologize to me. Forgive me instead for always worrying. Inko, Izuku, after seeing you grow so much in school, seeing how you performed, I can't say much more than I'm proud of you, son, and I'm also sure that you, my little Izuku, you can become the greatest hero of all. Deku's face lit up. His mother saw him smiling with a warmth that made Deku shed a few tears that he dried with his hand. Inko took him by the hand and led him to the living room. On the wall next to an All Might poster there was an enlarged newspaper clipping. Izuku was surprised. The photo was only of him in his hero suit. His mask covering his face but the mouthpiece open showing his smile. He hadn't seen the newspaper, but Deku thought about asking for that photograph for his room at the academy. The title of the newspaper only made him blush more. Heroes on the way, UA students stop villains. The provisionally licensed hero named DKU fights and wins against former members of the League of Villains. The green-haired boy was looking at the clipping when he felt some tugs on his clothes. When he turned around he could see a version of himself as a child in his All Might pajamas who was looking at him with an excited smile. Little Izuku, is that me? Deku, yes, the greatest of all heroes. Deku crouched down to his little self's level and stroked his hair. Deku, no matter what they say, we'll be the best heroes, okay? Little Izuku, with tears, yes. Inko, what's wrong, son? Are you okay? Deku, getting up, nothing, just checking something Inko, well, come eat. I didn't make katsudon just to cool you down, son. You have to tell me everything that's happened. What about that Uraraka girl? Deku, Uraraka? What does she have to do with it? Inko, smiling, a mother notices everything, Izuku. Inko pointed with her chopsticks at another newspaper cover where Deku was seen with Uraraka and behind them All Might walking. Deku blushed a lot. His mother let out small laughs that relaxed the green-haired boy who ate, and told his mother all his adventures. At night the boy said goodbye to his mother to return to the academy. Inko, Izuku. Deku, what's up, Mom? Inko, when are you bringing that Uraraka girl home? Deku, what? Uraraka? Inko, ha ha ha, no rush, but let me know when so I can accommodate you, he. The boy turned red and covered his face with his hands. Inko, from now on, I'll call you every time you go on a mission, understood? I want to know how you're doing, Izuku. Deku, I'll call you or send you a message every day. Mom can count on it, not just on missions. Inko, thanks son, now go before it gets darker. Deku, yes, see you later, Mom. Inko, Izuku. Deku, what's up, Mom? Inko, I'm proud of you, son. Deku just smiled, raised his hand and headed towards the train. Today's excitement made him very happy, and when he realized it, he was already jumping with one for all from roof to roof, doing pirouettes, leaving a trail of small green rays in his wake. He couldn't and didn't want to hide his happiness. Chapter 6. Normal Day? Light rays of sunlight were barely coming out. The entire UA Academy was at peace. Each student was sleeping peacefully while their clocks waited patiently to wake them up. While in the courtyard of the academy you could see a ray of green followed by another, and another until it slowed down until you only saw Izuku Midoriya resting. Lying on the grass breathing heavily, in a matter of a minute the boy felt on the grass and raised his arms slowly, seeing some objects that were tangled from his wrist to his elbow. On the part of the wrist a wheel appeared, the boy under his arms, and saw his knees that had the same device as his arms. Deku, reminder, asked Hatsum for some more powerful weights. I can lift these more easily now. Suddenly a clock started to chime, alerting the boy, who stood up and headed towards the entrance of the dorms. Already dressed and ready, he prepared to have breakfast waiting for his classmates. He prepared something light, but the moment he was ready to eat, his classmate Momo Yaoyorozu entered the dining room. Which didn't matter to the green-haired boy, since both are the ones who get up the earliest in the academy, even minutes before the strict Ida. But Yaoyorozu, good morning Midoriya. Deku, MW, good morning Vice President. Deku stared at his companion, although every time the black-haired girl entered he greeted him. This time there was something that disconcerted the green-haired girl. Yaoyorozu, is something wrong? Deku, no, nothing, sorry. The boy looked at his companion strangely but decided to ignore her assumptions and continued eating, which caused a smile on the black-haired girl's face. The girl sat down in her respective place, and little by little her companions arrived. There was an uncomfortable silence throughout the dining room. Somehow, the usual bustle had disappeared. Deku, asked Tsuyu, what do you all have? Todoroki, did you see what they did last night? Deku, this is a bit weird, don't you think? Tsuyu, Karo, seeing themselves acting under the influence of alcohol is embarrassing for many Midoriya. Ida, I warned you, knowing too much is bad sometimes. Deku, even Mina is quiet, that's strange. Ida, okay, but this is not the time to get upset. Remember that there will be classes today. Move everyone. Everyone got up robotically with the same face and started walking. Tsuyu, Uraraka, Todoroki and Deku were the only ones who really seemed to enjoy the day. Todoroki, looks like you ran into my dad yesterday, Midoriya. Deku, yes, he saved me. Uraraka, I saw the accident, are you okay, Deku? Deku, yes, Todoroki's father saved the day. Todoroki, are you sure that happened, Midoriya? Deku, you know it is against the law to use our koseis in public, especially if there are civilians present, and without our hero suits, even if we have our provisional license. Uraraka, Deku, what happened? Tsuyu, the train explosion. Uraraka, was it you? Deku, there were civilians, a mother asked me for help, I just couldn't. Ida, of all the irresponsible acts. Deku, don't give me that, Ida. Uraraka, Ida is right, Deku, what would have happened if they discovered you? You said it yourself, it is against the law to use our koseis in public places. Deku, I know what I said, but understand. Tsuyu, what you did was dangerous, Midoriya. Deku, a hero always takes risks, right? I couldn't ignore someone asking for my help. Ida, sometimes we have to make difficult decisions. Deku, are you listening? The train was falling apart, I couldn't leave it like that. Uraraka, and you didn't think that with your strength you could make him fall faster? Tsuyu, you put not only your hero career in danger, but also your life. Deku, that's what a hero does, why don't they understand? A hero always gets out of difficult situations, and they were innocent lives. If he had to save me or them, He would save people again without hesitation because it's the right thing to do. Deku stared at his friends. His determination was clear. Tsuyu and Uraraka looked at him with their eyes wide open in surprise. Ida didn't listen anymore and went with an angry face to the front of his group. Both girls after a few seconds imitated the president by stepping forward. Todoroki looked at the whole scene and went to his friend. Todoroki, I'm sorry about that, Midoriya. It wasn't my intention. Deku, you could have chosen another time or told me alone, but okay. No problem, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, hello Todoroki. Midoriya, what was that scene? Deku, nothing, Vice President, a simple misunderstanding. Yaoyorozu, that looked more serious than a simple misunderstanding, Midoriya. The green-haired man stared at his partner. Yaoyorozu, sorry, I didn't mean to sound rude. You know you can tell me. I'll help you after all, you're both my friends. Deku, sorry but I'm not Vice President, but thank you. The boy walked away from the black-haired girl and the two-toned boy. Todoroki saw his partner. It was not strange for anyone that both young people ended up talking very cordially. The friendship they formed while training was solid. Todoroki, what was that about? Yaoyorozu, what do you mean? Todoroki, you talking to Midoriya calmly. Yaoyorozu, I can't. We're classmates, but up to that point, you heard him. He doesn't consider me a friend. Todoroki, maybe because you accidentally made fun of his fight with Tsuyu, Uraraka and Ida, that wouldn't please anyone. Yaoyorozu, I didn't mean to. I even offered to help him. Todoroki, well, maybe it wasn't the way. Yaoyorozu, I think if you want to start a friendship with him, you should start by not treating him as if you were friends since we entered school. The two boys stared at each other for a moment, then continued walking. Finally, their classes began, and the tense atmosphere eased until it disappeared when everyone put on their hero costumes and boarded the bus, except for the Uravity/Deku duo, who looked tense, even annoyed. Aizawa, have you run out of good humor? Almight, what? Aizawa, what happened to your smile? Almight looked at his partner seriously. Aizawa, sorry, you know that's not what I meant. Almight, I know, don't worry Aizawa, just a bad day. The tour was given and the teams went down. The second to last was All Mights, who went down slowly, followed by Deku and Uraraka, who preferred to put their teacher in the middle of them. The situation became uncomfortable for the symbol of peace, but... Kendo, is anyone there? This is Itsuka Kendo, president of Class 1B. We need backup on the street, Iku, quick! Deku, that's close by, we have to go help her. All Might, yes, you're right, run guys. Deku was about to run when he saw how the brunette started running with the help of her cozy eye, making her uniform lighter, making her run faster. The boy got upset and ran after his friend. Deku, Uraraka, wait for me. Uraraka, I'll be there sooner, don't worry Deku. Deku got annoyed with the comments, so he activated the OFA and took a great leap, surpassing the brunette by far, but just as she passed by him. Deku, I don't need you to protect me. The boy jumped at full speed while his friend just stared at him with a feeling of anger and sadness. Deku did acrobatics while he was transported until he found his partner, who was about to be hit by a huge mass that he could not distinguish. The green-haired boy pushed himself down with great force and managed to kick his rival away from Kendo. Deku, are you okay, President? Kendo, there's no need for so much formality here, Midoriya. Call me by my hero name, or my real name, as you feel comfortable with. Deku, can you start by telling me how this happened, who and where your partner is? Kendo, it's Tetsu, but we found ourselves in the same situation. It was a simple bank robbery. We arrived to help and then... Deku, the situation got out of control. Kendo, yes, and their koseis are strong. Deku, what koseis do you have? Kendo was about to respond when a fist hit Deku, who felt the force of a steel beam, but managed to stand up. Kendo, manipulation of your body. Deku, like the Shiketsu student? Kendo, no, he can only manipulate his body, stretch it, form anything with his flesh, including making it as strong as steel. Deku, I saw it. Weaknesses? Kendo, if he has them, he still doesn't let them be seen, but the problem is his clones. Deku, clones? Kendo, can be separated and make other versions of it. Deku, so he's just a raider with a big cozy eye? Kendo, exactly. By the way, what about your partner? Deku, I hope Uraraka is with Tetsu. Kendo, okay, what's the plan here? Deku, keep hitting is a good plan for now. Both boys now began an attack combining their forces. Kendo enlarged his fists and hit. Although they were not effective, they served as a distraction for the green-haired boy to give the strong blows. But the villain stretched out his arm and stealthily caught Deku, slamming him against the ground. Kendo was in aid of his now partner, but the villain hit her in the stomach, knocking the air out of the president of Class B, and hit her hard enough to send her flying. The guy approached Deku, who was still struggling to free himself. Villain, you will come with me. Deku, in your dreams. The boy managed to give the villain a strong headbutt and then jump, although he was still trapped by the villain, who returned his arm as a ligature, which the green-haired boy took advantage of and delivered a strong kick that made him release. The boy put himself back on guard. At that moment, Kendo returned to the fight. Villain, let's even this up. The villain stood up and began to stretch. His body began to divide until it formed two bodies that attacked both boys, who were fighting with all their strength. But at a certain point in the fight, Deku noticed something and approached the orange-haired girl. Deku, President, I think I found your weakness. Kendo, tell me. Deku observed his attack patterns, his speed, strength. The boy said this and returned to fight. The girl heeded the advice and fought, observing everything mentioned, and when she finally realized, she managed to land a strong blow that knocked down the copy. Kendo, if you split your body then. Deku, also his abilities. Each clone is a copy of himself. He has his abilities and skills, but that includes the use of reason to be able to use them. Kendo, which takes away his own abilities, making him slower. Deku, and probably dumber. I don't know about the last one, but then I already found a way to defeat him. Both boys were still talking when the villain split again. Both became alert, but the copy went in another direction. Kendo goes with Tetsu. Deku, if there are two, then Uraraka is already there. Maybe they discovered her weakness. Kendo, or it's also causing them problems. The main villain attacked the boys, although in a slower way, something that Deku took advantage of and hit the villain. Kendo took the copy that had recovered and slammed it against the ground repeatedly until it was defeated. The second copy that had left also returned defeated. The third was also back, being hit hard by Tetsu. The four boys reunited. Deku and Uraraka saw each other and both smiled, nodding their heads. The villain was cornered but not defeated, as he was returning his clones to him. Deku, let's avoid that. If the three of them return, they will fully recover their strength and abilities. Uraraka threw herself at one of the clones and made it float, but they still returned to the main body, so the girl now increased the gravity of the inert body that fell heavily but was still slowly dragged. Kendo had taken both clones, but even the girl felt dragged. What Tetsu took her by the tape, preventing her from leaving, but now the two boys were dragged. Deku looked at the main body, smiling triumphantly. But the boy would not give up. He took a good posture and, activating the OFA, he jumped that surprised everyone. The boy landed in front of his rival, managing to give a strong blow that sent the villain flying, preventing him from joining with his clones, who stopped moving. Brunette and orange hair turned to see their partner, who was still in the same position in which he had hit the villain. The seconds seemed like hours. The boy slowly lowered his fist, although he staggered a little, something that alerted the brunette, but managed to stay standing and looked up, showing that he was smiling. Kendo, Midoriya, these. Deku, yes, calm down, President. Everything is fine now. The clones slowly joined the main body, but it no longer made the intention of getting up. The authorities arrived as well as the reporters. The heroes left there quickly, but Deku stood on the gargoyle of a building watching the sunset. The green-haired boy had asked permission to stay for a few moments, which Aizawa accepted on the condition that he arrive that same day. The boy was standing with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the city while he smiled and the sunset fell. A noise let him know that he was not alone, so he became alert. Uraraka, enjoying the view? Deku, you scared me, Uraraka. I hadn't been able to see the city like this. It looks incredible, don't you think? Uraraka, it's a beautiful landscape. Deku, I'm sorry. Deku, you don't have to. What happened today was partly my fault. My attitude wasn't the best. Uraraka, I shouldn't have complained to you. You are someone unique, a born hero. Deku, just like you and everyone else, don't worry, Uraraka is fine, really. Uraraka, really? Deku, seriously, I could never get mad at you. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, I know a stand that sells delicious ksudan nearby. We don't have to go back to the academy yet. What do you say? Do you want to eat something before going back? Uraraka, with you, any food is delicious, let's go. Deku, well, get in. The ride will be a little rough, but it will be free. Uraraka, today is my lucky day. The brunette climbed onto the green-haired boy's back, who smiled affectionately at him, and, activating his quirk, the boy took a big leap. Chapter 7 Major Problems. The boys returned at night, which cost them a scolding from Aizawa and Ida, with a session of uncomfortable questions by Mina that made Deku turn red and Uraraka use her quirk on herself, making her float. Finally, before going to sleep and at Deku's request, Uraraka called Tsuyu and Ida. The boy was willing to talk and solve their problems, which did not cost him much, and with the spirits calm, everything was solved quickly. Ida, well, Midoriya, thanks for explaining. It's late. Tomorrow is our last day of hero outings, so let's go to sleep. Deku, you're right, I'm already getting a little sleepy. Ida, Midoriya accompanied you. Uraraka, Tsuyu, go to your dorms. Both girls, yes, see you tomorrow, guys. The two groups separated and went their separate ways. Deku was about to reach his room. Ida, why don't you ask her out? Deku, to who? Ida, you know who he talked about, friend. Deku, I know, but it's not that easy, you know, or at least that's how I see it. She's my best friend and that's how she sees me. I don't want to ruin it, besides. Ida, also? What's up, Midoriya? The green-haired man stared at his friend. He knew he could count on him, but the OFA was a secret. Deku, a hero's duty. Ida, there are couples of heroes who have a romantic relationship and are stable. Deku, not for me. I will be the greatest hero. Also, what happened to Koda's parents? I don't want that. Ida, don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself with this parent thing? We're young, Midoriya. We have time. Yes, it was a shame what happened to that boy, but if you really are the best hero, then you'll know how to overcome all your problems, don't you think? In the green-haired boy's mind, the image of the little abandoned Koda came to his mind, and All Might's voice resonated loudly. All Might, it's true that the path I follow is full of blood. Deku, I don't know, Ida, it's complicated. Ida, I know that my duty as president is for you to follow the right path, but I think that your happiness is important. You have nothing to lose by trying, Midoriya. It's not a marriage proposal. If she says no, I don't think anything will go any further. Deku, classes together would become somewhat awkward. Ida, Uraraka is not resentful and neither are you. If she rejects you, you can talk about it and avoid the feeling of discomfort. Deku, what if she's dating someone else? What if she likes someone? She only sees me as a friend. The green-haired man began to murmur, so his companion stopped him, calming him down. Ida, you're making a mental mess of yourself, Midoriya. Just think about it, okay? Deku, okay, Ida, thank you very much. Ida, rest easy, friend. Deku, likewise, President, hee. Ida, what's the reason for laughter? Deku, someday you should stop being so straight, you know. The president just smiled and shook his head as he walked away from his friend, who closed the door. The black-haired man arrived at his room and simply fell onto his bed. Ida, this is how I grew up. It would be impossible to change who I am. Being president is difficult, but I accept the risk. At that moment a message came to the black-haired man's phone, who opened it tiredly and sighed annoyed when he saw that it was from a certain dangerous inventor. Hatsune, hey, you're the boy from Class A, right? Ida Tenya, I was hoping you could come to the workshop as soon as possible. I have some new improvements for your suit and cute babies that I want to try on you. The boy with glasses just sighed tiredly. He didn't hate the girl herself, he hated her way of being, the way she behaved. The boy just turned off the screen of his phone and closed his eyes and then got up and settled in well to be able to go to bed and finish his day as well as everyone else's. The next day, everything seemed normal in the dorms, but not for a certain green-haired guy who, while he was doing his normal exercise routine, couldn't stop thinking about the words of his friend with glasses. Deku, I can't lose anything, can I? Just hanging out as friends, there's nothing wrong with that, so I'd better hurry. The boy finished his routine and went back up to get ready, and in a few minutes he was already having breakfast. Not much time passed when Yaoyorozu came back in. Deku looked at her seriously, something that the girl noticed and looked down. Todoroki's words resonated in her. The black-haired girl served herself some food and sat in front of the green-haired boy who had ignored her presence by getting into his thoughts again. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya ahem Midoriya. The girl called Deku, but he didn't seem to pay attention, so the girl started to get impatient. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya Midoriya. The aforementioned jumped a lot in fright. The worried girl looked out but found him in a position where she couldn't help but let out a small laugh, which bothered the green-haired boy a little. Deku, standing up, what's wrong, Vice President? Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry to scare you, Midoriya. Deku, it's okay, it was an accident. The boy realized that when he fell he had spilled his food, so he cleaned it up and went to serve himself another plate. When he came back he found Yaoyorozu in his place, but there was something about her different from the boy. He looked at her better and noticed her sad face. The boy thought things over better, and pushing away the bad thoughts he had about her, he sat in front of her, calling the attention of the black-haired girl who was chopping her food. Deku, Vice President, are you okay? The girl looked up to find green eyes staring at her with concern. The girl blushed but controlled herself by smiling. Yaoyorozu, I'm fine, Midoriya. Thanks for worrying. Deku, why did he sit in front of me a few moments ago? Yaoyorozu, to apologize to you, Midoriya, about what happened yesterday. Deku, I understand, but why are you apologizing? It should be me. I answered you badly and that was not right. Yaoyorozu, I shouldn't have interfered in other people's business, much less talk to you as if I were your salvation to all your problems. Deku, I should have appreciated the help. I behaved badly with you, Vice President, sorry. Yaoyorozu, there's no need for so much formality, Midoriya. You were the president, remember? Deku, for half a day, it doesn't count. Yaoyorozu, you would have done a great job too. Deku, we'll never know, I guess. Well, I guess I'll go back to my seat. I don't want the others to arrive and see me strange. It's a pleasure talking to you, Vice President. Yaoyorozu, tell me, Yaoyorozu, there's nothing wrong with it, you know. The girl gave the green-haired boy a smile, who turned red but then smiled back and went to his place. A few minutes passed and everyone else entered the dining room. Nobody noticed the recent interaction between the two young people, but at least Jiro noticed his black-haired best friend was in a very good mood, although he didn't give it importance. All the classes passed without major events, although Deku couldn't get the idea of going out with his friend, and this got worse when Uraraka got closer to him. In the end the boy managed to calm down a bit. Everyone managed to meet at the exits. Ida was making them form their respective pairs when... Hello Class A, I'm sorry, I forgot your names. Ida, what are you doing here, Hatsum? Hatsum, oh, is it you, Ida? Did you get my message last night? Ida, lying, what message? Hatsum, I see, it seems I need to improve my messenger, baby. Ida, what are you doing here? Hatsum, that's right, today I'm going to accompany them on their last journey. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't allow it. Ida, no way, no matter what, why do you want to do it? Aizawa, Miss Hatsum will accompany us on a trip to check the trucks. As you know, she is in the support department, and was the one who prepared our transports, so she will come today at the request of Power Loader and our L director. The class president just sighed annoyed but obeyed and gave the order. Everyone got on the bus. Aizawa started the journey, and the big machine began to move forward. Ida, sorry Hatsum, there's no extra seat and we can't split up teams. Don't you mind standing up? Hatsum, stop? Who said I'd be standing? The black-haired man thought that the girl would sit on the floor, so he was ready to scold her, but his surprise increased when he saw how the pink-haired woman took out a small board that was assembled until it formed a chair in which, after stretching her legs, the young inventor sat without hesitation. Ida, Hatsum, first you block the way for any team behind you, and second, what is that? Hatsum, it's a chair, I designed it myself, it's a beautiful baby, don't you think? When you set it up, The chair is nailed to the floor, making sudden jumps or any inconvenience practically impossible. Once you stand up and press a button, my beautiful baby returns to its original shape. Isn't that perfect? The poor president looked tiredly at the inventor and decided to ignore her and sat down again. The bus moved forward quietly, but Aizawa noticed a detail that could change everything. Aizawa, hey Almight, have you noticed? Almight, black truck? I thought it was a coincidence. Present Mike, a big one considering the distance, can't we deviate? Aizawa, he would still follow us. I think the point is clear, he is following us. The traffic light turned red, forcing Aizawa to brake. Next to them the truck also stopped, and they realized that the windows were up. They only saw the silhouettes of two people talking to each other. All Might, can't you just override his kosei in case something happens? Aizawa, I have to see them well. Also, even if they don't have kosei, they can hit us, and we don't know if they have someone else in the back. Present Mike, TCH, leave it to me. With a simple whisper, I'll move them away several blocks. Aizawa, we don't know the state of the interior, Mike. There may be civilians. Don't do foolish acts. All Might, what do you recommend then, telling the students? Aizawa, why? We don't have to worry them. Let's see what their next move is to make ours. The three teachers attended. All Might turned to see the boys. Each team came with their teacher in charge. The teachers looked at All Might seriously, but he kept his gaze on Deku, who was talking to Uraraka. It seemed neither of the two and the other boys had realized what was happening, each one wrapped up in their own business. The traffic light finally changed color, but Aizawa didn't move, nor did the truck. The hero dared to move forward and turned around, but before that he gave one last look towards the strange truck, but it continued straight without making any suspicious movement. The three teachers looked at each other. And Aizawa decided to follow them now, but they calmed down when the vehicle entered a shopping center. The teacher advanced faster, avoiding being followed in case the mall was just a farce to cover himself. Present Mike, that was extreme, man. I really thought that was something bad. All Might, me too, but let's hope it only stays as a scare. Aizawa, on the way back, we have to talk about this with the director. To be honest, it still seems suspicious. All Might, you're right, but for now, Aizawa, be careful. The black-haired boy only looked away for a few seconds, but as soon as he returned his vision, alarmed by the symbol of peace, he realized a different gray truck was heading towards them at full speed. The teacher turned, but that only caused it to hit the side. Uraraka would be hit if it weren't for Deku's quick response, who hugged the brunette and jumped out of the seat, preventing them from hitting each other. The bus made a big turn and hit a building. The boys inside were recovering from the shock. You could hear people screaming and running. Aizawa had hit his head, but he quickly raised his head and could see the doors of the attacking truck open, and he saw a group of villains come out of it. All Might also saw and was surprised. Deku approached the window, and part of his body paralyzed because the former members of the League of Villains twice got out of the truck. Toga, Dabi, Spinner, and the gnome who had been in the fight he had against Dabi and Toga a few days. Everyone, both teachers and students, were waiting. Dabi, well, we meet again, ready for round 2, heroes? Chapter 8, Major Problems, PT2. Aizawa stared at the scene in front of them. The former League members reunited was not a good sign. The Nomu was not a relief either. He didn't know if it would remain static again or not. Dabi, Looks like no one's home. Twice. Because you don't heat it up, they'd fly out like a vending machine. Or that would be wrong, don't make it old. Present Mike, what are we going to do? We could all stop them, but I think they're targeting the students. Aizawa, the answer is obvious, Mike. These are my offspring. No one will hurt them while I'm here. At that moment the communicator of all the pro-heroes turned on. The voices of Best Jeanist, Endeavor, Edgeshot among other heroes sounded. Pro-heroes. All professionals are asked for help. There has been a prison break. Most of the prisoners are contained, but the gnomes causing it have fled in different directions. We need all the reinforcements we can get. They all stared at each other. Midnight, what do we do? Snipe, we have to go help, that's obvious. Number 13. But we also have a commitment here that we cannot avoid. The heroes looked at each other. Deku looked towards the window. Outside they wouldn't be so patient. Dabi, Nomu, bring our friends. The huge beast got into position and ran towards the bus. The teachers realized too late. The students were shocked, but quickly a burst of green rays crossed the small hallway, surprising everyone. Deku prepared to strike. Deku, get away from them! The boy connected the blow. The beast flew out, hitting a wall, but got back up. The green-haired boy's blow wasn't that strong, but it was enough to move him. Deku, if you have other things to do, do them. We'll take care of it. Cementas, Midoriya. Deku, you help the city. You are heroes for the people. You have to know that the young people are in your care, and for that you show that you can still do your job. Aizawa, Midoriya, if we leave them, promise me that they will all return safely. Deku, professional hero Eraserhead. I, the hero Deku, student of the UA Academy, I promise to arrive at the facilities with all the students alive. Aizawa stared at the green-haired boy as well as all his teachers and classmates. Dalby threw a huge flame that the boy deflected with a punch. The boy turned his back on them. The fire villain attacked again, but Deku protected them all again, applauding and immediately extinguishing the flames. Almight saw the back of his pupil and could see the next symbol of peace. Almight, run Aizawa, we professionals are always fighting different battles, right? Aizawa, TCH damn. It's okay, Deku left this in your hands, don't die, offspring. Bakugo didn't wait any longer, and using his explosions went straight against Spinner, who unsheathed his huge sword. Bakugo, die damn it! Spinner, of all of them, you are the worst. Ida, Class A, attack the villains, don't let them rest. All the boys came out ready to hit. Todoroki created a wall of ice, allowing his teachers to leave without being ambushed. Deku exchanged blows with the Nomu. The green-haired boy used his size to his advantage, avoiding being hit, and responded with great strength. Dalby, damn, I didn't think I needed them. Mud holes appeared from which Nomus began to emerge. The boys saw their enemies, but none stopped fighting. Deku, don't give up, Ida, get all the civilians who were trapped away. Hurry up, and if you find a police officer, tell them to establish a perimeter. Todoroki, defend Ida. If these things get too far away, you'll either make them come back or turn them to ashes. Kaken, take care of those that come out of the portal, turn them into coal. Bakugo, don't give me orders, you damn nerd. The blonde jumped again, concentrating on the flying Nomus. With his grenades he sent the big ones flying. Deku, well, he listened to me more or less. The others get ready to end this once and for all. The boys started fighting again. Ida walked over to the bus and noticed Hatsum in the driver's seat smiling. Ida, if you're not going to help, get out. This is dangerous. Hatsum, and so lose the opportunity to try my baby? Ida, because you never pay attention, it's up to you. The boy continued running, pushing the civilians away. As soon as he finished, he returned to the bus and saw how it opened strange hatches in the headlights from which 4 rifles now emerged. The black-haired boy stopped in time to avoid being hit by the projectiles they fired. Deku, Hatsum, what is that? Hatsum, this baby is not only a means of transportation, but also a war tank inspired by Ida, isn't it cute? Deku, just avoid giving it to us, okay? Hatsum, don't worry, I put different types of vision on it. There is no transformation, cozy eye, or camouflage that I can miss. On the other side, Uraraka was fighting against Toga, but the brunette was now being supported by her best friend Tsuyu. Toga, Tsuyu, how long? Tsuyu, only my friends can call me Tsuyu. Toga, but we are friends. The blonde blushed as she opened her mouth, smiling, showing her fierce fangs, and took out a knife. The girls got into attack position, but from behind the assassin a huge steel bar hit her in the side and then in the back, dragging her. Yaoyorozu made movements with her trusty bar and created a shield, standing with her friends. Toga, you and I don't know each other. Yaoyorozu, and that's how it should be maintained. The girl went to attack the villain, who took out her knives. The blonde attacked wildly, but Yaoyorozu protected herself and counterattacked. Both girls did not give each other truce, but in a quick movement the assassin managed to open Yaoyorozu's guard and launched herself with her knife, but Uraraka arrived at the moment with a strong kick that made all the assassin's knives sound. At the time, Tsuyu took her arm with her tongue to throw her against a winged Nomus. The 3 girls put themselves on guard and launched themselves to attack. Spinner, of all the false heroes out there, you're the worst. Bakugo, shut up, shit. The villain dropped his sword, but Bakugo deflected it with explosions which the rival did not waste, and threw a knife that hit a cipher of the boy, who let out a slight scream but pulled out the handle of his grenade and destroyed the rival. Bakugo, I hate talkative shits. Deku mercilessly hit the Nomu, who seemed slower than all he had seen. His movements were clumsy. The boy took one of his arms and threw it far away, and with the help of Minera and Siro they made a kind of web of tape with the Nomu in the middle, and at the bottom there were several balls that Mineta put. The young heroes were winning. Tsuyu, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu had Toga cornered. The three were tired but managed to put the blonde in trouble. Twice made clones of his companions but were defeated, and finally in a combined attack by Shoji and Koda they managed to defeat him. The rest of the Nomus were being knocked down. Only Dabi was missing, who was fighting strongly against Todoroki. Both were putting their all, but Dabi, tiger! Tiger! Bright flame! In the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could devise your terrible symmetry? Todoroki, what did you say? Dabi, it's an old poem, kid. Todoroki, I know that, where did you hear it? The two-colored boy paled. He recognized the poem. His father had told it to him in his good times. Dabi, it seems that the old man told you the same thing. Todoroki, shut up. The boy didn't realize it, but he fell into the villain's trap. Todoroki had lowered the intensity of his flames without realizing it, to the point of not using them, just like Dabi, but as soon as the villain saw the opportunity he attacked again with all his power. The bicolored boy covered himself waiting for the blow, but it didn't come. When he looked, he realized that Deku with a current of air opened the flames without any problem. Deku, are you okay, Todoroki? Todoroki, Midoriya, thank you and sorry, I'll take care of it now. The albino's eyes lit up, but as soon as he was about to attack they felt a tremor. The Nomu had fallen into their trap but also got up with debris stuck to its body. Dabi had stood up. Dabi, go! The monster threw itself against the young heroes, who also threw themselves against their rival, but they did not do much damage. Suddenly it began to entangle him with its ribbon. The beast growled and roared, but the boy did not stop entangling it, each time stronger, limiting its movements until in a fit of rage the Nomu destroyed its ties and took Zero by the ribbons, by which the boy wanted to continue wrapping it, and used it as a whip against his companions. When the boy cut his ribbons, the beast took him by the torso and threw him against his friends. Somehow the Nomu found the ability to neutralize his rivals, who fell thanks to the fatigue of the battle, or in a violent way, by the beast. Bakugo flew with the help of his explosions, but as soon as he was close the monster took him by the hands. The boy made explosion after explosion, but achieved nothing until the Nomu with a single movement broke the huge grenades and then broke the arms of the blonde, who let out a huge cry of pain. The rival took both arms with one hand and began to whip the blonde against the ground repeatedly until bored he threw him against the pile of young heroes. Deku and Todoroki were fighting against Dabi, but as soon as the blonde's battle was over the green-haired boy wanted to go help when a knife passed near his eyes, making him step back. Toga was back on her feet, and wielding her knife she launched herself at the green-haired boy, ready to attack, starting a new fight. Tsuyu, who had not yet given up, used her camouflage technique and managed to land accurate blows, as well as others who had half recovered from the attack, but the monster lifted a piece of concrete and threw it at the pile of heroes. The others went to clear the area. At that moment Tsuyu looked away to move Mina away from the impact, something that the Nomu took advantage of, and grabbed the frog girl by the waist and threw her against the bus, which moved, deflecting the projectiles towards a building. Deku, Hatsum, turn that off now. Hatsum, that's what I'm trying, the controls aren't responding. The girl fought against her invention until she managed to turn it around, and with this she managed to shoot the Nomu, who didn't even flinch and walked up to the vehicle and managed to start both rifles. The Pinkette saw the beast and quickly left the cabin at the same time that the Nomu went through the windshield. The girl managed to escape by the skin of her teeth and saw how Tsuyu was lying in the corridor, so she went to join her. The monster showed its head through the hole that the frog girl had left and then left. The inventor breathed a sigh of relief, but then began to regret celebrating a victory because her invention was moving violently. The girl looked out the window to realize that they had been lifted. The Nomu roared and threw the bus with all its strength. Deku, no! The boy did not calculate strength, and as soon as the crazy villain approached, Midoriya gave a strong kick which threw Toga and slammed her against the wall. the boy threw himself and took the Noma with force to embed it in the pavement. He did not think and gave a great jump followed by another with more force. The bus was about to hit a house. Hatsum hugged Tsuyu, who was regaining consciousness. The little frog could see a green shadow pass quickly and then feel that they crashed into something, but it was not the house. Both stood up with difficulty to see that it was Deku, who had managed to stop the vehicle with his hands almost at the last second. The boy did not wait and opened the hole right where Tsuyu had entered impacted and took out her friends. Deku, Hatsum, can I take your baby for a few minutes? Hatsum, I don't think the controls are responding to you. Deku, that won't be a problem. The boy took the bus from behind and started walking with it, then grabbed it with both hands and jumped. The Noma had already freed itself but didn't move in time, and Deku managed to hit it hard. The monster came out with force, destroying half of the bus, but the green-haired boy wasn't surprised. The boy was angry. Deku, this ends now. The boy had released the destroyed vehicle and hit the villain hard in the face to kick him in the ribs, which made him double over. Deku took advantage and hit him in the stomach that made him slam against a wall. The Noma was recovering when the part of the bus that was still somewhat intact hit him. The monster opened his eyes and saw the green-haired boy jump between the seats in his direction and then grab him by the neck and pull him out. The Noma was still in the air when the vehicle hit him again, and the green-haired boy's fist was embedded in his stomach again. The boy went out through a broken window to find that Todoroki had defeated Dabi. Todoroki, that was a great show, wasn't it? Deku, that I think so, but what about the others in the league? Todoroki, they escaped with the Noma's rampage. Deku, damn. I should have. Todoroki, calm down, he wanted to distract us. That's why Toga's clone. At least we caught one of them and several Nomas. The boy let out a breath. He thought he had killed the assassin, but he felt better when he found out it was a clone, but his thoughts were again wrapped in fear remembering his friends, so they both went to see them. They were all inside a metal dome. When he removed it, he realized that Yaoyorozu along with Uraraka and some others were creating objects and helping their wounded companions. Yaoyorozu, guys, I'm glad you're okay. I thought we wouldn't win this one. Uraraka, it's a team victory. Deku, a tainted victory. I'm sorry. I brought you into this and now many of us are hurt. Yaoyorozu, calm down. Midoriya, yes, we are hurt, but except for Bakugo, none of us suffered broken bones or serious injuries. Bakugo, you took too long, damn nerd. Todoroki, shut up, you must maintain your strength. Yaoyorozu, what about the villains? Todoroki, we have Dabi and all the Nomas, including the strongest. Uraraka, the others escaped. We should have tied Toga up and brought her with us. Deku, it would have been very risky. We have at least one of the Nomas. These weapons will be far from their hands now. Yaoyorozu, we won the fight. We have the monsters and a villain, and we kept the damage to a minimum. It's a victory for us. Don't feel bad, Midoriya. Deku, my decisions brought them to this. Yaoyorozu, strong wills make difficult decisions. You acted under the circumstances, and thanks to that we won. Don't fret. Uraraka, Deku, you did the right thing. Deku, everyone, it was a joint effort. No one deserves more credit than another. At that moment, Tsuyu and Hatsum arrived walking. Uraraka ran to help them. Deku, are you okay? Tsuyu, yes, Midoriya, thank you. Deku, sorry, I should have been faster. Tsuyu, I shouldn't have been careless. They are monsters that we shouldn't turn our backs on at any time. Deku, you were going to save our friends. You did the right thing. But if I had been faster, I wouldn't have done anything to you. Tsuyu, we are heroes. Midoriya, we are exposed to this. You don't have to apologize. Deku, thank you. Asu Tsuyu, hee. The girl just smiled, which made the green-haired boy blush, but he realized that the young inventor was staring into space. Deku, Hatsum, are you okay? Hatsum, my baby. Deku realized that he had destroyed Hatsum's bus in the fight. Deku, Hatsum, I am sorry, I didn't mean to. It was a great invention. Hatsum, wasn't it amazing? Did you see that? My baby is an excellent weapon and you proved it. The girl's attitude did not show sadness or anger, she showed an impressive emotion. Deku, are you okay? Hatsum, okay? I'm more than fine. My bus was a complete success, although I need to make several improvements. The rifles shouldn't be so conspicuous. Maybe I'll even put others on top for winged villains. I'll also use stronger projectiles, a shield, and upgrade the armor. The girl talked nonstop, which Deku took as a sign that there was no harm done. After a few minutes, they arrived at Kamui Woods, followed by Empty Lady and Death Arms. Kamui Woods, Eraser called us, the horse has arrived. Death Arms, I think they don't need us anymore, Kamui. Empty Lady, it's incredible kids, something like this would put even a professional in trouble. Deku, thanks, but if I can ask a question, what about the emergency services? Kamui Woods, they're already on their way, along with the armed forces and the press. You did a great job, kids. The armed forces arrived in a matter of minutes. Before the emergency services, they arrested all the Nomus and Danny who remained in the ice block while they put a cozy eye inhibitor collar on him. Everyone was being treated. The press was looking for an interview or some photo of the young heroes, but they only found negatives from the professionals. When they were finally able to talk to them, they approached Todoroki asking him all kinds of questions, to which the double cozy eye boy answered those he could. Deku and Uraraka were a little behind in the interview at their request. Finally, the newspaper managed to take a photo of all the students of Class A who stood up. They all put on their masks to cover their faces and took the photograph. They were all checked by the doctors, but none had serious injuries except Bakugo, but after a few minutes they let them go. Ida, what a day. Todoroki, it was both dangerous and Uraraka, exciting, the adrenaline. Kirishima, passion overflowing. Bakugo, the urge to kill. Kirishima, I don't think anyone felt that, man. Yaoyorozu, teamwork. Tsuyu, but there were other feelings too. Ida, you're right, Tsuyu, the fear of losing was latent. Yaoyorozu, we could have died there, but those are always our risks. Deku, also the feeling of failure. I'm sorry, I promised to take you all safely and I didn't do it. Everyone saw their friend who had his head down even though he was wearing the mask. Uraraka felt her heart break. She didn't like seeing him like that. The brunette began to walk to hug her friend when suddenly Mina and the invisible Hagakure grabbed the green-haired boy's arms, hugging him, making him look up. Although no one saw it, the freckled boy was red with embarrassment. Mina, are you seriously apologizing? Midoriya, you gave us the thrill of the fight and the satisfaction of winning. Yes, I know. We didn't come away completely unscathed, but you encouraged us to go out and fight. You encouraged us not to give up. And thanks to that, we have a member of the League and several of those monstrous things locked away where they won't do any harm. We should be thanking you. Hagakure also. The unviable girl removed the green-haired man's mask and with a finger seductively lifted Deku's chin. Hagakure, you said you would take us alive, you never said in what state. The boy smiled at his friend's words and began to walk with his friends. After a while, they arrived at school where they were greeted by Aizawa, who looked at them with a serious face but said nothing and sent them to the infirmary with the order to go directly to their rooms. Uraraka had accompanied the freckled boy to his room. Deku, wow, that was a busy day. Uraraka, yes, but at least it was a victory. Deku, yes, I still feel a little guilty. Uraraka, we're all fine, Deku, nothing is your fault. The only one seriously hurt was Bakugo, and to be honest, it wasn't a big loss, hee. The boy was surprised. He had never heard Uraraka say that before, but it didn't bother him. The boy also gave a few small laughs. It was at that moment that his friend with glasses' words came back to him, making the boy blush. Uraraka, are you okay? Deku, yes, don't worry, Uraraka. Uraraka, are you sure? You're completely red, aren't you sick? Recovery girls' healing methods drain energy. Maybe you've caught the flu. Deku, really, Uraraka, I'm fine, thank you. Uraraka, it's okay, I'm sorry Deku worried me, but I think you're okay. Well, I'm going now, see you tomorrow. Deku, see you tomorrow, thinking, great way to ruin it, but it's just hard. Sigh, thanks for nothing, Ida. Uraraka, thinking, I'm sure there's something wrong with him, that behavior isn't normal for him. I definitely have to help him. He always worries about us all, but he's the one in trouble now, that's it, I have to help him. He's stubborn, but even if I have to use my cozy eye to make him see reason, I'll take him to the infirmary. Deku, come on Deku, you've faced worse things. You can do this, I know I can. I have nothing to lose, come on, you can do it. The boy turned around and ran towards Uraraka, who also turned around only to see the freckled man a few inches from her face. The boy noticed and moved away a little further. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Deku, Uraraka, I was thinking that maybe. The girl was getting more alarmed. The boy's posture was not good, his face was not either. He was completely red, tears of sweat ran down his face. His way of speaking was different. His attention seemed as if his friend was about to faint at any moment. The girl got closer to Midoriya, but as soon as she touched his arm. Deku, Uraraka, would you like to go out with me? The question made the brunette look up quickly, completely red. Uraraka, Deku, what? Chapter 9, A Respite. Deku, Uraraka, would you like to go out with me? Uraraka, Deku, what? The atmosphere between them was tense. Deku had his face fixed on the brunette, but it was completely red. The girl was the same while her heart was beating nonstop. Her mind was spinning, thinking about everything that could happen, but she didn't notice that time was passing and the disappointed boy controlled himself. Formed a smile and lowered his head. Deku, well technically I asked if you wanted to, so you can say no and there won't be any problems. Uraraka, sorry for asking something stupid, see you tomorrow. The boy turned around and headed to his room. In his mind he was calming down, but then the brunette gathered her strength. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, yes? Uraraka, what you said, are you serious? Deku, as seriously as possible, but if you don't want to. Uraraka, and who said they didn't want to? Can it be this Sunday? Deku, what? I mean this, yes, this Sunday is perfect. Uraraka, it will be Sunday then, don't miss it. Deku, yes thanks, then I'll see you on Sunday. Uraraka, no sorry, I'll see you tomorrow. Rest. Good morning, night, sorry. Uraraka, yeah, see you tomorrow. Deku, good night, rest. The boy went into his room, and as soon as he touched his bed he felt his legs fail him and he let himself fall onto the bed. Uraraka by his side placed her hands together. Her face returned to its normal color. She felt a small tear run down her face. The girl wiped it away and using her cozy eye on herself she walked towards her bedroom happily. A few minutes passed when a sleepy Oyama came out of his room yawning. The blonde looked to the sides and raising his shoulders he went into his room with a yawn. The next day, a confused green-haired man was awakened by the insistent knocking on his door. Deku, I'm coming, relax whoever it is. Midoriya, it's me Ida, good that you're awake, but have you seen the time? Deku, what time is it? The boy reacted. He always got up before Ida. He was the first in the class because of his training. He quickly took his watch that said 7:30. He breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't late, but if he was a few more minutes he would be in a situation. The green-haired boy opened his eyes. It was Saturday. There was no reason to. Deku, Ida, you know what day it is today, right? Ida, yes I know, but Sai, I'm going to see Hatsum and I wanted you to come with me. Deku, surprised Hatsum? But I thought that what are you going for? Ida, she was helpful in the fight, and with everything yesterday I didn't ask her how she was or do you know anything about her? The boy reacted. His partner was right. There was no news of the pink-haired girl. Not even Power Loader had told him anything. The boy hurried to get dressed and opened the door for his partner. Deku, sorry for the mess Ida. Ida, it's not that bad. Midoriya, do you think it's okay to arrive like this as a surprise? Deku, to the Power Loader workshop? He never bothers, and Hatsum probably doesn't either. She told me she wanted me to come see some improvements to my suit. Ida, should I send you a message too? Diki, no, I go very often. I think he takes the challenge of making a suit very seriously. He calls me very often. He even invents something to call me every time he needs something. Ida, oh yeah, I see. The boy noticed that his great friend suddenly changed his mood, so he approached him. Deku, but come on anyway, you're also a challenge. Remember his truck, a fast war tank inspired by you. He surely has some upgrades for you. Ida, I'm fine. Midoriya, calm down, let's go. Both boys left the green-haired boy's room. Deku, Hey Ida, thanks friend. Ida, why? Deku, I asked Uraraka out. Ida's eyes shot open, he couldn't believe it. Did Midoriya have the courage? Ida, really Midoriya? Wow, it's. Deku is? What's wrong, Ida? Ida, I'm in conflict, my friend. Part of me congratulates you for having the courage to do it, but the other part of me knows that I'm the president and our relationship is. Deku, I know, calm down, I'm aware of my actions, but I wanted to thank you, Ida. Maybe you disagree, but it was because of you that I encouraged myself and I thank you. The black-haired boy stared at his friend. Midoriya's face was warm with a big smile. The strict class president relaxed and took his friend by the shoulder. Ida, whether I'm against it or not is my problem, Midoriya. I advise you to do it, so I congratulate you, my friend. Deku, okay, but let's hurry, Ida. Ida, you're right. Both walked faster. Deku was happy while his friend was immersed in his thoughts. Ida, thinking, maybe if Midoriya could do it, so can I? What am I thinking? I'm the class president. It's my duty to make sure everyone is okay and not something bad can happen. Besides, I only have to take care of my class, but I don't have time to think about that kind of things. I have the time well calculated. Besides, it doesn't mean anything. It's just gratitude. Even Midoriya can help me. I don't think it would bother him, or would it? Deku, are you okay? Ida, AAA what? Yeah, great, don't worry. Deku, oh well, we're here, Ida, we're at the workshop. Ida, that's true, haha, okay, I'll play. Deku, are you sure you're okay? You look just like me last night, Ida, aren't you there? Ida, I'm fine, friend, thanks for worrying. The green-haired boy doubted his friend's words but decided not to say anything. Finally, the black-haired boy knocked on the door. A few minutes passed when Power Loader came out to greet them. Power Loader, oh it's you, I didn't expect you, what can I do for you? Deku, Professor, is Hatsum here? He called us to come today. Power Loader, sighed that girl, now I understand everything, I'm sorry Midoriya. Hatsum is not here, I sent her to rest today, after what happened yesterday. Deku, I understand. Power Loader, well you know her, technically I forced her, I even considered inventing something to keep her locked in her room, hehe. Ida, so he's in his room? Power Loader, I hope so guys. Deku, well I think we'll pay him a quick visit, I'm sure he has tools in his room, haha. It was nice to see you again Professor, see you later. Power Loader, likewise Midoriya, see you later. Ida, excuse me, see you later, Professor. Both students bowed and left, but halfway there they heard the teacher. Power Loader, and do you know where his room is? Deku, you're right, haha, sorry Professor. The tired hero sighed laughing and gave them directions. The boys thanked them again and left the place. A few minutes passed and they arrived at the pink-haired girl's room. Upon arrival they were not surprised to see that her door had changed from being made of wood to a metallic one with several gears and her initials in the center. The boys rang a bell and a holographic screen was shown showing the inventor's face, which was covered in oil and dust from explosions. The girl took off her goggles and looked at the boys. Hatsum, Midoriya, you're finally here. I called you last night, I see. You came with them, what's your name? The black-haired man felt a vein pop on his forehead but calmed down. Ida, I'm Ida Tenya, the president of Class A. You sent me a message. Hatsum, I remember you. I needed you that same day, but now you can help me, come in. The hologram turned off and the door began to ring, startling the boys. The door made a mechanism that opened in a circular shape. Finally it opened completely, revealing the inventor moving from one side to the other. Both boys entered. Her room was too strange. It was a complete mess with posters of great inventors and phrases from each of them. On the floor there were different tools mixed with pieces of metal, springs, screws, among other things that the girl had surely used at some point. Her bed was a mess with some grease stains. There were plans for various things mixed together. The blankets had some burnt parts, and the pillow had a hole in the middle. Deku ha Hatsum? Hatsum, sorry for the mess Midoriya, but you'll understand what it's like to be an inventor. Do you want a drink? Both boys nodded. Ida wanted to scold the pink-haired girl for the appearance of her room, but she remained silent. The girl opened a small refrigerator and took out 2 drinks that she gave to her guests, although Deku swore he had seen too many energy drinks. Handsome, well, make yourself at home, please take a seat. Both boys sat on their bed. The girl pulled out the same chair she used the day of the attack as soon as she touched it. And Handsome let herself fall, releasing a long sigh. Ida passed the small cloth that he had with him to the inventor. Ida, so what did you need us for? Handsome, I think I'll ask first, what did you come for? Deku, well this no we came because we care about you Handsome. Handsome, what's that due to? I'm fine, Midoriya. You know I'm always exploding with my babies, but I'm fine. Ida, we're referring to what happened yesterday with the Handsome villains. Handsome, oh that don't worry I'm fine, in fact it helped my baby get better. Both boys looked at each other for an answer but remained silent. Ida, well then I'm glad you're okay Handsome, we'll leave. Deku, see you later Handsome. Both boys were about to leave. Handsome, what, see you later, you two are not going to leave? Both boys looked at the inventor in surprise. Handsome, they came because they were worried but also because I called them so they are going to help me. The girl's eyes were looked at while Deku and Ida gulped. Handsome, I'll start with you Midoriya, you told me your team started too? Deku, crack, this happened in my first confrontation with Dabi and Uraraka. My suit began to burn and the blows I gave made cracks at the impact points, and with what happened yesterday my gloves broke along with the knee pads and the helmets of my sneakers and I have cracks in different parts in addition to the fact that the tension began to open. The seams? Handsome, wow, if that's a lot of improvements, you really are a challenge for me Midoriya. Explain to me why you didn't come before? Your gloves and all the impact points should withstand your strength, or at least what you showed in our last encounter, and they should remain in perfect condition for at least a few years. Deku gulped. Everyone thought his quirk was a strength enhancer, but no one knew the limit it was increasing as the green-haired man controlled the OFA, so he breathed it in. Deku, maybe it hit harder, don't you think? Handsome, so your quirk is a gradual strength booster? Deku, well. Ida, Midoriya's quirk manifested long after the average subject would. Handsome, that would explain your broken bones. Your quirk not manifesting at the average age made it take you time to learn to use your strength. Ida, so all the capacity you showed is just a percentage of the total you can use Midoriya. The girl's eyes lit up as did Ida, who stood up from his seat talking to the pink-haired girl. Deku, so what are we going to do Handsome? Handsome, regaining her composure, ahem sorry, well, we'll make a few adjustments to this. The girl took out a white glove with a small screen on the part that covered the wrist. Deku recognized that. The girl had invented it to calculate the weight that Deku could lift when he used his quirks so she would know how resistant his suit had to be. Ida, and what about me? Handsome, with you I have several things in mind but allow me, I have to fix this to calculate strength now and then make adjustments. The girl moved everywhere quickly. With her quirk she was able to see objects so small that it would take Deku time to find them. The girl took out a screwdriver and opening the glove began to work at full speed. A few minutes passed, and she gave the new glove to Deku, who put it on immediately. The screen of the small glove turned on, and showed several things such as vital signs, brain functions, among other things that the boy did not understand. The inventor went behind her closet and dragged a plate of some material. The girl extended some hooks from the ceiling of her room. When she tried to lift the plate it did not move even though Handsome made an effort. Handsome, sweating Midoriya, can you give me a hand? The boy stood up and took the plate, and without activating his quirk he tried to lift it in vain, so now using OFA at 40% he tried again. Lifting it successfully, he arranged it perfectly. At that moment the screen began to shine and show a series of numbers. Handsome, wow, that works. Well, we passed the first test. Now I want you to hit this plate with all your strength. Deku to Toda? Don't you think it's very dangerous? Ida, Midoriya is right, you have seen his strength in action, it would be very dangerous. Handsome, come on guys, don't be scared. Both of them stared seriously, but a few seconds passed and the strict Ida relaxed and agreed. The shy Midoriya prepared himself and activated his quirk and threw a strong punch. Although it was only 50%, his fist was marked on the thick plate, making a hole through which his strength was perfectly seen. Handsome, am very good Midoriya, but you held back. Ida, was that holding back? He punched a hole in that thing, and boy, would it have to be a huge force to even make a dent in it? Handsome, I've seen him hit before. I saw the videos of their fight together, and the one he had separately with the other girl. The blow is well charged, but before giving it he stops it and lowers its strength, even the speed. You can notice it when making the movement. Ida's speed? Handsome, what hurts in a blow apart from the force with which you throw it is the speed it carries. You should know that given your quirk. Ida, annoyed, I know that. What I'm getting at is that red mode sometimes attacks head-on. The hit wouldn't have much speed. Handsome, articulation is everything. Before releasing that bomb without articulation it contracts, making the blow lower in intensity. Ida looked at his friend closely. The black-haired man remembered all those times he saw his incredible strength in action, and suddenly his fight against Bakugo after the provisional license exam came to mind. The black-haired man had the opportunity to see the recording. Of course, at that time he didn't know anything about his partner's quirk, but now he understood it. Handsome, well Midoriya, I'll wait for you. You know a hit with all your power. Deku, but it's not so easy. Handsome, what do you need? A reason? You can think of anything you want. The trick is to see your strength to determine your capacity. Deku, okay I guess, but it would help if you moved away from me a little please. Handsome, it's okay. Ida and Handsome moved far enough away until they were against the door. The boy reactivated his quirk and began to think about everything. From Bakugo's kidnapping, the revelation of Almight to the world, the fight against Overhaul, but nothing much was happening. He didn't feel any impulse, but then he thought harder and a blonde hair appeared. Uraraka's face appeared in front of him, smiling, so warm. Suddenly Shigaraki in the Union of Villains also appeared. His heart began to beat faster and faster, and this was transmitted by the glove. Back in Deku's imagination all the people who were with him on the ground appeared. All Might was on his knees with blood. Shigaraki had Uraraka by the neck as he had him without using the 5 fingers. The warm smile of the brunette was changed by a look of terror. Tears fell from her beautiful face now stained by blood and blows. The fear in the hero was evident. He could not move, but suddenly Inoma appeared. He had his mother taken by the head and neck. The poor woman struggled to free herself from the grip, but the Noma squeezed her more and more. The woman's gaze reflected pure terror. The other members of the league did not move. Shigaraki laughed like crazy, playing with the finger that was in the air, moving it closer and further away from Uraraka's neck. Deku, in a low voice, stay away from them. The villain continued laughing like crazy. Deku's fear was changing to anger. The boy activated the OFA, and in the real world his friends were surprised by the energy that it emanated. In Deku's imagination, the green-haired man was angry. He had a mixture of feelings in him. Suddenly the grip on his mother became stronger, and the villain's loose finger headed towards his friend's throat, who was crying with fear in her eyes. Uraraka, Deku. Inko-san. The boy didn't need any more time. He didn't want to see anything but the villain's face slammed into the ground, and the monster torn to pieces. Deku let out a roar and launched himself at the villain with a closed fist, which if impact bringing the green-haired boy back to reality. A mixture of dust along with a deafening noise made the hero open his eyes to realize that the pink-haired girl's room was a complete mess now. He heard his friends coughing. He heard shortly after how a button was activated and a small fan was activated, taking out all the dust, letting Deku see his friends who were not where they had put themselves. Ida was at the end of the room that led to the bathroom, getting up with efforts, while Handsome was thrown to the opposite corner, slamming against a piece of furniture. The green-haired boy went to help his companion. The girl had her goggles fallen off by the blow. Without the room was a disaster before. Now it was a death trap. The explosion generated by the force threw many of the tools and other pieces of metal in all directions, embedding them in the wall. Handsome, wow, Midoriya, that was it. Ida, what was that, Midoriya? Handsome, let's see my instrument. The three turned to see the heavy plate that was no longer there. Even the hooks that held it had been torn off. Handsome, well, that's a small complication. Deku, I am sorry Handsome, I destroyed your. Handsome, it's okay Midoriya, he'll appear, I think so, ha ha ha. Well, how about the glove? It should give us an answer. The green-haired boy raised his hand. Where Hatsum's glove should have been now there was only the boy's fist. The wrist part was hanging alone with some loose cables. The screen was crashed and showed nothing. The pink-haired girl looked incredulous and looked up to see the freckled boy who was nervous. The girl smiled and started laughing very loudly. Ida, are you okay, Hatsum? Hatsum, too much. I really wasn't wrong, Midoriya. You are quite a challenge for me, but I think I found your solution. Deku, really? And you're not upset? The boy raised his innocent hand as the inventor laughed even harder. Hatsum, of course not. It's something I expected, although not to that extent, but if the memory is intact I can rescue the data and rely on that. Deku, it's okay, I think. Ida, Midoriya, I've seen you hit before, but nothing like that. What were you thinking? The green-haired man remembered the vivid dream he had but erased it immediately. Deku, nothing special, Ida. I just let my hand go with everything, sorry. Hatsum, well, this is what we inventors always take risks, so it's no problem for me. Ida, and you still say it's no problem? Next time you want to experiment with us, we'll go outside. Hatsum, but we're fine, we didn't break anything, just a few windows, but it doesn't matter, I remodeled the room to be almost as strong as the power loader workshop. The boy stared at Hatsum but only sighed, visibly angry. He was tired of the inventor's attitude, doubting her future intentions. Ida, well, what about me? What did you need me for? Hatsum, that's right, I almost forgot, you'll help me make a treadmill. Ida, what? Hatsum, I want to measure your speed for experiments on future babies and for your improvements. But the treadmill is in the workshop, and since I can't get in there, we'll make one here, okay? Ida looked annoyed but finally gave up because it didn't seem like such a bad idea. Ida, if it's just for measuring speed it's fine, the problem is finding a speed belt that can withstand friction. Hatsum, I have one that might work. Deku, what do I do? The girl gave the boy some thick gloves. Hatsum, it would help me a lot if you removed all the metal from the walls, please, so my room isn't a torture chamber. The boy sighed and began to remove everything he found embedded. Ida's wristwatch marked 1:30 when Midoriya's phone began to ring, to which the green-haired boy answered immediately. Deku, okay? Uraraka, Deku, it's good that it's you. Deku, Uraraka? Uraraka, well, I know you broke your phone by accident, and since I couldn't ask you yesterday, I went to the office to see if they had it. Deku, yes, well, every time you get a new phone, you have to give the number to the educational institution so they can communicate with us. Uraraka, yeah, I didn't know that. Thanks. By the way, taking advantage of the call, don't you want to come to my room for some tea? Or we could go to the common room to talk about Sunday. Deku, yes. Sorry, your room would be fine, Uraraka. Do you have anything in mind for Sunday? Uraraka, no, sorry, but we can fix it between the two of us. Deku, yeah, well then it won't take long. I'm a bit busy right now, but as soon as I'm done I'll go there. Uraraka, yes, thank you very much, Deku. Deku, yes, I'll call you as soon as I'm close, Uraraka, see you in a while. Uraraka, yes, see you. The boy cut the communication and started working faster. Only some were missing from the ceiling, so jumping he began to remove them. The boy was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't realize and fell dry on Hatsum's bed, calling the attention of the inventor and the runner, who were very excited. Ida, Midoriya, are you okay? Deku raised his thumb and stood up again. There were only 3 left, so using the OFA and doing pirouettes in the air he managed to cleanly remove them. Deku, well, it's ready. I officially just removed all. Hatsum, thank you very much, Midoriya. Deku, do you need me for something else? Hatsum, no, I'm well covered here. Deku, Ida, do you want me to wait for you? Ida, no, Midoriya, I'm fine. Deku, well, see you later. The girl activated her door again and it opened. The boy left and the door closed immediately. Hatsum, who would have thought, you're really good with tools. Ida, well, my quirk needs to be good, ha 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 ha. Both boys continued working finally in Uraraka's room. Midoriya and Uraraka shared ideas until an accident on the part of the green-haired boy made the rest of the day pass between jokes and stories until it became night. Back in Hatsume's room, the black-haired man breathed tiredly as he wiped the sweat from his neck, while the inventor took off her goggles, letting her hair fall perfectly as she sat on her bed. Hatsum, how do you feel? Ida, I don't run that much when training on a treadmill, it was weird, ha ha ha. Hatsum, I didn't think you were that fast, part of me thought the band wouldn't hold up, haha. Ida, it would have been funny, right? Hatsum, maybe, haha, to be honest, yes, if it had been funny. Ida, well, maybe later. Hatsum, I was surprised that you were a good mechanic, you know? I felt that at some point you would be the one to send me. Ida, well, you helped me a lot, you have tools that I didn't know existed. Hatsum, occupational hazards, if you like some I can take you to where I got them. Ida, sounds great to me, heh, thanks Hatsum. Hatsum, do you need something to drink? Ida, if you have an energy drink it would be like gasoline to me. The girl opened her small refrigerator and threw one at him, which the class president took without any problems. Ida, I'm glad I came, you know, I had a lot of fun, hee I think I was wrong about you. Hatsum, what do you mean? Ida, well, a part of me felt compelled to come since you helped us. Hatsum, I mean how? Ida, well, you know your attitude makes you unbearable and the people around you can't stand you. The boy stopped dead in his tracks when he realized the words he was using. He looked up and saw the girl sitting against the wall hugging her knees looking sad. Ida, Hatsum, yo. Hatsum, so that's what everyone thinks of me? That I'm an insufferably conceited brat. That's why they avoid me? Ida, hey no I. Hatsum, answer me, is that what you think? Ida, yes. Hatsum, I want you out of my room right now. The girl stood up immediately, as did Ida, who approached her. Ida, hey, I didn't mean. Hatsum, long. Ida, understand what I was talking about. The girl turned around and grabbed a controller, and activating a button something came out of the wall, hitting Ida so hard in the stomach that it sent him flying out of the room. The boy got up quickly and went to the door that closed in his face. The boy banged hard on the door. The girl sat back down on her bed. Her eyes saw the door that didn't stop banging because of the constant banging of the black-haired boy. A tear threatened to come out of one of her eyes. Ida, Hatsum, open please, forgive me I spoke without thinking. Hatsum, get out of here, Tenya. The boy didn't notice that the inventor referred to him by his last name. Ida, sorry if I hurt you, it wasn't my intention, I don't know what I was thinking. Hatsum, you were very clear, now go. Ida, no, I was an idiot because I shouldn't have said those things. Hatsum, I mean it, go now. Ida, no, I won't leave because you didn't let me finish, I was wrong about you, Hatsum. Hatsum, no, shut up, you were very direct, how could I not see it? I, the inventor of the support course, could not see that all my classmates think I am hateful, unbearable, conceited, wow, so many things, and I could not see them. It is ironic taking into account my quirk. Surely Midoriya hates me too but feels obliged like you to come. Ida, no, you're wrong, he doesn't hate you, he likes you and he was the one who told me that you weren't a bad person. I didn't believe him. If you want to get mad at someone, let it be at me, okay? Hatsum, Ida, seriously, go now, I don't want to continue this conversation ever again. Ida, you just don't understand me. I was the one who was wrong and I admit it, but today you made me change my mind. Hatsum, I'm weird now, thanks but it doesn't help. Ida, no, you're fun, not conceited or anything like that, you're a great person, I saw it today. You take risks but knowing that the error frame is very low, you're not impulsive, and you have very good ideas, you're fun. The girl looked up at the door and with another control made a camera discreetly come out of the door revealing the black-haired man's face. The girl approached the door. Hatsum, but you said you felt compelled to come just because I helped them. Ida, I said that part of it was forced, not completely. The other part came of his own free will because I recognize that you are amazing. Your bus was amazing. The girl listened attentively to the black-haired man. His face had changed. When he was with her he was tired and dirty but he looked happy, focused on his work. Now he was sad, he looked sorry. The girl could not resist any longer and opened the door slowly so that the noise would not alert the boy and finally stood in front of him. Handsome, so you came on your own? The boy looked up with his eyes wide open. The inventor's eyes were red. She probably shed a few tears, but she didn't look upset. The boy took courage and answered loud and clear. Ida, you were a great help. Your baby helped us, and I didn't know the state you were in. Of course I came on my own. I was worried. The girl stared at Ida, but his soldier pose made her let out a small laugh. Handsome, sorry for laughing, it's just that you look like an Ida soldier. The boy gave a slight smile, adjusted his glasses and relaxed. Ida, yes, they tell me that very often. Handsome, I'm sorry to drag you out like that, it's just. The girl lowered her head and closed her fists as Ida took her by the shoulders. Ida, it's okay, Handsome. I should have expected that from an inventor. Good defense system. It has an excellent hook. Handsome, and that was just one. I have several systems. Maybe one day I'll show them to you. Ida, about that place to see tools. Handsome, sure, maybe one day I'll take you. Ida, what do you think about this Sunday? The girl was surprised and looked up quickly. The black-haired boy invited her to. The pink-haired girl's head was spinning rapidly, but she realized that her companion hadn't changed his expression and hadn't let go of her either. Handsome, I think it's a good, excellent idea, but I don't think they're open on Sundays. Ida, then we can change the day. It can't be during the week because there are classes, but maybe in the afternoons, or I don't know what time that place closes. The image was funny for the inventor. The boy looked like a broken robot, getting stuck from time to time. Now it was the girl's turn to take him by the arms. Handsome, for a genius mechanic and a speedster, you're a bit slow, you know? I'm saying we can go out on Sunday just for a walk. That would be nice since you say you want to meet me, don't you think, Ida? The boy smiled slightly. Ida, hey, you just used my name, I thought you didn't know. Handsome, I think I used it twice and also your last name, but it doesn't matter, What do you think of my idea? Ida, that's a great idea. In fact, Uraraka will go out with Midoriya tomorrow. We can accompany them, and it's worth it if you ask her yourself if she hates you, if you don't believe me. Handsome, will it be okay for us to go? It's not private. Ida, I'll talk to him, there won't be any problems, it's just a friend's outing like ours. Handsome, well, see you then, Ida. Ida, of course, Handsome, see you later. The speedster waved goodbye and headed to his dorm while the inventor went into her room. The boy arrived at the campus courtyard and looking at the stars he got into a racing position and activating his quirk he shot off towards his building and room. The black-haired man felt the air on his face and felt free. The boy turned around and went to his room. The boy immediately lay down breathing tiredly. Suddenly he remembered his brother who always told him he looked like a robot. Ida smiled and got ready to sleep. In another room, Handsome was clearing his bed. The girl was still hesitating, but a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Handsome, thinking, well, maybe it's not that bad, I could take advantage of the opportunity. I'm not conceited, maybe a little impulsive, but nothing more. There's nothing wrong with that. The girl finally went to bed smiling. Out of nowhere, the words of her mentor Power Loader. Power Loader, you know, Handsome, I don't mind you being here with me, but there are also more places to hang out than this, you know? You're young, don't let your life be limited, expand your horizons, enjoy life because we only have one. The girl smiled calmly. Finally both boys closed their eyes, but there was one detail, something that made both boys open their eyes suddenly and stand up nervously. Ida/Handsome, tomorrow is Sunday. Chapter 10, Will Everything Be Okay? 6:30 was firmly marked in red on the clock of a certain green-haired man who got up heavily, gathering efforts in every part of his body for the remaining sleep. Finally he arrived at his bathroom and washed his face, eliminating the remains of sleep, and moving more agilely he changed his clothes for something more sporty. The boy did some stretching movements and went to train. Meanwhile in the brunette's room, Uraraka hugged her pillow tightly. Suddenly in her constant movements it was uncovered from its covers but covered itself again. While she dreamed with a thread of drool coming out of her mouth, her free hand caressed the part of her bed where he slept. The girl could almost feel the presence of the green-haired man who had stolen her heart a long time ago. Suddenly the girl felt warm. It was as if a presence embraced her, comforting her. The girl snuggled up more. Uraraka, talking in her sleep. Deku. A feeling of warmth ran through the green-haired boy's body as he was leaving the campus ready to train. The hero felt Uraraka's presence. It was motivating. The boy smiled and caressed his own arms. He immediately got into running position, stretching a little, and after a few seconds he ran off. Elsewhere on campus, the strict Ida opened his eyes heavily in a vain attempt to wake up. The boy sat on his bed rubbing his eyes. After a few minutes he took out his glasses, but the sleep still remained in him. The boy made an effort to get up, but his joints played against him, and he lay back down. Ida, I have to go tell Midoriya. Surely there won't be a problem. He's a very understanding person. Yes, I'm going in a few hours. He's probably asleep now. In a mechanical room, the young inventor was already awake, sitting at a table drinking coffee while turning a screw in a strange machine. The girl finished preparing everything and plugged in the machine. It immediately began to vibrate, and then released orange juice into a glass. The girl smiled triumphantly, but suddenly the jet of juice came out with more power, splashing everywhere. Smoke began to come out from the side with sparks. The surprised Pinkette was about to turn off the object when it exploded, making her jump out of the chair to cover herself. Hatsum came out of her hiding place and saw the intact glass. The girl took the glass, but when she was going to take a sip it began to break, letting the juice out from below until the entire base broke. The girl sat on her bed and took a sip of her coffee that now had a slight orange flavor. Hatsum, well, it doesn't taste so bad. Well prepared, it would be a good mix. Who am I kidding? I'm like this because of him. To be smart, it was very stupid to have agreed to go out. He told me so. People look at me strangely. What's the difference from now on? Being socially accepted is something silly. Besides, why did he invite me out? I accept his apologies, but why did I have to do it? Shame, it may be an option, but it would be a punishment for him. Even if I had kicked him out, I would still see him at the garage. I can't just ignore him. That's not what I do. But he seemed truly sorry, and his way of helping me while we were working was so unique. After Power Loader, Tenya was so I don't know how to say it. Wait a minute, I got it. I'll go to the garage. Power Loader surely has work. I can help him. He cancelled the outing, but I'm sure Ida won't mind helping me. So I can cancel the outing but not the date. The girl got up with her usual spirit and drank her coffee in one gulp. Hatsum, that's an excellent idea. I just have to tidy up here before leaving. Saying this, the girl took out a broom and began to sweep debris. Hours passed until it was 9:30. The green-haired boy had already finished his training and had gotten ready. Now he was heading to the kitchen. When he arrived, he found Yaoyorozu, who had arrived a few minutes before. Yaoyorozu, good morning. Midoriya, what a surprise, I thought you would already be here. Deku, good morning, Vice President. The boy gave a slight bow which made the black-haired girl laugh a little. Yaoyorozu, you don't have to do that. Midoriya, just tell me. Yaoyorozu, no problem. Deku, it's okay, Vice President. The girl raised her eyes amused. Yaoyorozu, then why so late? Deku, I extended my training a little. Yesterday I couldn't train and well, I can't break the routine. I have to exercise my quirk. Yaoyorozu, wow, I must admit I'm impressed. Midoriya. Deku, blushing, thank you Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, you see, this is better. Hee. And what are you going to prepare? Deku Katsudan. Yaoyorozu, really? What's the reason? Deku, well, I have a craving. My mother prepared it for me very often and I want to try. The girl looked at the green-haired man closely. Something about him was different, but the vice president couldn't tell what it was. Yaoyorozu, putting on an apron, well, maybe you need some help if it's your first time. Let's see how it goes. The boy smiled happily. They washed their hands and got down to work talking about trivial things. The girl was surprised. The green-haired boy was a good cook and a great reader. Yaoyorozu's surprise grew bigger as Deku told her about the books he had read, showing the black-haired girl that his knowledge was not only extensive regarding heroes. After a few minutes, both of them gave the last details to their dishes. Yaoyorozu, you surprised me. Midoriya, I didn't know you were so good in the kitchen. Deku, well, my mother taught me. For me it's normal, so to speak. There were times when mom wasn't there, and so I made myself something to eat. Yaoyorozu, and what about your father? Deku, okay, I think so. Yaoyorozu, don't you see? Deku, He hasn't for years, but from time to time he sends letters or calls, although he hasn't done so lately, but hey, he's a busy man, I think so. The girl watched as her partner's face suddenly fell. The girl took the boy by the shoulder, who looked at her with a sad face. The girl gave him a smile that calmed the green-haired boy. Yaoyorozu, come on, let's try and see how it turned out. Deku, yes, let's go. Both ate comfortably. The boy continued to surprise the young aspiring hero. Even though he didn't see his father much, his mother took very good care of him. The green-haired boy spoke so well of his mother that Yaoyorozu wanted to meet her. Without a doubt she had raised a wonderful person. The girl was not far behind and was invaded by a series of questions from the green-haired boy. The girl had no qualms about answering everything she could, leaving Deku amazed now. The story that Yaoyorozu told showed the difference in social classes in which they both lived, something that the girl also noticed. So embarrassed she kept silent. So the minutes passed until an alarm on Midoriya's clock brought him back to reality, and he hurried to wash his dirty dishes. Yaoyorozu, something's wrong, Midoriya. Deku, sorry Vice President, I have to run, see you later. The boy started running at full speed while the brunette watched him. After a few minutes she let out a sigh. She had had fun. She hadn't had conversations like that even with Jiro, even though she was her best friend, much less with Todoroki. The fact that they talk more now doesn't mean they are already the best of friends. Suddenly the touch on her shoulder from Jiro's earphone made her jump in fright. Jiro, is everything okay, Yamamoto? You seem a little distracted. Yaoyorozu, I'm fine, don't worry. Have you had breakfast yet? Jiro, no, I came to prepare something. Yaoyorozu, there's still some katsudon, you can take it from there. Jiro, katsudon? You prepared it? Yaoyorozu, no, actually Midoriya did it, I just helped him. Jiro, Midoriya? I saw him run to his room. Did he make this? Wow, it looks delicious. The violet-haired girl prepared her plate and devoured it with gusto. On the other side, the green-haired boy was in his room organizing his things. He took out some money which he put in a wallet that he kept in his pants. His clothing was nothing special. His normal tennis shoes accompanied by jeans and a t-shirt with the print of the Almight uniform, and the boy got ready to go out to see Uraraka. It was barely 11:30. It was not that late or too early. The boy was about to leave when he recognized Ida's energetic knock on the door. The boy opened it to his friend, who looked somewhat anxious. Deku, good morning Ida, is everything okay? Ida, I was glad to find you, Midoriya. Deku, well, I came back from breakfast and I don't have many things to do today. Ida, yes, the others are already eating. Yaoyorozu said you were late. I thought you had already left. Deku, no, I was just putting some things away. I assume Uraraka is having breakfast too. I'll wait a few minutes before going for her. The president still stood at the door, not daring to speak, putting his thoughts in order. Deku, is everything okay, Ida, really? The black-haired man gulped and stood in his soldier pose. Ida, Midoriya, I asked Hatsum out. The green-haired boy was shocked. That was great news. He was happy for his friend. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy was breathing quickly, fearing what his friend would say. It didn't take long for the class president to feel a pat on his shoulder. He opened his eyes and saw his friend smiling. The boy appreciated the gesture, relaxing. Deku, Ida, I'm glad to hear that. You're both good friends and I'm sure you'll do well today. Good luck, buddy. The boy relaxed with what his friend told him. Ida, hey, the thing is that I invited her, but I told her that we would meet up on your date. No problem, right, Midoriya? What happened seconds later was so fast that not even the black-haired boy could react. As soon as he said that, he felt his friend's hand grip him even tighter, and without giving him time to react, the boy was thrown into the room by the green-haired boy. Deku, seriously, Ida? Do you know how much it cost me to ask Uraraka out, and you had to do that? I'm sorry if I hurt you, but it's just she's important to me, and I wanted it to be special. The boy looked at his friend. He wasn't angry, he was sad. Ida remembered how much it cost him with Hatsum. He didn't want to imagine how it would have been for Midoriya. The boy sat on his friend's bed and breathed. Ida, Midoriya, I understand your annoyance, but understand me. What happened yesterday was not easy, And I feel that I made it more complicated. The truth is I was about to ruin things in a catastrophic way, but that was not my intention. The green-haired boy calmed down, and taking a folding chair sat in front of his friend who had his head down. Deku, Ida, what happened? The black-haired boy adjusted his glasses and told his friend what had happened that night. Deku looked attentively at his companion until he finished his story. The black-haired boy lowered his head again, waiting for his friend's complaints, but nothing was heard. Ida looked up and found Deku with his arms crossed and a frown. A few minutes passed, and the boy sighed tiredly. Ida didn't think much and, standing up, headed for the exit. Deku, where are you going? Ida, I'll talk to Hatsum. I'll tell him that you cancelled your outing. Deku, we didn't do it. Ida, I know, but I still won't cancel mine. I told you I'd fix things, and that's what I will. I'll get to know Hatsum better, just like I told her. Thanks, Midoriya. The boy was about to leave the green-haired boy's room when he felt something stop him. The boy turned around and saw his friend looking at him seriously. The green-haired boy exhaled air with a tired and slightly annoyed expression. Deku, I really don't understand you sometimes, my friend. What you said yesterday was truly insensitive, but if you want to correct your mistake and improve your perspective and relationship with her, then I can't leave you alone. I would have appreciated it if you had told me yesterday so we could make a plan, but oh well, I'm going to improvise a little. Ida, really? Deku, yes, it might be a bit difficult to talk to Uraraka to let her know about this change of plans, but she'll understand. You owe me one. Ida, understood and noted, friend. Thanks, Midoriya. Deku, go and get ready. I'll go with Uraraka. We'll meet at the entrance of the dorms at 1 o'clock, okay? Ida, understood. I'll get ready. I'll go get Hatsum and we'll see you at 1. Deku, exactly. Both boys said goodbye. The speedster ran to his room and immediately dressed in a gala suit. The boy ran out and found his freckled friend at the entrance of the building where Uraraka's room was. Ida called Midoriya, who upon seeing him couldn't help but laugh, causing annoyance to the black-haired boy. Ida, what's wrong with it? Deku, nothing, it's just that we're just going for a walk. Ida, we're not going to see the president or eat at a very expensive restaurant. It's a normal outing. You're going for a walk, not to get married. Ha ha. The boy saw his clothes and then those of his friend. The green-haired boy was right, so the runner returned to his room ready to get ready as he normally would. Ida, this can't be difficult. Just pants, shoes and a shirt. If it's not that difficult, then why am I so nervous? It's not like Hatsum made me know. I messed up yesterday. That can't happen now, I understand. That's why I feel this way. I messed up yesterday, but not today. Today will be different, and everything will be fine. The boy prepared to dress appropriately, just like Deku. His clothing was not flashy. Military green jeans, some shoes and a short-sleeved shirt. The boy sat on his bed. He had some time to spare and would rest a little. Meanwhile, Hatsum, the pink-haired girl, was outside Power Loader's workshop, knocking loudly on the door, yelling at her teacher to let her in. Power Loader, I was very clear, Hatsum. This weekend you are prohibited from coming to the workshop. If you continue bothering me, I will lengthen your sentence. It is for your own good. The girl finally gave up trying to negotiate with her teacher. There was no way to convince him, and the girl didn't want to tell him about her date because she knew he would become more stubborn, so she just sat on the floor leaning against the cold door. Hatsum, I can't cancel my appointment, and I can't get into the workshop. I don't even have nice clothes to go out in. The girl stared at her clothes. Almost all of her clothes were like that. Work clothes, hard to bear everything. The girl sighed resignedly. Hatsum, maybe Ida was right. I'm not good at being out there with so many people. Yaoyorozu, you are Hatsum, right? The girl looked up. The figure of a girl was in front of her, but she didn't know her name. The girl made an effort, but she didn't remember, although she knew she was from Class A. Many times she saw her walk next to Ida. The girl stopped all thought. Maybe the black-haired girl was her back door to return to the workshop. Not everything was lost. Hatsum, exactly, I'm Hatsum Mei from the support course. Are you here to repair your suit? Yaoyorozu was surprised. A few minutes ago it seemed that the dangerous one was sad, and yet now she seemed to have the same energy as Mina on vacation. Yaoyorozu, not this one. I came. Hatsum, for improvements? If that's what we're talking about, I have some babies that would look great with your quirk. The girl had no idea about the quirk, but as soon as Ida arrived he would be able to say it, and thus make a perfect baby. The girl was about to take out her phone when the huge door of the workshop opened. Power loader, don't even bother, I told you were suspended. Handsome, but they are improvements, my specialty. I can do something incredible. Yaoyorozu, sorry to interrupt, but I'm sorry, Handsome. I came to pick up my suit. I gave it to Power Loader as soon as I left the infirmary. Power Loader, that's right, you're Momo Yaoyorozu, right? Yaoyorozu, that's right. Power Loader, please wait a few minutes. The teacher closed the door again, and the girl collapsed on it again. Yaoyorozu couldn't help but feel bad for the pink-haired girl and bent down to her size. Yaoyorozu, I know it's none of my business, but are you okay? Handsome saw the black-haired girl. The words Ida had said came back to her mind, but the inventor shook her head and breathed deeply. Handsome, to be honest, no, I'm not okay at all. Yaoyorozu felt bad for the girl, so she sat down. Yaoyorozu, can I help you with something? Handsome, maybe I'm a little insecure now. Yaoyorozu, I insecure? Handsome, well, someone told me that people see me weird, I'm too weird and people avoid me because of that. The black-haired girl felt somewhat identified. It was no secret that at some point in the academy she became very insecure, doubting her own ability, skills and decision-making. She felt small to the point of feeling that her quirk was useless against someone like Todoroki. Bakugo and Midoriya, who despite having that problem of tremors due to nerves, he completely transformed on the battlefield. The girl breathed. It was true that at least in her classroom her classmates saw the inventor strangely and with some fear, but she couldn't say that now, and thanks to that empathy she felt with Handsome, Yaoyorozu took her by the shoulder. Yaoyorozu, what people say is not what we are. We decide that, and although your attitude may seem strange to people, that does not take away the fact that many of our suits were improved and modified by you. That is what you are good at. There is Midoriya. He is a sea of nerves, but you saw him perform in a fight, Uraraka. She is tender and everything, but when she goes into combat she becomes a punching machine. Ida always has that straight attitude. He looks like a soldier/robot, haha, but when he goes into action he becomes a hero. That's how we all are. The girl looked at her attentively. She couldn't believe it. Someone she didn't know had listened to her and given her advice. The pink-haired girl was infinitely grateful until she remembered the quote. Yaoyorozu, are you better? Handsome, yes, but now I have a somewhat superficial problem. Yaoyorozu, superficial? Handsome, sigh, I have a date today. At that moment his teacher appeared at the door and hit him on the head. Power Loader, you have a date, and you wanted to lock yourself in the garage? I'd have to suspend you longer because you're so Yaoyorozu. Please help her. The tired teacher went back into the workshop. Handsome, that's why I didn't want to say it so close. Well, that's my problem. Yaoyorozu, a date is a problem? Handsome, the date maybe not, but I do. Yaoyorozu, what did he just say to you? Handsome, I don't mean that, it's my clothes. I don't know what to wear, and even if I did I don't have any. Yaoyorozu, well, I can fix that. Are you forgetting my quirk? Handsome, that's right. What do you have in mind? The black-haired girl pulled Handsome by the arm until they reached her room. The pink-haired girl was amazed. Handsome, don't you think you have much dead space? The girl couldn't continue talking because a change of clothes fell on her out of nowhere. Yaoyorozu, try that on. Handsome, what? Yaoyorozu, I'll help you. Handsome, okay? The girl realized who the black-haired girl was, so they both started working as a team, choosing styles. The first outfit was in Yaoyorozu's style, very elegant, but the pink-haired girl didn't look comfortable. Yaoyorozu created another one, now in the style of her best friend Jiro, a rocker, but that didn't seem to convince the girl either. And so the two of them went through the styles of the girls from Class A, but it seemed that none of them worked. Both were about to give up. Yaoyorozu, I really don't understand. Maybe another style from another class, maybe from B. The pink-haired girl shuddered. She didn't know the names, but she did know the outfits, and if that was their style then. Handsome, no, sorry for the inconvenience, but there are no styles. I'll keep the clothes, but it's really not who I am. I think I'll call to cancel. The vice president felt defeated. She couldn't give up so easily. Suddenly a ray of hope came to her. There was a style she hadn't tried. The girl began to eat the salad and other foods. The inventor stopped her movement of taking out the phone when she saw Yayorozu take out another set of clothes. The surprise continued because this set of clothes was different, more basic and less ostentatious than the previous ones. Handsome, what is this? Yayorozu, I didn't try all the styles in my class. This is the last one. It's Uraraka's. The girl felt satisfied with what she had taken out. A pair of denim shorts, a green blouse that seemed strangely familiar to the inventor, a black sweatshirt with pink accents and tennis shoes were all that the outfit contained. Yayorozu, what do you think? The girl examined the clothes, but after a while she shook her head negatively. Handsome, it's not me, it's someone else's style. I wouldn't feel comfortable. Sorry for the inconvenience. It seems I was right. Yes, I am weird. Yayorozu felt defeated. Handsome was right. The black-haired girl had only copied her friend's styles and she couldn't think of anything else to do or say, so she kept eating. The constant use of her quirk left her exhausted. Meanwhile, Handsome folded the clothes that the black-haired girl had created for her. She wouldn't throw them away, but they wouldn't be something she used every day either. The girl arranged them while she thought about what to say to Ida about why she cancelled their date. Suddenly she took a deep purple blouse and lifted it up to see it better. In the workshop, Power Loader used to play their music. Despite the fact that Handsome doesn't have a very nourished musical taste, spending constant time listening to that band among others generated a certain affinity for rock. Several times she surprised herself riveting, cutting to the rhythm of the drums, or also whistling, humming and even singing without any problem some songs. The girl smiled and at the same time something in her head clicked. Handsome, they're not my style. Yayorozu, sorry Handsome, I should have thought of that before. Handsome, I'm weird. Yayorozu, what? No, it's my fault. I was the one who mixed things up wrong. Handsome, no, I'm weird, but that's what I'm good at. The girl smiled and her usual attitude appeared, surprising the black-haired girl. Yayorozu, what do you mean? Handsome, taking the deep purple blouse and the denim shorts, they are different styles but each of them can be used in different ways. You said it, I'm good at modifying and improving things, right? Then that's what I'll do. Yayorozu, I think I understand. How did it help you? Both girls looked at each other smiling, and began to rummage through the clothes. In the end the girl was ready. Yayorozu smiled, tired but happy. Handsome had the deep purple blouse, the denim shorts, the tennis shoes and a black sweater that Yayorozu created at the last minute. Everything was ready but the pink-haired girl kept touching her head. Yayorozu, are you okay? Handsome, sorry, it's kind of a tic. I'm used to having my goggles on my head. The brunette immediately created a brown headband and put it on the girl, who stopped touching her head when she felt she was busy. Yayorozu, well, you made your own style and it looks good. Handsome, thank you Yayorozu. Yayorozu, you finally remembered. Handsome, huh? Yayorozu, ha ha ha, do you think I didn't realize you didn't know my name or my quirk? Handsome, I am sorry. Yayorozu, it's okay girl, now run. The pink-haired girl opened the door to the room and ran out. The vice president saw the pile of tired clothes. Yayorozu, then I'll tell him to come for her. Ida was nervous. He didn't know anything about Handsome. She wasn't even answering her phone. The girl wasn't even in her room or in the workshop. The poor class president saw his watch and tiredly headed towards the entrance of the campus where he would meet with Deku. At that moment in Uraraka's room, Deku regretted not thinking things through better. Telling Uraraka that they would have company was a serious mistake. The brunette was scolding Deku, who was in his bed. Deku, it's no big deal Uraraka. Uraraka, maybe not for you because of your attitude, but Deku, how much did it cost you to do it? Deku, that's why I accepted, because I know what it costs. Uraraka, this was our moment. Deku, but Ida is our friend. Uraraka, but Handsome is not my friend. The girl screamed carelessly. Her fists were tightly closed. The girl wasn't like that, she knew it, but Handsome's attitude forced her to be like that. Her way of being with the green-haired boy seemed so incorrect to her. Uraraka was not a jealous psychopath, but seeing how the pink-haired girl shamelessly groped the green-haired boy's body even when he showed signs of discomfort made her angry. The brunette felt a small tear run down her cheek. The green-haired boy sighed sadly. Tired but with a last ray of hope, the boy told her everything his friend had been through. The girl listened attentively, relaxing her posture. The boy stood up and approached Uraraka, pulling her towards him to hug her. Both of their faces were reddened, but they didn't want to let go. Deku, Uraraka, believe me, I wouldn't have done it under any other circumstances, but… Uraraka, well, if you put it that way, it's not that serious, but it was just a day for us. Deku, it still is, just add 2 strained ones, hee. What's more, when Hatsum isn't looking, I'll give you the chance to hit Ida, okay? Uraraka, sounds like a good deal, hee, thinking, I'd rather hit Hatsum though. The boy separated from Uraraka and gave her a smile that made the poor brunette blush even more. The boy came closer and, acting on impulse, gave her a light kiss on the forehead. Both boys were in shock and then turned even redder and quickly walked away, muttering incoherently. Deku, well, let's get going. I told Ida I'd be at the campus entrance at 1. Uraraka, why yes, let's go. Both of them left looking away, completely red. They finally arrived at the entrance, and there was Ida alone. The green-haired boy approached his friend, who couldn't find words. Deku, what happened, Ida? And Hatsum? Ida, well, you see. A few minutes earlier. The inventor ran from one side to the other. She didn't know where the black-haired man's room was, and her cell phone had no coverage. Hatsum was so distracted looking for the speedster that she didn't realize that she passed by many of his companions who could have informed her of the whereabouts of her date. The inventor was about to give up. Yaoyorozu, Hatsum. The girl turned towards her partner, who was now in the company of Jiro, Mina, and Tsuyu. The inventor tried to remember her men, but she couldn't. She only saw the suits. Carefully she approached her. Hatsum, what's wrong? Mina, big change. Jiro, nice blouse. Hatsum, thank you. It was a gift. It's great, isn't it? Mina, who are you looking for? Hatsum, to Ida. The girl realized what she had done. She had avoided mentioning her date's name for so long to just blurt it out like that. Mina, excited, and why do you want to see it? Hatsum, this me, him, and I. Yaoyorozu, their business is none of your concern, Mina. Mina, pouting, but I want to know, you know how I am, I like to make love stories out of nothing. Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu's right, Mina, it's her business, Karo. Mina was complaining, and something inside Hatsum knew that if they kept pushing her she would eventually confess, but Yaoyorozu told her to be quiet with her eyes. Yaoyorozu, Ida was left looking into improvements for his suit. It's nothing special, Mina. The inventor sighed inwardly in relief. She was truly grateful to Yaoyorozu. Only Tsuyu stared at her but didn't ask any questions. Yaoyorozu, I think I saw him heading towards the exit of the Hatsum dorms. Hatsum, thank you, Yaoyorozu. The girl turned around and ran off, waving goodbye. Mina was a little surprised. Tsuyu kept her face calm while Yaoyorozu said nothing and just smiled. Jiro, oh hey Yamamoto, did she use your last name? Yaoyorozu, yes Jiro, why? Mina, but I thought she. Tsuyu, Karo, judging people without knowing them is rude, Mina. Yaoyorozu, thank you Tsuyu. Tsuyu, Karo, I wish you both luck. Mina, what? What did I miss? Yaoyorozu, nothing, mine, stop fantasizing so much. Tsuyu, that's true, besides you didn't say that tonight we would do something special. Mina, yes. Toru and I organized a girls' sleepover in Hagaku's room. Jiro, wow, that's something new, hee. Tsuyu, and unexpectedly, tomorrow we have classes. Mina, come on girls, it's been years since we did one. Hagaku, besides, how long has it been since we've had time for ourselves? Bring your base, Jiro. We can do whatever we want in my room. It's spacious and will fit perfectly. Tsuyu, you're right, okay, I'll go. I'll prepare some snacks, Karo. Jiro, if you insist, I have a new song I'd like to show you. Yaoyorozu, sigh, well some distraction is not bad. I can bring some tea and chocolates. Jiro, I love those chocolates, please bring the coffee ones. Yaoyorozu, If you didn't finish them, there must be some left. Hagakure, that's how you talk, girls. The invisible girl began to move her arms happily, or so it seemed. Her floating clothes and bracelets began to shake. Mina, wait a minute, and Uraraka? Tsuyu, she's not here, she'll leave today. Mina, where to? Tsuyu, what did we say about interfering in other people's lives, Mina? The pink-haired girl made a small pout. Hagakure, well, she'll miss it, but I'll see you in my room at 9, okay? All yes. So the group of girls dispersed. Hagakure and Mina went to the invisible girl's room. Jiro and Yaoyorozu went to the rocker's room, and Tsuyu went alone to her room. The frog was the only one who knew about Uraraka's date but decided not to say anything for the privacy of her best friend. Meanwhile, with Jiro and Yaoyorozu. Jiro, tell me the truth, Yamamoto. Yaoyorozu, which one? Jiro, we all know how weird Hatsum is. Why do I speak so fluently with you? The girl had no choice but to tell her best friend everything. Jiro, I see, okay, I guess, but I also want a blouse, so you owe me one. Yaoyorozu, I'll give you chocolates, maybe on Christmas or your birthday if you behave. Jiro, you are fair in your own way. Both girls laughed a little and continued walking. The three boys were outside waiting, although a certain brunette was getting desperate. Uraraka had spoken little with the speedster. Ida, sigh, well, I think you won't come. I won't entertain you, Midoriya. The day ends quickly. Deku, we can wait a little longer, friend. Uraraka, sure, we're your friends, but I'd say maybe. The girl was about to say that it was better for them to go ahead, but... Hatsum, I'm so sorry. The inventor was arriving, and it was clear that she was running out of breath. Ida, Hatsum, but I thought you... Hatsum, I am sorry, Ida. My phone didn't have coverage. I don't know where your room is, and I didn't see any of your roommates. Ida, okay, calm down, take your time. Breathe, are you better now? The girl bent down, taking a breath, and minutes later raised her thumb. Uraraka, we're here too, you know? Ida, that's true, sorry, well, let's go. Deku, why yes, we have to hurry. Hatsum, Midoriya, thank you for letting us join. Deku, it's nothing, Hatsum. Hatsum, Uraraka, right? Sorry if it's annoying for us to come. The girl stared at the inventor for a moment. Her attitude seemed to be different, Uraraka thought, but after a few moments she gave the pink-haired girl a smile. It wasn't forced, it came naturally. Maybe she misjudged the girl, although her jealousy was still there. Uraraka, no, it's okay, Hatsum, we better go or we'll be late. It was ready. The girl would rate the inventor and see if everything that happened before could be changed and start from zero. Everyone started walking. Ida and Deku looked a little nervous. Both boys swallowed. Ida approached Hatsum and Deku with Uraraka. Ida, you look great, Hatsum. I didn't know you liked rock. Hatsum, there are things you don't know about me, remember? Ida, yes, you're right. Deku, take that face off, Uraraka. Today is our day. Uraraka, sorry, Deku. Deku, if I buy you mochi, will you be better? Uraraka, you can try it, The green-haired boy smiled warmly at the brunette, who blushed but was happy because she was with him, and nothing could be more perfect. Chapter 11, or not. A certain brunette was enjoying her date but also felt strange. Even though it was barely 2 o'clock, Hatsum didn't show her usual arrogant attitude. It even seemed like she was mentally apologizing to her. Finally they arrived at a plaza. Deku bought a green tea ice cream for Uraraka. The girl ate it with gusto, while on Hatsum's side. The pinkette only showed her energetic attitude when she showed tools to Ida. The girl pulled the black-haired man carelessly. The brunette got annoyed, but seeing that her friend's attitude didn't show annoyance, the girl relaxed. It even seemed that the strict president enjoyed seeing the tools and shared Hatsum's energy. Deku, they seem to be having fun. Uraraka, I have to admit that yes, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea for him to come, although it's strange to see Ida like this, don't you think? Deku, yes, but as long as both of you have fun. Both of them sat on a bench, while Hatsum and Ida entered a tool store where after a while they came out with some bags. Ida, do you think this will help me? Hatsum, look, I have some babies to finish, but if you're willing, I can postpone them for a while to work with you. Ida, that's an excellent idea. I could use an extra hand. Both boys exchanged a knowing smile. Deku, what if you talk to her? Uraraka, what? Deku, with Hatsum, I think you don't like him. Uraraka, no she. Deku, she's not a bad person Uraraka, she can be a bit weird but I think that makes her unique like you. The boy's words were embedded in the chestnut. Uraraka, Deku do you like Hatsum? Deku, what? Uraraka, is that a yes? Deku, no, and I don't like it, she's a great friend. Between her and Melissa they've helped me a lot. But it was Hatsum who improved my hero suit before, that's why I'm grateful to her. And you're my best friend, that's why I think that if you guys got along it would be great. The boy's answer seemed too sincere to the brunette, which made a part of her feel happy. But getting along with Hatsum would be difficult, even if he was the one who asked her to. Ida, hey Midoriya come, I found something you like. Deku, haha yeah, I'm coming. The green-haired boy approached his friend, leaving Uraraka alone with Hatsum, forming an awkward silence. Uraraka, wow, it's a nice day, isn't it? Hatsum, sigh you don't have to pretend, I noticed it a while ago. Uraraka, what do you mean? Hatsum, you don't like me. Uraraka, no I really. Hatsum, I'm not stupid you know. Uraraka, sigh look, I'll be honest with you Hatsum, I don't dislike you, it's just that sometimes your attitude is. Hatsum, arrogant? Weird? Too much so that other people prefer to stay away from me. The brunette was surprised, she couldn't lie and say other words because the girl would discover it. Finally after a few minutes the girl looked into the inventor's eyes. Uraraka, you use some strong words, although they do have some reason, but you know what? Today we have been together and I have seen you as you would see an everyday person. You are not arrogant, you are one of the most intelligent people I know. Yes, I admit that you are quite strange at times, but that does not mean that you are bad. Besides, I misjudged you. I think that the one who was wrong was me. Sorry, Hatsum. Hatsum, I'm good at being weird. Here are two people who say that being weird isn't bad, haha. Uraraka, haha, well we can take this opportunity to start from scratch. What do you think, Hatsum? Hatsum stared at the brunette who smiled at her in a friendly way. The inventor felt the threat of a tear but held it back, and returning the brunette's smile she held out her hand, which Uraraka took. At those same moments with Ida and Deku. Both were in front of a large store. The green-haired man had been called by his friend without knowing what he would show him. Deku, what did you find? Ida, look at yourself, my friend. The boy entered the store. It was about hero items. He could find all kinds of objects, from jackets, t-shirts, various items of clothing and footwear to figures and keychains among other things, all related to heroes. The green-haired boy was not surprised. He had seen stores like that several times. Deku, sorry dude, but I'm not too surprised. I've seen stores like this before. Ida, but not with something like that, right? The black-haired man pointed to a part of the store that the boy hadn't seen well. As he approached, Deku observed with his eyes wide open. Next to the clothes of the pro heroes were those of the UA students under a large advertisement. New Heroes Premiere Offer. The green-haired boy carefully took a sweatshirt of a very familiar green color, and carefully unhooking it he managed to see that it was his suit. It was a perfect replica. The only difference was perhaps its usefulness in combat. The boy returned it to its place and saw the others. All of them were a replica of his friend's suits. The freckled green-haired boy was surprised, and his surprise did not decrease. There was everything from them, even from the boys of Class B. His attention was also fixed on the keychains, figures among other things. There was a keychain that showed his hero hood but did not have the mask that covered his mouth, letting him see a confident smile. There was one of Uraraka that also showed a smile. Deku, this is so wow. Ida, time flies by faster than we think. I wouldn't have believed this possible in my first year. I would even doubt it in my second year. But now that I see it before my eyes, it's so. The green-haired man said no more. He took 2 keychains, Uravity's and one of himself. Ida, isn't it pretentious to take one from yourself? Deku, and who said it's for me? The boy paid and left the store, attaching the Uravity keychain to his bedroom keys. Meanwhile, Ida looked around until he approached the manager. Ida, Do you have anything from the students in the support course? Manager, there is nothing about them. I would have to ask, but I don't think they are for sale. Maybe that's why there are no items. Ida, thank you very much. The boy left somewhat disappointed, finding Deku who was waiting for him. Back with Hatsum and Uraraka. Both girls laughed happily. The brunette was sure she misjudged the pink-haired girl, but that would be a mistake she would correct from now on. Uraraka, wow, you have good anecdotes, Hatsum. Hatsum, you too, Uraraka, haha, wow, I'm having fun. Uraraka, same here, you see, you're not arrogant. Whoever said that is crazy. Hatsum, it was actually Ida who told me. Uraraka, really? I really have to hit that man, you can't say that. Hatsum, no, that's partly why he and I are here with you, although I still want to tell him his things, he don't take it the wrong way. Uraraka, haha, don't worry, I sometimes want to strangle him too. Both girls continued laughing for a while until the boys arrived. Uraraka raised her hand so that Deku could locate them, but she didn't know that as soon as the boy was close to her, a small keychain with the shape of his combat helmet hanging from a pocket of his pants would make her turn red. Uraraka, and where did that come from? Deku, it's from a store that's over there. They have items from all of us, including Class B. Uraraka, wow, I would never have imagined it. Ida, well, they have almost everything. The support course is missing. The pink-haired girl looked up at her friend. Hatsum, I don't think we're that necessary. Ida, no? You're also heroes. It's a grave mistake for society not to give you the credit you deserve. Hatsum, Ida, one is for so much. Ida, forgive me, but it's just a disappointment that not everyone is included. Minimal participation shouldn't be a sign of indifference toward their work. The boy continued energetically in his speech. Faithful to his way of being, the pink-haired girl stood up and took him by the shoulder. Hatsum, Tenya, it's really okay. Let's go get something to eat. I'm hungry. Ida, I am sorry, Hatsum. You're right. I'm a little hungry too. Midoriya, let's go get something to eat. Do you want us to bring you something? Deku, thanks, Ida, but we'll go. Uraraka, I'd like some mochi and a plain ramen, please, Ida. The green-haired boy stared at his companion, who took out a small purse and began to count his money. Deku instinctively took out his wallet, and gathering it faster, took out a large amount of bills and coins and gave them to Ida. Deku, I'd like an okonomiyaki and an order of takoyakis, please. The black-haired boy took the money and kept it, but the brunette gave him a little more, making both boys turn to look at her. Uraraka, use that to bring something to drink, Ida. Deku, Uraraka, Uraraka, you paid for the food, let me buy you drinks. The boy looked into the brunette's eyes, that tender look that always made him stutter and look stupid, that look that he swore to protect. Deku, it's okay. Uraraka, stretching her arms, you were right, Deku. Deku, about what? Uraraka, meeting Hatsum, I hadn't tried it until today and it was worth it. I misjudged her, but it's something I won't repeat. Deku, looking up, being different isn't bad, she's just extroverted, but it doesn't mean she has bad intentions. I'm glad they get along. The girl only saw her friend, she was having a good time, but now she was having an excellent time. There was nothing better in the world than these moments with the green-haired boy. After a while, Ida and Hatsum arrived with the food. Both couples settled down and began to talk. It was curious for Deku and Uraraka to see their friend and class president speak so comfortably and without his usual robot tone, but he looked really happy, so they didn't comment on it. They all started to eat. Suddenly the green-haired boy felt a slight tremor in his feet. Without giving it importance, he continued eating when he felt it again, this time increasing the wave. This time the green-haired boy stopped eating at Uraraka's strange look. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Ida, everything okay, Midoriya? The boy didn't answer. The wave felt stronger and closer this time. Activating the OFA, the boy threw himself to the ground, quickly hugged Uraraka, and with his free hand pushed Ida and Hatsum. The shock wave reached where they were destroying everything, but the boys were already out of danger. Deku put Uraraka below him to protect her. A few minutes passed and the boys got up and grouped with their friends. Ida, what was that? Deku, At first it was mild, but it increased. I thought it was approaching, and as soon as I started to feel another start, I jumped to cover them just in time. But the problem is knowing who is responsible. It didn't take long for the person responsible to appear. A villain with a suit that had several cuts revealing his chest and legs. He had a hood and a mask covering half of his face. Villain: heroes don't know how easy it is to cause trouble without being easily stopped. Deku: this is bad. Uraraka: but what a fool, the pro heroes wouldn't take long. Deku: if he's here it's because he has a plan, and for it to work he has to be sure that there would be no hero nearby or person capable of stopping him. The heroes will probably take a while to come, or they won't come until very late. Hatsum: but there must be someone nearby. You can't calculate events that can happen randomly like the arrival of a hero. Deku: yes, if there's someone nearby. The brunette stared at her friend and after a few minutes took him by the arm. Uraraka: no! Don't even think about going out there. Ida: what? Midoriya: are you really going to face him? You're crazy, you don't have your suit. Hatsum: you don't know what his quirk is, without protection you could. Deku: if I have a suit. Hatsum: I want to see that, your outfit is very striking. Uraraka: besides, I'd be surprised if you brought it, it's nowhere to be seen. Deku: well, it's not a suit per se. The boy quickly took a jacket from Almight's suit, tore his shirt and put it as a face mask. Finally he took some glasses that were lying around and full of dust, and after cleaning them he put them on. Deku: Ida helps the civilians escape. Hatsum uses your vision and finds the wounded and calls Ida to help them. Uraraka goes with Hatsum, and if there's debris you will lift it with your quirk without them noticing. Act as unnoticed as possible. Ida: what will you do? Deku: I'll distract him. Uraraka: we're not pro-heroes yet. Deku: today I'm not a hero putting on his hood, today I'm a vigilante. The boy jumped out with a big jump. The brunette turned to the store where everything was destroyed but her suit jacket could be seen. Uraraka thought about it until she felt a hand on her shoulder. Hatsum: no, your suit would withstand non-stop blows, but that's just a garment. It would withstand 1 or 2 at most. Maybe that's why he did it. He doesn't doubt our capabilities, but he can deliver a blow that would end this. The chestnut only looked at the inventor. Ida, Uraraka, Hatsum, move. Uraraka: do you agree with Deku? Ida: no, but I trust him, and there are civilians in danger. Let's do what he said and hope the heroes don't take long. Hatsum nodded, as did Uraraka, who was still hesitant but decided to help her friends. Meanwhile, with Deku, the green-haired man had discovered the villain's quirk. It was just to make expansive and destructive waves with his hands. He could control where he sent them and the intensity, which is why the green-haired man had been hit more than once. Deku: wow, you have a good quirk. You would have been a great hero, you know. Villain: maybe, but as a villain I have more fun. Deku: wow, well, that's a shame, but now I'll have to defeat you. Villain: you talk a lot. You're not a hero either, or at least not in the eyes of society. They might even call you a criminal. What's the difference between you and me? We'll both be arrested one day. Deku: maybe, but until that day comes there will be a very big difference. I save people, you just kill them. The green-haired boy concentrated on his role and began to slide on the ground supported by the OFA. Deku's knowledge was not only of the pro-heroes. The group of vigilantes also had a detailed analysis by the freckled boy that helped him imitate their abilities at this time. The boy threw himself, avoiding as much as he could and hit with the least force to avoid being discovered. Villain: you are a slippery rat? Deku: intelligence compensates strength. Villain: really? Then you'll like this, smart sir. The villain pointed to a piece of concrete the size of a table which began to vibrate. The villain raised his hand and the piece rose up. He closed his fist as the piece approached the villain, and when he opened it the villain launched itself like a projectile towards the green-haired man, who managed to dodge it at the last minute. Villain: you see, my quirk is not just my waves, it works like a rope. They catch targets which I can control. The villain raised his hands and debris of all sizes rose up. The green-haired man tensed his entire body as he felt a drop of sweat. Villain: it was a good fight. I almost feel sorry for finishing you off, or maybe not. The villain threw the debris towards the green-haired man, but he managed to dodge it nimbly and keep it away from his friends and civilians who he didn't lose sight of. Deku, I'm starting to believe that to have a good quirk you need a hell of an attitude. Villain, make all the jokes you want, your end is near. Deku, why do you insist on saying that all the time? Come on, have some imagination. Villain, heroes have a lot to take care of, don't they? Deku, that's better. Wait, what are you going to do? Villain, prove that you and I are not so different. The villain began to lift multiple huge debris and brought them closer to him. Deku, no, stop that. Villain, try it, hero. The green-haired boy looked around. Everything seemed empty, but he couldn't be sure. He saw that Ida and the girls had taken out a lot of people, but he didn't know where it was from. Deku could stop all the debris almost without any problem, but that would ruin his identity. The boy was undecided when he saw how the villain opened his hand. The debris flew out. The green-haired boy froze. One would hit Uraraka if he didn't do something. Ida, Uraraka, take cover. The black-haired man had hugged Hatsum, putting her behind him. The civilians who were there went into a store, but the brunette seemed to be in shock. Her body did not respond. The impact would not take long. Uraraka closed her eyes, but the blow did not come. When she opened them, she saw how Deku was standing in front of her, protecting her, and with his fists raised. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, I know you are capable of helping me. Sorry if it seemed otherwise. Uraraka, I don't. Deku, there will be time later. Now the important thing is that the civilians are safe. Get everyone out of here. I'll see you at school. Uraraka, but I. Deku, please, my priority is that you are safe. Now leave. The boy stood up and turned to the people. Deku, is everyone okay? The people nodded fearfully. Deku, it's perfect. Now get out of here, everyone. This is going to get ugly. The boy turned to the villain, who looked surprised and annoyed. Villain, you are a lying cheater. Deku, huh? What do you mean? Villain, you hide 2 quirks, you don't do those killing blows. The freckled boy was petrified, lowered his guard, sacrificed his disguise to protect Uraraka. The boy thought, but after a few minutes he relaxed, breathing calmly. Deku, was that a power punch? Now it was the opponent's turn to remain silent, analyzing the question. Deku, walking around the villain, you see, my quirk is to move on any surface. An impulse that moves me. Now how about we apply that same impulse as a weapon? Activated in a part of the body, mastering it, and using it on special occasions? It's not a hit as such, but it's just as effective. Villain brat. Deku, I'm already old, but thanks for the compliment. They both started fighting. The villain attacked by mixing his waves with surprise debris. The green-haired boy felt more confident using the Ofe. A few minutes passed and the green-haired boy managed to see that there were no more civilians around, and he also heard the police sirens, so he stood in front of the villain staring at him. Villain, that was actually really funny. You earned a question before you die. Deku, how generous. Why all the trouble? The pro heroes will arrive soon, and I'll be leaving before then. Villain, good question. You know how easy it is to cause trouble? But then heroes come to fix it too. But what happens when you gather enemies and place them in strategic locations? Deku, so you use to distraction weak, low-ranking villains who fly under the radar. Villain, 1 is no problem, but for an army you need more than 2 people. Deku, you used villains and broke traffic lights among other items to maintain order and used them to your advantage. Villain, bingo, although fighting you was something I didn't plan and now there are patrols outside that makes me really angry. You didn't have to get involved. The villain gave a loud scream and everything began to shake as the waves began to get out of control. Villain, but if he finishes you off now, I'll still have time. Goodbye, vigilante. The waves continued out of control and now the debris rose and headed towards the green-haired man, who dodged them using the OFA without caring about anything. The villain went crazy and Deku would stop him. The green-haired man was hit by some debris and destroyed others with his fists until he finally managed to see an opportunity and launched himself, but a huge rock hit him, destroying the sweatshirt and letting him see his face towards the villain, but Deku didn't care and threw himself again to hit him. The villain tried to block it with another debris, but the green-haired man was faster and pushed himself to the ground to jump again, and hit the villain, who fell to the ground, and his quirk turned off. Villain, you're not the. Deku, no, I'm not a vigilante. I'm a hero and my name is Deku. The villain finally fell. The green-haired boy felt like he was going to fall but managed to stop. There wasn't much time. He could already hear the police opening the door with their typical screams. The green-haired boy saw that the sweatshirt was in tatters, so he fixed it as best he could and jumped. That took him out of the square that was close to being completely destroyed. Some people saw him leave and started recording him, but at that distance his face couldn't be seen. His identity was still safe. It was already getting dark. Deku had stopped a few times to rest and get some air. The freckled boy had lost his watch, but from the sky he could deduce that it was 8 o'clock. The boy was jumping at a slower speed. He felt exhausted, and from one moment to the next his vision began to blur, and his strength began to fail him. He still had to get to school, so he tried to jump at full speed, but as soon as he touched the roof of a house he felt that his legs did not respond and his entire body fell to the pavement. The boy could still move, but he knew he was exhausted. Deku, crawling on the ground, I still see can. It won't be long and I promised you that I would arrive. His vision was getting blurrier. He felt like he would faint at any moment. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard along with the sound of a door opening. Sorry if I don't stay. They're waiting for me at school. I love you. I'll come the other weekend, I promise. The green-haired boy didn't want to be seen in that state. He didn't know who he was and he didn't know their intentions, so finding strength from who knows where, he managed to stand up and prepared to jump. Light rays began to come out, barely visible. The boy prepared himself without hearing them call him. He jumped, but again his body didn't react, and he fell face down to the ground, this time almost unconscious. He couldn't distinguish anything. He didn't feel something pick him up and drag him. Everything went dark. Chapter 12, up to number 1. Deku was barely conscious. He used all his strength for it, although they still continued to betray him. He heard a voice, a female voice, but he couldn't distinguish it. His barely open eyes couldn't distinguish shapes. He felt that they lifted him up and laid him down on some object that began to move. There isn't much time, please hurry, we should be almost there. Deku, WHW, who are you? Midoriya, you should rest, we won't be long, you'll feel better soon, I promise. The boy opened his eyes as wide as he could. Small silhouettes began to take shape. An open window with the air lightly hitting his face kept him awake. He could see seats and a box wrapped in paper with various animated animals, and suddenly some eyes, some big eyes, looked at him. It seemed like concern was what they reflected. The green-haired boy gave up and let his body rest, slowly closing his eyes. He felt like a heavy load was getting lighter as he let each muscle rest. Hey Midoriya, wake up, it's not time to sleep, don't close your eyes, keep with me Midoriya. Please hurry up, don't you see that? The green-haired boy could no longer hear anything else, his body was inert. Finally the boy lost consciousness, fainting. The vehicle braked and the door that led to the boy lying down opened. Carefully they took him out and sat him on the sidewalk while some coins were distributed. Hardly any sounds were excused, the rest of his senses were off. He felt no pain even when they threw him. More than once they would even drag him. Finally they laid him down in a more comfortable place. The boy didn't know if he was safe or not, but the exhaustion and pain made that not matter. Later the boy was still asleep, but he felt that his strength had returned, but he still didn't want to wake up. Little by little his senses were slowly awakening, but the first would be that of touch as he felt a needle embedded in his skin. The boy got up like lightning from his bed because of the pain. The boy saw a needle piercing his skin on the side of his ribs, and immediately removed it. His sense of sight was barely waking up 100%, but he could distinguish posters of Almight. His sense of hearing could now listen more carefully. Midoriya, are you coming down now? Karo. The green-haired boy realized that he had grabbed the ceiling of his own room like a cat. Carefully he managed to land. He turned to look at his arm to see that the needle was held by a thread and now hung covered in blood. The boy paid attention to his sight and managed to see that he was in his room. He had returned to the academy. Are your senses better now, Midoriya? Karo. Deku Uraraka? The green-haired man turned his gaze to his companion. The frog girl was in her bed with the emergency kit that each room had. Tsuyu, come on, I still have to finish stitching your wounds, Karo. The boy nodded and immediately remembered everything that had happened. He barely took a step and felt an enormous pain throughout his body that made him collapse on the floor suddenly. Tsuyu made the emergency kit sideways and quickly lifted the freckled boy very carefully to lay him on his bed. Deku, I am sorry I'm giving you so much trouble. Tsuyu, keep quiet, they are not problems, you are my friend Kero. Deku asu here. Tsuyu, also, you fell outside my house, what did you expect me to do? I wasn't going to leave you lying there alone, Kero. The green-haired man just smiled weakly. Tsuyu, I assume you were the watchman of the plaza, Kero. Deku, can I not answer that? Tsuyu lifted up a torn sweatshirt with All Might's print. Deku just breathed defeated. Tsuyu, Kero, you don't always have to go out and break bones, you know? There are other ways to get away with it. Deku, heroes are always fighting, always getting involved where they shouldn't be and never ignoring anything. Tsuyu, how nice, I hope you remember that if you ever feel like dying, Kero. Deku, it was just this once. Tsuyu, Kero and the one on the train? There she was without a suit. Deku, they asked me for help, I can't ignore that, no one could. Tsuyu, you're too altruistic, I know, but you extend your hand and the other person can bite it, you know? Kero. Deku, sometimes I wish I could ignore people, maybe I would have been able to before, but there are times when my body moves on its own. Tsuyu understands that I don't seek praise or awards, I seek to make this world a better place. One where the constant fear of a large-scale attack or a villain revolt is no longer an everyday thing, a world where people love to live. The little frog only saw his friend who, despite being badly injured, had that look that was always seen when he fought, a look of determination, the one he had shown her for the first time during the attack on the USJ, the same one he gave Bakugo when he faced them. It was a look that reflected courage and determination, and he could also say that everything was fine, a look that gave fear to the villains and hope to the civilians. Tsuyu only tilted her head, paying attention to the wounds. Tsuyu, whispering, somewhat blushing, Kero, idiot. Deku, did you say something, Tsuyu? Tsuyu, nothing, I'm almost done, after that I'll let you sleep, Uraraka doesn't know I brought you so. Deku, Uraraka. Is she okay? Tsuyu, relax, Midoriya, she's fine although very worried about you, so I don't know how she'll be tomorrow. Deku, why? Tsuyu, maybe you're forgetting that you left her, Ida and Hatsum very worried, even though she asked me why they were. Deku, no, why are you helping me? Tsuyu, what do you mean? Deku, you could have taken me to the hospital, you could have taken me to Recovery Girl. Tsuyu, both options would have been more convenient, but in both they would have told me what caused those injuries, and even if I hadn't said anything, it was just a matter of them seeing the video and your suit to make sense of it all. I only kept you safe, Kero. Deku, thanks, wait, did you say a video? The boy remembered the final blow. At that moment he had revealed himself without his hood and nothing covering his face. If everything was leaked, then everything the little frog had done would be in vain. Tsuyu, yes, or at least part of it. I don't know when the fight ended, but the video cuts out when the villain's quirk got out of control. The waves went everywhere, and they were throwing debris at you. Maybe in one of those bursts the power went out, or I don't know, but the recording cuts out, or according to the news there's nothing after that. Why the question? Kero. Deku, no, for no reason, Tsuyu, thank you. The little frog looked at him with some distrust but didn't ask any more questions. Deku, I know what you're thinking, and no, I didn't do anything stupid, it's just that I didn't know there were cameras. Maybe they could have caught me while I was changing. Tsuyu, no, everyone is focused on the villain, and some posts were unguarded. You were lucky, Kero. Deku, yes, that created. Tsuyu, Kero, what you do is admirable, Midoriya, seriously, so much dedication and the passion with which you move is incredible, but understand that there are limits, you know it perfectly well. Deku, yes, I just acted on impulse. Tsuyu just shook her head, breathing heavily. Tsuyu, I'll finish stitching your wounds, okay? Then I'll treat the minor ones and give you something to sleep with, okay? Deku, hey, yeah? The boy managed to move his arms heavily and lifted his shirt. Tsuyu, what are you doing? Deku, blushing, forgive me, But you can have all your attention on finishing sewing. I know this is a little uncomfortable. If you want, I can do it. Tsuyu, what are you saying? Deku, it's not the first time I've done it, don't worry. The boy took the needle, but immediately the frog's tongue hit him in the hand. Tsuyu, I'll take care of it. If you want to be useful, clean your wounds, Karo. The green-haired man rubbed his hand and did what his friend told him. They both worked in silence, and finally at 3:30 in the morning they finished. Deku, thanks Tsuyu. Tsuyu, Karo tell me Ajuri Midoriya. Deku, forgive me, it's always difficult for me. Hey Tsu Ajuri, can I ask you a question? Tsuyu, putting everything in the kit. Yes, what's up? Deku, since what time are you here? Tsuyu, you fell outside my house at around 8:30. I took a taxi and brought you back. It was around 9:20 approximately. I left you in your room, went to change and returned to Ashido's sleepover. I left there at 2 o'clock and was going to bed, but I remembered that I had left you here, so I came back to see if you weren't serious, Karo. Deku, thank you very much. Tsuyu, it's nothing, at least you didn't break anything. Midoriya, you've made progress. Deku, and I still have to keep moving forward even more. Tsuyu, well, for now you'll have to rest. I hope that tomorrow Ida and Uraraka will cover you. At least the worst blows are on your body. You will wear a loose shirt so that your wounds can breathe and heal faster. Don't overexert yourself or your wounds will open. I'll come to check your progress. For now, take this. It will help you sleep, Karo. Deku, how do you know so much about this? Tsuyu, you forget that I lived with 2 younger brothers. I had to learn in case of emergencies, and when I entered the UA and everything happened with the villains, I had to evolve my knowledge. The girl stood up and put the kit back in its place. Deku, I owe you one Ajuri. Tsuyu, we're even. Midoriya. Karo, now take the pill I gave you. You'll sleep and tomorrow you'll feel better. Deku, yes, see you tomorrow. Tsuyu, rest. Midoriya whispering. Even number 1 needs to be taken care of sometimes. Deku, did you say something? Tsuyu, no. Midoriya, rest. The girl closed the door and walked to her room. The next day, the boy was sleeping peacefully until some insistent knocking on his door woke him up. Deku, Sai, I'm going. Ida, don't worry. The green-haired boy got up a little sore, but he felt completely recovered and with his strength at 100%. When he opened it, he realized that it had been Uraraka who had knocked. Deku, Uraraka. Uraraka, so if you managed to return. Deku, yes. Uraraka, I'm glad. Well, I just came to see if you were okay. We'll wait for you for breakfast. The little brunette was about to leave, but Deku knew something wasn't right, so he took her by the arm, which made the brunette blurt out everything. Deku, Uraraka, are you? Uraraka, I'm angry at you. You were a fool to go alone. You could have died, but it didn't even occur to you to think about it, right? You left so quickly that I doubt you even thought about it. The girl hadn't realized, but when she broke free from the green-haired boy's grip and pushed him, Uraraka activated her quirk, causing her to clench her fists more each time she yelled at the green-haired boy, and the gravity on Deku was greater, which made the boy struggle not to kneel, concentrating all his strength and avoiding being able to speak. Uraraka, why do you have to be like that and jump into the lion's den by yourself? Deku, Uraraka. Uraraka, nothing like that. I was very worried about you, understand, and you never called me. Hatsum or Ida, that makes it worse. Deku, your Quirk. Uraraka, what about him? He's evolved in incredible ways, and you've seen it. I'm not useless. Understand that. I can perfectly fight by your side and prove that I'm effective. The boy finally fell, but the brunette still didn't realize. The freckled boy felt like he was being crushed without consideration, so now he activated the OFA. Deku, thinking one of two, either I get his attention by force or I break the ground, but something has to happen. Deku used 40%, and although he felt better, he knew the pressure wouldn't stop, so he went up to 70%. He felt like something was about to break, although he didn't know if it was in the room or in his body, but he managed to move and was standing up with relative ease. The prints of his hands were left marked on the floor, and he felt like his feet were sinking further, but at least he managed to move. The boy stretched out his hand to reach his friend, but the pressure became greater, so he decided to use all his power without limits. Deku Ochako. The brunette turned to see her friend who was sweating. Uraraka, seeing that her Quirk was active, turned it off, causing the green-haired man to fall to the ground, breathing with difficulty. Uraraka, Deku! I'm sorry, it wasn't my. Deku, no, you got like this because of me. You're not useless. I know what you're capable of and your evolution has been surprising, but I didn't want you to end up like me or worse. No, I don't want to lose you. Uraraka's eyes widened, but she immediately relaxed her expression and hugged Deku to help him stand up. Uraraka, we're heroes, this is what we're risking. I can take care of myself. But you're the one who worries me sometimes. You give everything you have for others without caring about the consequences to your body and all that scares me. I don't know what I would do if something serious happened to you. Deku, then let's take care of ourselves together. Uraraka had shed a tear, but her friend was there alive. He had heard her and would not leave her alone. Uraraka, wiping her tears, it's okay, but don't make me come to heal you every day, okay? Deku, loud and clear, now let's go eat. I'm hungry, hee, and very hungry. Uraraka, okay, I guess you earned it. Deku, speaking of which, wanna try again? Uraraka, what? Deku, the date a normal one this time, just you and me, no crashers or villains, I promise. Uraraka, no fighting and makeshift outfits? Deku, exactly. Uraraka, yes. I mean yes, hee, sorry. Deku, blushing, no, nothing's wrong, we'll organize ourselves during the week, okay? Uraraka, yes, well, let's go eat. The boys walked. After a while, Uraraka noticed that Deku was limping a little, so she took him by the arm so he could walk better. Uraraka, you said we would take care of ourselves, hee, that's what I do. Deku, thank you. Both finally arrived at the dining room. All their friends looked at them, and although there was no commotion as the green-haired boy thought, some of them did approach to help the freckled boy. Todoroki, look how you're doing. Midoriya, you look like you were hit by a truck. Mina, how did you do that? Deku, it was during the villain's attack yesterday. Toru, were you there? Deku, Uraraka, Hatsum, and I. The boy broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't said anything about his date, and he knew Mina's attitude, but to his surprise, the pink-haired girl didn't seem to care if they had a date or not. Todoroki, but yesterday only Ida arrived along with Uraraka and Hatsum. Don't tell me that you. Deku, no! Everyone turned to see their friend Yaoyorozu, who hurriedly approached Deku, and immediately a chair came out from behind the black-haired girl, who passed it to the freckled man, who felt better. Yaoyorozu, what happened to you? Todoroki, so you didn't fight? Deku, no, it's against the rules to use our quirks on the street without our hero suits. Yaoyorozu, with a serious face and somewhat annoyed, so what is the explanation? Deku, I was. All his friends were now looking at him, and the boy realized that if they kept pressuring him, he wouldn't be long in spilling the beans. Uraraka, tell them the truth. Deku, it was our fault. Deku and Ida looked up at her in surprise, as did everyone else. Uraraka, he got us out of there, but we didn't come back because of him. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Ida was about to speak but felt a look from the brunette. Yaoyorozu, looking at Uraraka, is that true, Midoriya? Deku, it wasn't their fault. I told them to get out and help all the civilians they could, but there were people up above. I couldn't leave them, and I managed to free them, but the constant attacks of the villain and then his lack of control made some debris hit me. Luckily that guard was there, or maybe right now he wouldn't be with you. Bakugo, TSK, just nonsense. Deku, what's wrong, Kaken? Bakugo, why leave it to a stupid security guard when you could have gone and finished him off in one hit? Deku, because we can't use our quirks on. Bakugo, idiot, it wouldn't be the first time you've done it. The green-haired boy looked up. Only Todoroki along with Tsuyu, Ida and Uraraka knew about the train. Deku began to sweat cold, ready to silence his friend/rival with a single blow. Discreetly activated the OFA. With 5% he would be able to. The others paid attention to the green-haired boy and the blonde without noticing that Midoriya was ready to jump on top of the Muslim. Sorry, I couldn't resist the temptation. Yaoyorozu, what do you mean, Bakugo? Bakugo, don't be silly, I'm talking about the hero killer stain. Everyone continued to see him with doubts. The incident with the murder occurred in the first year, and according to the media, it was the now #1 hero Endeavor who arrested him. Todoroki, it was my father who. Bakugo, shut your mouth, damn half and half, you know that's not what happened. Mina, explains Bakugo. Bakugo, TSK, they are idiots. I don't know what the hell Deku got into. The thing is that when Stain was caught, I received a message with coordinates, and the damn nerds sent it to me. Deku breathed calmly and deactivated his quirk. Bakugo didn't know about the train, so he didn't have to worry. Yaoyorozu, I didn't receive any message. Bakugo, that's obvious, they don't even get along. How do you expect me to trust you? I bet he only sent it to a few people or not, damn it. Deku, Kakaken. At that moment, Bakugo pulled Uraraka's arm, causing the green-haired boy to stand up suddenly. Bakugo, he sent you a message, right, round face? Uraraka, aye. The girl wanted to protect Deku even though she knew it wasn't right to face the killer alone. Deku, enough, Kaken, let her go. Bakugo began to feel pressure and looked at Deku. His gaze was different from anything he had seen. The blonde thought about it but let go. Uraraka immediately moved away from the explosive blonde and stood next to Deku. Yaoyorozu, is that true, Midoriya? Deku, aye. Mina, did you really do it? You're an idiot. Kurashika, come on man, tell the truth. Ida, wait. Everyone turned to look at Ida. The black-haired boy wouldn't let them bother his friend for something he didn't do. Deku, yes. I faced Stain alone. It was during the Nomus attack, but Endeavor was the one who arrested him. Hagakure, seriously. You could have died, Midoriya. Jiro, idiot. Todoroki, I received. Deku, I sent random messages. I couldn't afford to fight and text at the same time, but no one came, and I appreciate that. It would have been foolish to risk you all. The green-haired boy looked at the two-colored boy, demanding that he not say anything with his eyes, something that Todoroki. See, you do realize that it was just as stupid, or even stupider, for you to go alone, right? Kero. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya. The boy just lowered his head. Tokoemi, the best fights are the ones that don't happen. Midoriya, you could have lost your life. Your actions were irresponsible and reckless. Deku, I know, and I'm sorry. It's just that I wanted to prevent someone else from doing it, and the result from being different. I thought it was a good idea. I'm really sorry, friends. The green-haired man returned to his seat. His companions looked at him seriously. Suddenly Ida raised his voice. Ida, okay, let's go now. This is uncomfortable, and don't forget we have classes. Looking at his watch run. Everyone started to hurry, but they passed by the green-haired man without saying anything. Deku, sigh, some things never change. The green-haired boy went to his room reluctantly, without listening to Uraraka calling him, but suddenly Ida and Todoroki cornered him. Ida, why Midoriya? Deku, because you're my friend and the class president. Ida, that doesn't exempt me from doing stupid things, and that was a big one. I could have died. Deku, and that's what differentiates us. You died, but you are the class president. They won't see a hero, they'll see revenge, and I don't want that for you. Todoroki, Midoriya, what about me? I could have told the truth and hidden Ida. I helped you. Deku, no, Todoroki, don't think I want all the attention, but you are important figures in the heroic society, and well, you are my friends. To be pointed out for something that was stupid is painful, I know it. The green-haired boy walked away from his friends and headed to his room. It wasn't long before he arrived at the living room where everyone was already. Ida opened the door and found his teacher and class leader, Aizawa, putting some papers away. Aizawa, they finally deigned to come this time. I'll pass them on. They gave me time to finish some pending things. All classes passed without incident, with the only difference that everyone avoided talking to Deku, who felt like he was in high school again. Finally his recess arrived and the boy got away from everyone and went out to the garden, but... Yaoyorozu, I knew you would be here. Deku, is something wrong, Vice President? Yaoyorozu, we said that between us only, Yaoyorozu. Deku, I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, is everything okay? Deku, no, well, everything is normal. Yaoyorozu, Bakugo and you don't get along, That's not normal. Deku, that's how it's been since we met. It got worse when he got his quirk. He said that no matter what quirk I had, I could never beat him, and all that. Yaoyorozu, did I know you could send him flying with one hit? Deku, you see my quirk, it took a while to appear. The black-haired girl looked at him strangely. She didn't know what he meant. Yaoyorozu, how? Deku, usually the quirk manifests at 5 years old, but mine didn't appear. The doctors couldn't explain it. It was supposed to appear unless I was a. Yaoyorozu, no quirk. Deku, well, that's when Kaken started making fun of me more. Yaoyorozu, how did you find out? Deku, I don't know, maybe he found out during some conversation between his mother and mine. They are both friends. The fact is that he started making fun of me more, which caused everyone to find out, and that was followed by more teasing. Yaoyorozu, I had no idea. Wait, before entering the academy, Bakugo was immersed in a villain attack. The note focused only on him, flattering him for. Deku, enduring so much and having a very good quirk. I saw those articles. Yaoyorozu, but they also mentioned that a boy got in the line of fire and tried to take him out. Deku, some would say I interfered with the hero's work. Yaoyorozu, it was you. Deku, yes. Yaoyorozu, why did you help him? Sorry if it sounds bad, but everything he's done to you. Deku, it's always been like that. Even though he was a bully, I tried to help him. I also tried with the people he attacked along with his friends, even though I got hurt. Yaoyorozu, why? Deku, because that's what a hero does. You can't abandon someone to their fate if you see that they are in danger. Even if you get hurt, it wouldn't matter. A hero always gets out of trouble. The girl stared at Deku. She entered UA by recommendation, so she couldn't take the exam, but she remembered having heard that the green-haired boy had saved Uraraka from the huge zero-point robot even though he didn't have any. The girl had ignored it, but there had been a great evolution in the freckled boy in terms of his strength. Yaoyorozu, at the beginning of school you always broke your bones. Your fight against Todoroki was horrible. You came out hurt too much, but in the last fight we had you gave blow after blow, and you didn't get hurt. Deku, since my quirk took a while to appear, I never had the time to adapt to it like you or Kirishima. My quirk increases my strength. It's a kind of boost, but because it's pure strength it was hard to adapt. I trained at school to be able to master it, and even today I haven't done it 100%. Yaoyorozu couldn't be more surprised. The boy who always sat in the same classroom had been through so much and never gave up. The black-haired girl wanted to get to know Deku better until she remembered. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, it's true, you didn't have breakfast. Deku, that's true, I forgot, and I didn't buy anything at the cafeteria either. If I hurry, maybe I'll have time to buy at least an onigiri. I'll be able to hold out until the end of classes and then head to the kitchen at full speed. Deku's classic habit of whispering appeared, bringing a smile to Yaoyorozu's face, who touched his hair and began to stir it, making the green-haired boy stop and turn red in embarrassment. Deku, Vice President W, why are you doing that? Yaoyorozu, so you stop talking so fast and it works, here, I brought you something to eat. The girl handed a Tupperware to Deku, who couldn't be redder with embarrassment. Deku, no, I didn't have to do it. Yaoyorozu, I know, but I thought you'd be hungry. If you want to keep trying, then you have to eat well. The boy opened the Tupperware that contained a portion of rice with vegetables and pieces of chicken along with some ramen and 2 onigiris. The boy was still in doubt whether to accept the dish, but when his stomach began to growl he had no choice and began to devour everything. The black-haired girl took out another Tupperware and began to eat with Deku. Yaoyorozu, I hope you don't mind. The boy continued eating more slowly. Yaoyorozu took out a thermos and poured 2 cups of tea. Both continued eating, ignoring that behind them was Uraraka with a Tupperware that had a note that said, "For Deku." The classes passed now with a Deku whose mood looked better. Finally the classes ended and everyone headed to their rooms except a certain green-haired boy who went to the kitchen but was stopped by Uraraka. Uraraka, now will you listen to me? Deku, Uraraka. Uraraka, I called you in the morning and you didn't listen to me. I looked for you during recess and I couldn't find you. Now you listen to me. Deku, why yes, what do you need? Uraraka, no, you didn't have breakfast because of Bakugo, and I think you didn't eat anything during recess, right? The green-haired boy wanted to ask if he had tried something, but seeing his friend's worried face, he decided not to say anything. Uraraka, I thought maybe you would be hungry, so I brought you this. Deku opened the Tupperware that the brunette offered him. At first he turned red and even more when he saw the note that said it was for him. The boy opened it and saw a small portion of rice with 2 onigiri, 2 dumplings and a thermos with tea. Deku, thank you Uraraka, I don't have anything to pay you. Uraraka, no, I prepared it for you. The boy turned even redder along with the brunette. Both of them looked at each other without saying a word until the sound of a sharp blow brought them back to reality suddenly. Uraraka, what was that? Deku, damn, I forgot. The green-haired boy ran to the kitchen followed by his friend. Upon entering they saw that a lid had fallen and they could feel the steam coming from a saucepan. Uraraka, what is that? Deku, lifting the lid, I wanted to make some udon. Uraraka, I'm sorry I distracted you. Deku, everything's fine, nothing's wrong, I just don't know what to do with the udon now, hehe. Uraraka, if you want, you can give it to me. Deku, are you hungry? The boy saw his friend and for a second it crossed his mind to give her his Tupperware, something that the brunette realized and quickly grabbed a deep plate. Uraraka, a little, but I would like to eat what you prepare, is that a problem? Deku, and no, none, serve yourself with confidence. The chestnut smiled and immediately served her portion. Deku, Uraraka, don't you want to eat in the arcade? The brunette, his friend, immediately got the message and nodded. They both went to the room where some of their classmates were. The boy took control and started watching the news. Ida, sitting next to his friends, nothing incriminating? Deku, not yet, and I hope it stays that way. Everything was fine. Some kids paid attention to the recording and asked normal questions starting with where he was and things like that, which the kid answered as best he could. Bakugo, what the hell are you watching? Deku, nothing, just the news, I wanted to see if I didn't leave anyone alone. Bakugo, tisk, you're just talking nonsense. Deku, come on Kaka, not again. Bakugo, there. Pointing at the television, the villain has his guard down. At that moment it was just a matter of landing one hit, and it would have ended. Deku, and show my identity to the world, great plan. Bakugo, heroes risk damn things. Deku, would you have done it? Bakugo, you know the bucking answer. Deku, so that would be your plan? Attack and everything, even if people saw you. Bakugo, they would see a hero, the next number one who isn't afraid of anything. Deku, of all the stupid ideas you've had, think about it, the cameras see you, the whole world recognizes you, but instead of seeing a hero, they would just see a boastful teenager with a great quirk attacking in a public square, even though it is a violation of the rules. Bakugo, shut up. Deku, they'll probably expel you from school no matter how much your mother comes and pleads for you. In the end, they'll tell her that it was because of her son's shitty attitude that his future was ruined. Everyone turned to see the boys. Bakugo was standing with his fists closed while Deku remained sitting. Deku, and it would be very mild taking into account that the authorities do not arrest you, because what do you think? They could do it however the school would protect you, although the expulsion would be imminent, but you would have an option, and it would be to take the exam in another year or do it for another school. Either way it would be a setback for you, right? And I know you, Kaken, you would not sit idly by and take justice into your own hands, becoming a vigilante, or the next stain. Because of your damn pride and arrogance you would become what you despise so much. Deku continued eating, but Bakugo hit his table. Bakugo, your mouth is a little loose, don't you think, Deku? Deku, or maybe I'm already fed up with you. Bakugo, you shouldn't even be here, damn it, without a quirk, you're just a bucking stone in my way. Deku, really? Are you really saying that? The person whose attitude is that of a damn villain. Now everyone became alert. The green-haired boy stood up and stood face to face with the blonde. Kirishima, trouble activating his quirk. Deku, I'll ask you a question. Who has a better chance of being here, the one without a quirk, or the one who has a flashy quirk and grew up spoiled? Everyone activated their quirks except Ida and Yaoyorozu. Deku, you're just an idiot who thinks he's better than others just because he has something powerful. Because people praised you and you filled your head so much that it hurts you that there is someone better than you. Bakugo, you're a Deku what? It's the truth, all the time walking proudly looking down on everyone, that only caused you to have a shitty character. You used intimidation to achieve your goals. That's something very villainous, don't you think? Bakugo, you've always been a hindrance to me. Deku, yeah, always saying that, but you know what? I don't have a disgusting attitude. I wasn't the one who was kidnapped at camp. I didn't cause my friends to put themselves in danger to save me, risking their careers and their lives. I didn't cause the one hero to fight a battle that would cause his retirement. They don't see me as a potential villain in disguise of a hero. I didn't fail the provisional license exam just for being an idiot. But you're not only a danger to us, you are also a danger to the pros, but of course nobody sees that. They only see the incredible Bakugo, who has a powerful quirk, the Bakugo whose attitude is nothing more than the strength of his heart, even when it was the mud villain. You remember that, right? Everyone was on edge. They remembered seeing that on the news, but they had forgotten it was Bakugo who was there. On the other side, Yaoyorozu and Ida were undecided. Both knew that a fight between them would be destructive, but something inside them prevented them from acting. Bakugo, I'll only say it one more time, damn it, shut up. Deku, I saw everything from the front row. The monster had you cornered. The pros couldn't act because of the villain's singularity, and because you had turned everything into a minefield. It was fair. You were defending yourself and clinging to life. All the media, the people, and even the heroes praise you, but there is something that maybe they didn't see, and that is that before All Might came to save you, you were crying. You who on previous occasions hit boys just to show your greatness, and that there would be no one stronger than you. In those moments you were crying for help. In those moments your tough guy character went to hell on telling you the truth, Kaken? Maybe you are not a threat, but stop pretending to be a hero. That was all. Everyone was speechless. Suddenly explosions began to be heard. Bakugo was creating small explosions, but they would soon stop being so. On the other side, Deku had activated his quirk too. But he didn't lose his head. He knew it was just a matter of hitting him with enough force to knock him out and everything would be over. These rays began to come out of his body. Kirishima stood up immediately, activating his unbreakable form. Yaoyorozu was creating some sedatives, and Ida had his reciprocal ready to tackle either of the two. The others were also ready to intervene. Bakugo, you're dead, you bucking nerd. Deku, no more. Both raised their arms ready to attack with everything, but suddenly the blonde opened his eyes in surprise and then collapsed on the ground before the eyes of Deku, who was still just as surprised, but in a matter of seconds he was on guard, attentive to any sound but. Kendo, sorry, did I interrupt something important? Chapter 13, They Don't Know Me. Itsuka Kendo, president of Class B, had put an end to an imminent destructive fight. The orange-haired girl had hit Bakugo the same way she did with Momo. The entire Class A looked at her in surprise but relaxed, except for the green-haired boy, who took out all the power of the OFA that his body could withstand at once, even without realizing that it had risen, so his body was completely tense. He couldn't open his fist while his mind was in chaos. He could see Bakugo lying there unconscious. Yaoyorozu was right. She could send him flying with a single blow, even take him out of the window and reach him before he hit the ground. The boy debated whether to do it or not, but then he felt hands. There was one. It felt warm and soft with a pair of pads on the fingers. Another one was placed on his shoulder, another on his arm, another on his chest, and finally another one rested on his free shoulder. The boy slowly recovered, his power decreasing slowly. Finally, he felt his body relax and was able to turn around. He realized that those who they had Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu, and Kendo respectively. Ida, dude, are you okay? Uraraka, Deku, you need to sit down. The boy turned his head confused but felt Uraraka's hand squeeze his, so he tightened his grip too. The boy felt that simple gesture was bringing him back to reality. Deku clung to that small and warm grip as if his sanity depended on it. After a few minutes the boy turned off his quirk and immediately felt his legs tremble, and he fell effortlessly but was held by Kendo, who enlarged his hand so the boy fell like on a mattress and didn't hurt himself. That action earned a small look of jealousy from the brunette. Kendo, Midoriya, are you okay? Deku, yes, President, thank you very much. Uraraka, come on, finish eating, you haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Kendo, you haven't eaten anything since yesterday? Midoriya, that's very irresponsible. Tsuyu, Bakugo didn't let him eat. He tormented him with questions, threats, and managed to get gods to leave him alone, and since it was late he had to hurry. Momo, remembering everything the green-haired boy told her about his childhood, technically we were unfair to Midoriya. At least we should have given him the opportunity to answer. Mina, seeing it like this. Aoyama, Miss Yaoyorozu is quite right, forgive me Midoriya, after what we talked about. Deku, it's nothing Aoyama really. Kendo, excluding that Ida Yaoyorozu, why didn't you stop the fight? Ida, no we were. Yaoyorozu, I was. Jiro, I was with Yamamoto. We went to see Professor Aizawa to see about some subjects that could be complicated for me. The black-haired girl saw her best friend who gave her a knowing smile, while Ida saw them with a suffering face, but immediately a certain pink-haired girl appeared in his mind. Ida, I was with Hatsum. I wanted to see about some improvements. The orange-haired girl looked at her companions with some suspicion but said nothing. Kirishima, wow Midoriya, I can't believe it. Deku, Ki Kirishima? Kirishima, telling him all that it's not manly, old man, it wasn't right. Tokoemi, I don't think so Kirishima, you see it from your friend's side, but it's clear that Midoriya knows him better, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Deku, guys. Kirishima, but saying that it was because of him that All Might retired is very harsh no matter what. Yaoyorozu, then I guess saying that he committed suicide is better, right? Kirishima, what? Yaoyorozu, is it better or not? The boy didn't know how to respond, but the green-haired boy knew why Yaoyorozu had yelled that. He had told her when they were talking. Although everyone's attention was focused on Yaoyorozu, she had never gotten upset over anyone. However, now she stood up and looked extremely upset. Kirishima, why you don't know that? Yaoyorozu, I know their files, as class vice president I saw them. Kaminari, that shouldn't come there. Jiro, even if she didn't, you don't think Midoriya's mother would just stand idly by so easily, do you? Yaoyorozu, I found the complaint your mother made, I also found other things. Kirishima, he told you that, me Midoriya? Deku, yes, years ago, before entering UA. Mina, what things? Yaoyorozu, multiple reports of damage caused by Bakugo to different people, physically, psychologically, whatever is good to discredit people who were weaker than him. Everyone looked at Bakugo in surprise but didn't say anything. Kirishima, well, Class B President, what do we owe this visit to? Kendo, it's true guys, I'm sorry, but when Bakugo wakes up, please tell him that he's under threat from the director. Everyone was surprised. Kirishima, threat and why? Kendo, since the fight he had with Monoma. Kirishima, then you must have done it 3 years ago. Kendo, the fight was serious, even Professor Vlad was worried about what happened, so I decided to take action this time. I did not pass the report to his teacher, much less to the director, but one more time and the answer will not come from me. Kirishima, is it a threat? Kendo, just one suggestion, he needs to improve his temper. He has lowered it, but he still has that argument with our class. He is still dangerous. Ida, calm down Kirishima, it's okay Kendo, we'll take care of it. Deku was sitting, he had finally finished eating although he didn't feel comfortable. He knew he owed Kendo a punishment although he prayed that he had forgotten but... Kendo, by the way, even though I won't take Bakugo if I have to take one of you. Everyone tensed up. They didn't know anything about any reason for him to take them, but a few seconds passed and Deku stood up. Deku, it's okay, President, you don't have to be so mysterious. Ida, Midoriya? Kendo, Midoriya has a pending punishment with me and I took the opportunity to take it. No problem, right Ida? Ida, if he has something to do with you, then I don't see the problem. Uraraka, Deku, you have to arrive early for dinner, understand? Deku, yes Uraraka, it won't be long or yes President. Kendo, as long as it takes Midoriya. I hope it doesn't take too long, but if you need it we can go buy something so you can eat something. Deku, thank you very much, well friends I'll see you later. Uraraka, Yes, take good care of yourself. Both boys left the recreational area of the Class A building and began to walk. What Deku realized was that they were heading to the gym, a place built especially for students to train their skills and have combat practices authorized by the teachers. This gym would be built after the fight between Deku and Bakugo. Deku, pre-president? Kendo, what's up, Midoriya? Deku, what are we doing here? Kendo, well, Midoriya, as you well know, you along with Bakugo and Todoroki have already made yourselves known, maybe not as the Big Three, but as the destructive triad of UA. I assume this title does not make you proud. Deku, well no, but I take it with pleasure because the previous three greats, Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire were great people and I feel that title will always be theirs no matter what. Kendo, well, I think I was expecting that answer from you. Now, you also know that our class has always been like the weak one below you. Deku, I am sorry, President, but I don't know what you mean by all this. Kendo, well, do you know what my quirk is? Deku, taking out his notebook, Class B. President, Itsuka Kendo. Hero name, Battle Fist. She can enlarge her hands by delivering destructive blows. It seems that her strength also increases since it is believed that materials such as concrete and steel can be bent or destroyed by a simple squeeze. Her skills in martial arts make her a powerful rival. The boy started to ramble a bit, and his habit of mumbling came to light, so the girl lightly hit him on the head. Kendo, I asked you if you knew what my quirk was, not a detailed analysis. Deku, sorry, President. Kendo, never mind, you surprise me anyway. That notebook you have? Deku, this well, I called them analysis for the future. Here I write down the information of the heroes, their quirks, methods of use, advantages and disadvantages, as well as some notes where I pointed out steps to be the best hero. The orange-haired girl had her eyes open. She was attentive to detail in everything. Kendo, how many of those notebooks do you have? Deku, not many, just 15. Kendo, 15? Wow, you impress me. Deku, I have notes from my class but also from yours, President. Kendo, my class? And why? Deku, as I told you, I wrote down the information of the heroes whose abilities are surprising, and Class B is surprising by itself. For example, Ibera, she has a great quirk. Her vines can be deadly, but she has impressive handling. Many of you have impressive qualities. I can dare to say that it is a mistake that they have put you in Class B when you have everything to be in A. Kendo was amazed. She had to admit that the green-haired man was something new to her. No one had ever told her something like that. Kendo, what do you think is the difference between our classes? Deku, none. In skills we are even. Our quirks are equally powerful. If the two classes existed, it is because in one they could not have so many students, or so I want to think, but well, that is my opinion, hehe. And that was it. The girl was totally surprised and above all sorry. They were in the same school for 3 years and she never got to know him well. Kendo was totally lost. Although their groups were different, she was able to get to know him better, learn some things about him. The girl was still in her thoughts, but suddenly she remembered why she had brought him. Kendo, okay, enough talking, I'll confess why I brought you. Deku, it's okay. Kendo, you know what my quirk is and my martial arts skills, Midoriya. I want you to train me? Deku, what? Kendo, you said it, our skills are not very different. Maybe we have a different training, maybe not. But what I do know is that a training regime outside of school, then my level will increase. Deku, that's very responsible of you, President, but don't you think we should see my punishment? Kendo, haha, let's say this is your punishment, or because you don't want to train me, Midoriya? Maybe you think I'm lacking to be at your level? Deku, and not at all, it's just that she caught me by surprise, but if that's what she wants then I'll do my best to help her. Kendo, okay. So what's next? Deku, I know what your quirk is, President, advantages and disadvantages, so I think to know what regime we will have we have to start with a fight. Kendo, a fight? Deku, yes, I want to see his quirk in action, and since we can't use a test dummy then I'll see it firsthand unless you don't want to, sorry. Kendo, okay, a fight sounds fantastic, Midoriya? Deku, what's up, President? Kendo, Let it be known that you set the challenge, so I want you to know that I will not hold back, so I don't want you to understand. Deku, stretching, understood. Both boys went to change their clothes for sports clothes. When they returned, Kendo adopted his martial arts style fighting pose while Deku raised both fists without activating the OFA. Deku, okay, President, this will be a practice fight, but that doesn't mean it will give me an advantage. Come at me with everything you've got. The orange-haired girl was surprised by that, but she didn't let her guard down and was now smiling with excitement. Kendo, I hope you don't regret your words, Midoriya. The girl propelled herself with her fist towards Deku with a kick. The green-haired man managed to dodge it almost without problems. The orange-haired woman threw punches and kicks that, although they managed to put Deku in trouble, he dodged them, making Kendo angry, so the girl waited for the green-haired man to get close enough to throw a kick that Deku managed to dodge, but this was taken advantage of by Kendo, who, seeing that the boy lowered his guard to dodge, slowly enlarged his fist and managed to hit him in the chest, taking him out of the field and slamming him against the wall. The boy fell to the ground but managed to get up before the surprised gaze of Kendo, who believed that he had gone too far with that blow. Kendo, hey, are you okay, Midoriya? Deku, is it weird to be excited about this? Kendo, maybe a little. I told you I would go all out. Deku, that was it? Then why did I get excited? The girl looked at the green-haired man with a fake expression of indignation and then laughed. Kendo, I'm not the one who ends up on the ground. Deku, I guess I'll have to use my quirk to be even. The girl was now surprised. She thought that the green-haired boy was already using his strength. His way of dodging was impressive. Suddenly she remembered how she had seen him at night and on the battlefield. His quirk produced green rays and the boy did not produce any, so Kendo felt a little offended. Kendo, were you making fun of me by fighting without your quirk? Deku, no, I was just analyzing the situation. Now I'm serious. The boy breathed, and as he exhaled, the characteristic rays began to come out, enveloping his body. The boy stared at the orange-haired girl, who saw that the boy did not seem affected at all by the blow he received a few minutes ago. The girl got back into a fighting stance, but in a blink of an eye the boy was no longer in his place. The girl began to look everywhere. She only saw a flash of green until Deku, surprise. He just pushed her, or at least that's what Kendo saw. As soon as she heard the green-haired boy's voice, she turned around to throw a punch, but she felt like some hands grabbed her shoulders and pushed her to the other side. It was just a push, and yet the girl had rolled a considerable distance. Kendo stood up immediately. Deku was in front of her. Kendo, I guess we're even now, huh? Deku, I just pushed you, you hit me. Kendo, don't start being dramatic and fight. They both started fighting again, and although Kendo was serious about not holding back, the green-haired boy had lied. He would never hit someone with his full strength. He used what was necessary to cover and respond, but he used more to dodge and move. The green-haired boy was perfectly alternating the percentage of the OFA. There was also something that Deku noticed, and that was that there were times when Kendo changed the size of her hand, something that puzzled the boy because he thought that the girl could only change to a large one. Instead, now she was modifying the size, which put the green-haired boy in trouble. Kendo, ready to lose. Deku, promise me you won't get mad when I win. The girl noticed something in the freckled man's attitude and agreed with Ida and Yaoyorozu. Flashback. Kendo, I don't believe you, haha. Yaoyorozu, I'm serious, you'll have to check it out someday. Kendo, are you saying Midoriya is two people? It's not like it's science fiction. Yaoyorozu, I swear, Midoriya is one person but Deku is another. Kendo, it's impossible. Ida, what is impossible? Kendo, Yaoyorozu says that Midoriya becomes another person when he is Deku. Ida, it's hard to believe, but he's right. Kendo, you too, Ida? I thought you were the rational one in Class A. Ida, it's not that they are two people, but when Midoriya puts on the suit or fights seriously, his attitude changes. No more nerves, stuttering, or doubts. He analyzes his entire environment and thinks of a plan. He doesn't leave anything for granted. He behaves in a very different way to the student Midoriya. Kendo, someday I'll have to see it with my own eyes. Flashback end. The girl was surprised but went back to concentrating on her fight, so she threw a punch at Deku, but he managed to dodge it by spinning around. But as soon as he turned his back, the girl's hand grew bigger, imprisoning his rival. The boy struggled to get out, but without hurting the president of Class B. Kendo, I think he's healed now. The boy opened his eyes. The hand that had him prisoner was the same one he had hurt that night. With more reason, he wanted to avoid hurting her, but then the girl's grip began to get stronger. Kendo, you want to know if I can bend steel or destroy concrete, right? Deku, I am not a guinea pig. The boy began to use force and was opening Kendo's fist, who thought of a plan and threw Deku towards the ceiling, but before he could recover, the orange-haired girl hit him in the air. Deku would go out a window, but before Kendo returned to take him to throw him on the ground. The boy stood up, bewildered by the attacks, but before he could recover, he saw how Kendo's fist in normal form was getting dangerously close to him, so he rose, but he did not count on the girl having thought of that, and when the boy got up, Kendo enlarged his other hand and with a swipe slammed Deku back to the ground. The green-haired boy got up again, only to be hit in the shoulder by Kendo's medium-sized free hand, who threw him into the stands. Not much happened, but Deku stood up. The boy was too stunned, so when he jumped, he did it without an OFA, so Kendo grabbed him by the ankle and, making an arc in the air, slammed him back to ground. After a while he stood up, but was grabbed by the torso by Kendo, who brought him closer to his face. Kendo, I told you I wouldn't hold back. Even if you attack with everything I have, I'll still beat you. I'm not weak. I'm not weak. The girl let go of him, but with a kick she knocked him down, and before the poor green-haired boy could react, he had already been hit again in the chest, which made the boy fly like a projectile towards the stands, destroying them. Kendo, I told you to be ready to lose. The president had gotten out of control. She had hit the boy with everything she had without giving him the chance to respond. Even her eyes seemed bulging. It was as if Itsuka Kendo had abandoned control and something else had taken over. The sound of wooden boards falling from the debris of the stands had brought her back to reality, and she was scared to see the gym in the state she had left it until she remembered the green-haired boy, so she went to him. In the hole you could see the boy, who had his eyes closed. Kendo almost started to cry from despair, but her sense of responsibility was greater, so she took the boy by the arm and pulled him out of there, but then she felt that it was her arm that was being squeezed. The girl saw Deku's face, which now seemed furious. Deku, I got you. The boy pulled the poor Kendo, but before getting close enough, he put his feet and pushed her forward with force. The president hit the ceiling, but thanks to her quirk, she was able to fall without hurting herself. Deku, is that all you got? The boy activated the OFA with everything his body could resist and began to jump from one side to the other. Kendo tried to follow him with his eyes, but it was almost impossible. From time to time the boy appeared near the president just to hit her lightly, making her angry, so when she felt that the boy was close to her, she enlarged her hands and formed an air current with enough force to throw the freckled man out of his movement, leaving him free in sight. The boy landed in front of her. Deku, I told you I wouldn't be your punching bag anymore. The boy ran towards Kendo and she threw her fist, enlarging it until it stretched to its maximum capacity. The girl thought she stopped Deku but realized her mistake too late. Deku had stopped her. The girl returned her fist to its natural form, but with that she pulled the green-haired boy towards her. The boy stopped and attracted Kendo, pulling her arm to grab her by the neck. The boy jumped, spinning on himself with everything and the girl to then slam her against the ground. The green-haired boy jumped up and let himself fall, raising both fists to hit the president, who had no strength. She had exhausted her energy, only raised her hand but could no longer use her quirk. The boy was about to fall when he felt Uraraka's grip on his hand again, bringing him back to reality. Uraraka, Deku. The green-haired man opened his eyes, observing what he was about to do. So before landing he kicked in the air, which made him change direction and land hard on the ground. He hadn't broken any bones, but his energy was at its limit. He felt like his body was burning, but... Kendo, Midoriya, are you okay? Deku heard Kendo's voice, and remembering what he was about to do to him, he felt bad. But it only took a moan of pain from the girl for the green-haired boy to jump up like lightning to help his companion. Deku, PR president is okay? Excuse me, I don't know what I was thinking. Kendo, I could say the same thing a few minutes ago, heh? The boy managed to carry her, and they went to the stands. Deku, no, I don't know what I was thinking, President Sai, I'm really sorry. I would understand if you didn't want to train with me anymore. Kendo burst into laughter at Deku's surprised look. The girl had literally lost her mind before, and had even hit Deku more, and yet he apologized as if it was his fault. Kendo, Midoriya, you really are someone incredible. It wasn't your fault. I forced you to let go. It was my fault to end up like this. Deku, boo, but I was about to. Kendo, but you stopped in time. Someone bad would have followed through with the blow, but not you. You're a good person. Stop blaming now. Let's see what happened to that guy I fought earlier. So energetic without hesitation? You're not going to tell me you're someone different when you fight. Deku, it seems so she's not the only one who tells me that when I fight I change. It seems that Deku is the brave one, and I am the coward. Kendo, shouldn't it be the other way around? Deku is a meaning for useless, however the hero Deku never gives up. Deku, at first Kaken used it to make fun of me, he hated the nickname. Kendo, and why is your hero name? Deku, when I entered UA here, someone changed the meaning. I went from being the useless and useless Deku to the Deku who is great, whose name means try hard. Kendo, so the hero strives to change the meaning, original, fights to become great. Midoriya, when you put on the suit or fight your personality changes, but not because you are two people. The costume gives you the security to go out into the world and say here I am without people recognizing you. Anonymity gives you courage. The same thing happens when fighting. You strive and give your all so that people focus on what you do well and not on you, because you think that if they see you they will see the useless Deku and think that you can't do anything well, and as a hero that is unimaginable, because if people doubt your abilities then Deku, I will lose everything. A symbol of peace that protects people with a smile, an unbreakable symbol. That symbol cannot be seen as useless, because if not, everything he has worked for would have been in vain. Kendo Izuku. The girl didn't know why he had referred to him by his name, but she didn't care, just as she hadn't cared about hugging the green-haired boy tightly. To his surprise, the girl buried her face in Deku's chest while both of them shed a few small tears that neither saw. Kendo, you're not useless, you know? You're someone great. I managed to hear what Yaoyorozu was saying. You and Bakugo have been friends since childhood, right? Deku, yes. Kendo, reports of attacks. Deku, Kaken hit and humiliated almost everyone. He made people see his superiority just for having a striking quirk. Kendo, but you were his partner, you never tried to stop him. Deku, yes, I ended up on the ground covered in bruises and burns. Kendo, but you helped whenever you could. You know, even before entering UA you were already a hero. You were already Deku the hero before that. Deku, president, but Kendo, releasing it, no buts, you were a hero before and look at you now. You save lives and you don't ask for a reward, or recognition, or even thanks. It doesn't matter what Bakugo or his friends say, or even what the world says, they don't define who you are. You do it, and not with words but with your actions. They both looked at each other. The green-haired boy was surprised. No one had ever told him something like that, not even his mentor. He felt like crying, but a strange force prevented him. Now he only had a courage that he always lacked as a child. Deku, and well, what else shall we do now? Kendo, looking at the gym, well, first I have to fix this matter. Deku, I am sorry, President. Kendo, and you keep apologizing for everything. Maybe if I talk to Professor Vlad he could cover me? Or call Cementos so he can fix it with Kamui Woods? The orange-haired girl began to ramble a little, which earned her a small laugh and a reprimanding look from Kendo. Deku, okay, I think I have to go away. I pass my bad habit on to people. Kendo, Yaoyorozu has been gossiping too much since first year, and you've never been friends. Deku, ouch, haha, that hurt. Kendo, haha, sorry. Deku, don't worry, President, you're right. I don't leave my circle of friends. Maybe I should talk more with others. Kendo thought he still had something pending to unite classes A and B. Suddenly all his problems came back to his mind and the girl laid down on the wood. Deku, okay? Kendo, up to the limit of problems but well outside of that. Deku, can I help? Kendo, I don't know. If we look at it in perspective there aren't many but Midoriya. Can I trust you? Deku, until now I have trusted you, President. I do not expect you to return the favor. but you know that I will always help in any way I can. Kendo, smiling, I guess you're right, Sai. I didn't lie about what I said a while ago. The teacher was a little worried about the argument you had a few days ago. I don't blame him. It's been 3 years and we still can't get along. The people, or rather the media, hasn't helped much, calling us inferior, mediocre, even weak. But they always praise you. The great class say there's also Bakugo. He doesn't contribute much with the character he has, and I also have to deal with Monoma. I was in charge of making our classes coexist, but I feel like we are just a few things away from unleashing a pitched battle, and that is so frustrating, Sai. I think that after all, if we are inferior to you, surely Yaoyorozu or Ida would have already thought of something. Deku, well, if so many attacks from villains and being constantly under threat preventing me from studying freely as I should is being inferior to you, is there a way to change to Class B? Kendo turned to see Deku, who was smiling as always. Deku, honestly, I knew what I was getting into from the moment I decided to take my UA exam. But with everything that's happened, I feel like you're the ones who have grown more as students than us. Maybe we have the experience in the field, but you have the knowledge to handle it, which certainly makes you a little better than us. Kendo, we have what you lack, the knowledge, but you have the experience. Both classes complement each other. I have it. Deku, what? Kendo, Midoriya, you are a genius. Deku, thank you. Kendo, don't you see? It's simple. When they see that our differences make us one kind, when we learn from each other, then we'll know there's no rivalry, because we are. Deku, from the same school, we want to be heroes too. Kendo, a festival. Deku, at what point did I stop being surprised? Kendo, keep waiting and listening, but we can do all kinds of events by mixing our partners. Deku, I don't understand. Kendo, think about it. Ibara and Koda can make a botanical garden full of life. We can bring that girl Eri and others to live together. Demonstration of strength with Kirishima and Tetsu. Guess who with Hagakure and manga? We can put Mineta on a board and make challenges to see who can throw him into a tub of water. The winner takes a stuffed rabbit, haha. Deku, haha, sounds pretty good. Yaoyorozu could make the whole game for you for free even if she faints, and Kaminari could power up the whole festival if you introduce him to Ibara. Kendo, that would be a challenge. Wait, no, Kaminari and Jiro weren't there, you know. Deku, that's weird. Kendo, officially, relationships are prohibited at UA. You know that, right? That could get those involved expelled. Deku, yes, I know, but I. Kendo, unofficially, a certain president might not do anything if she finds out. Deku, ha ha ha, I think that president is corrupt then. Kendo looked at him with false indignation. Kendo, Midoriya calling another class president corrupt is against the rules. Deku, I never said it was you. Would you accept a bribe? Kendo, give me the relevant information and maybe you'll be free of charges. Deku, it's a good deal, but I don't think it will be of much use to you. As far as I know, Kaminari and Jiro are nothing more than friends. In any case, ask Yaoyorozu, she's his best friend. Maybe you'll have better luck with her. Kendo, it's not viable information. I think I'll have to teach you a lesson. Deku, okay, I'll talk, but you didn't hear it from me. There are rumors that say that both of them escape from time to time. Nobody knows where, but when they return they are totally red. Kendo, still not good information. Deku, that's all, I swear to God. Kendo, okay, Midoriya, you're free of charges, but... Deku, I'm innocent, I swear. Kendo, you have to be at the festival. Deku, and why me? Kendo, 1. It is because of you that I came up with this idea. 2. You have a pending punishment with me, so you will be, along with me, in charge of making the festival a success. Deku, do I have a choice? Kendo, being the next to fall into the water after Mineta. Deku, you and I will make it a successful festival. Kendo, I thought so. Well, Midoriya, time to go. I'll talk to Professor Vlad to let him know about the festival and the gym. I'll be in touch with you for our next training, okay? Deku, of course, President, see you. Kendo, see you later. They both said goodbye. The rest of the afternoon passed normally. The boys apologized to Deku for not letting him defend himself, and they also spoke to Bakugo, who didn't take it well. The green-haired boy was scolded for the state he had returned in, but in the end they all had dinner together, and finally went to bed. Meanwhile, in Deku's room, everyone was sleeping normally except him. He was sweating and moving too much, but finally he relaxed. Inside the freckled man's dream, everything was dark. Nothing could be seen until suddenly a small light began to shine. The light grew bigger and suddenly a figure began to walk. Midoriya was nervous. It was a dream, but he still felt insecure. Suddenly that figure was closer. He could see its shape now. It was its hero's suit, walking towards him. When it was a considerable distance away, he noticed some eyes in a mask, big and green ones. Midoriya, who are you? I am what you are not. Midoriya, what? What you hide, the value you lost, the security, that's me. It's a very long name, although you can also call me Deku. Midoriya, what this isn't real. Deku, of course, look at me, here I am the strength that you don't have, the courage, the determination. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Deku, why did you call me? Midoriya, I didn't do wait because you have my hero suit. Deku, because everything you don't want to see appears when you put this on. Without this you would be nothing. The brave become cowardly, although I wonder why do you do it? You have the power of the number one hero and yet you look like a scared sheep. You have to put on a piece of rag to be that which everyone respects. You disappoint me. Midoriya, no, I'm not a coward. Deku, yes you are. Kaken made you like that and in the process created me. He separated us, but you never tried to unite us. You take control and only cause shame. Instead I cause admiration. Midoriya, shut up. Deku, you can't silence me. I'm you at the end of the day, remember? Sometimes I wonder why you don't keep your suit on all the time and let me rule. After all, I'm the hero. I'm what you don't want to show, and do you know why? Because you're a coward. Midoriya, I'm not a coward. Deku, yes you are. Without me, without this great quirk, without the OFA you would be nothing. Midoriya, no, you're lying. I'm already someone. With or without quirk I was a hero before. I don't need a suit. Deku, go on, say it. Deku, I've always been Izuku. Midoriya, I've always been Deku. Suddenly everything lit up. Now in a white color the green-haired man looked and realized that he had activated the OFA. The figure dressed in his suit remained still until suddenly he raised his arm and removed his mask, revealing that it was his reflection who was smiling. He slowly approached the original Midoriya and placed his hand on his chest. Deku, that's all I wanted to hear, thank you. The suit began to fall apart, and took the form of energy which entered the boy who touched his chest scared, but suddenly his suit formed. He felt warm as if the weight of the world had left him. Suddenly he heard a voice in his head. Deku, we are one now, a team. Let's go out and let the world see that you're here. The green-haired boy woke up suddenly and touched his chest. He was only wearing his pajamas, but he felt as if all the fear that Bakugo had embedded in him as well as his doubts were gradually being eliminated. The boy felt happy and after a while he went to bed again. Now he was complete. Chapter 14, New Day. And finally it dawned. The rays entered slowly through each window of all the boys of the UA High School, although the young men refused to wake up except for a green-haired boy who trained at a fast pace. He felt that he had energy for a long time despite having just woken up. He kicked and somersaults along with combinations of blows that left a gust of air that only excited Deku more. After doing some movements he continued with squats and push-ups along with other exercises without using the OFA. Until after a while the boy concentrated and breathed and then put on some new weights on his arms and legs. Deku, 1 for all 50%. The boy tried to move but he was slow. The new weights were too heavy, but it was just a matter of keeping moving and he felt he was more agile. The somersaults were a challenge because his feet were so heavy that he felt he would split in two, but he didn't care and continued training hard, resting at time intervals that he established until he managed to move perfectly effortlessly. So he dropped his weights and rubbed his arms. He lay down on the grass and breathed calmly. He had done too much exercise and still felt he had energy to continue a little longer, but he decided it was better to stop, take a shower and go eat. So putting away his things he went to his room and then went out with a towel, but a sound distracted him. It was a soft guitar rhythm, a mute that caught his attention until he heard the main voice. Soft and harmonious, it was perfect and continued with the rhythm without interruptions. A few seconds passed before the green-haired boy realized. Deku, That voice, it's Jiro. I didn't think he'd sing so early. That song is, if I'm not mistaken, Rolling in the Deep. I had no idea Jiro's taste also went towards those genres. Well, I'd better go take a shower before it gets awkward. The boy turned around and continued on his way. After a few minutes, the violet-haired girl opened her door. Jiro, I swear I felt someone was around here looking at his watch. Maybe it's my imagination. At this time only Midoriya could be awake. Maybe he. I don't think so. It's just me. I'd better go back to my room. The girl entered slowly, but before that she looked around in case she saw something suspicious. Some time passed and Deku was finally heading towards the kitchen. He had energy but also very hungry. The green-haired boy expected to see the black-haired vice president but found the kitchen totally empty, but without giving it much importance, and after preparing something, he began to eat happily. But to his surprise, the second to arrive was not Yaoyorozu but her best friend Jiro, who had the same neutral face as always, although the green-haired boy could swear that when she saw his face she was surprised and even blushed for a few seconds. But as nothing went any further, the green-haired boy continued eating breakfast calmly. Jiro, good morning Midoriya. Deku, good morning Jiro. Jiro, everything okay? Deku, yes, what's the question? Jiro, nothing, no, don't worry. Deku was a little surprised. It was a bit strange to see the rocker and rude Jiro get nervous, but he didn't give it importance, attributing it to the time. Deku, okay, and I didn't think I saw you. Jiro, why? We're Midoriya's classmates. Deku, I mean so early. Yaoyorozu always arrives first. The boy ignored him, but saying at least indirectly that Jiro was lazy made the green-haired girl throw her connectors towards Deku, who managed to dodge them thanks to his reflexes. The girl did that without realizing it, so she saw how the boy dodged it. At first she was impressed, but then she got worried about what happened to the green-haired girl. Jiro, I'm so sorry Midoriya. It wasn't my intention. Deku, it's okay, I don't know what I did to cause the attack, but it's okay. Jiro, please forgive me. Deku, nothing's really wrong. Jiro was still a bit embarrassed with the green-haired boy, but he smiled at her, showing that he couldn't get mad at the girl, who blushed slightly but turned away so it wouldn't be noticeable. Deku, by the way, I made some ramen and some onigiri. It should be enough for everyone. If you're hungry you could. Jiro, I'll help myself, thank you very much. Jiro's normal attitude had returned and he headed to the kitchen. Deku, by the way, you play great, Jiro. There was no response, so the boy thought she hadn't heard him, but as soon as he heard a plate break, the boy took a huge leap towards the kitchen to find a completely silent Jiro looking down at the bubbling pot. The boy approached and grabbed her by the shoulder, causing her to jump, and on impulse she attacked Deku again, who didn't think about the attack, so it hit him square in the chest. The boy began to writhe in pain, so the girl stopped her attack. She was completely red as she approached Midoriya, who was on his knees looking down at the floor, still trembling. Jiro, Midoriya, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to attack. Deku, are you okay, Jiro? Jiro, huh? I attack you and you ask? Deku, I heard a broken plate, and I thought something happened to you. Jiro, boo, but I attacked you. Deku, it wasn't intentional, don't worry, I'll be fine in a few minutes. Jiro watched attentively as the boy was still having spasms from the surprise attack, but he managed to stand up even though his legs were still shaking. Deku, see, I'm as good as new. Jiro, your legs are shaking. Deku, that's true, you'll feel better in a moment, I hope so, haha. The girl just smiled and tilted her head. Jiro, you're a fool sometimes. Deku, sorry, but why did the plate fall? The violet-haired girl remembered the boy's words moments before and her smile slowly disappeared. Deku, are you okay, Jiro? Jiro, it's just that I got yes, that's what happened. The plate got too hot and I dropped it on instinct. Deku, are you okay? Jiro, yes, I'm not very good at cooking, Deku, oh sorry, I would have helped you. Jiro, don't worry Midoriya, I'm not useless, I had to learn at some point, Both boys laughed for a few minutes. The green-haired boy took a broom and began to sweep the pieces that were scattered. When he finished, he carried his companion's plates despite the blushing violet-haired girl's refusal. Finally both were eating comfortably. Jiro, so Midoriya? Deku, what's wrong? Jiro, putting her connectors together nervously and blushing. Do you really think he played W well? Deku, blushing him. Yeah, it sounded great, although you're more of a rock person, right? Jiro, yes, but let's say that although I'm a rock fan, the other thing is a guilty pleasure. Please don't tell anyone. Deku, say what? Jiro, haha, thanks Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, entering the dining room, thank you for what? Jiro, good morning Yamamoto. Yaoyorozu, good morning, why are you thanking Midoriya? Jiro, you see I was Deku, good morning Vice President, there's some freshly made ramen and onigiri. Jiro, thanking Midoriya for the food. Yaoyorozu, did you prepare it Midoriya? Deku, yeah he's scratching the back of his head, it's no big deal. Yaoyorozu, your food is excellent Midoriya, don't take credit away from yourself. Deku, well I woke up with plenty of energy and started cooking after training. Jiro, talking with his mouth full, this tastes delicious Midoriya, haven't you thought about becoming a chef instead of a hero? You and Sato would sweep everything away. Deku, no 100% focused on being a hero, that's the goal. The boy smiled and both girls blushed for no reason, both of them found the green-haired boy's way of being cute. Yaoyorozu, well you could make the others breakfasts in that case if it's not a bother. Deku, of course not, it would serve as practice. Jiro, what do you want us to call you, Chef Midoriya or Chef Ito? Ha. Deku, blushing this me. Yaoyorozu, well let's stop laughing, I'll go serve myself and I'll join you in a bit. Deku, yes Vice President. The girl served herself and joined her friends after a while. The three of them chatted happily and a short time later their other classmates arrived. The first to arrive was Uraraka, who was surprised for a moment, but then her look changed from one of jealousy to a neutral one, and sat next to the green-haired boy. Uraraka, good morning guys, what are you talking about? Yaoyorozu, I was meeting with Midoriya about him being the new breakfast chef for Class A. Uraraka, really? Deku, well I have no objection, sometimes we get up late and because we are in a hurry to prepare something we don't concentrate, or then we don't have breakfast and well, it would be one less burden for everyone. Jiro, the altruistic Midoriya, ladies and gentlemen, now I understand why you drive the first years crazy. Deku, what? Yaoyorozu, it's true, you even have your fan club, I understand that you along with Todoroki, Bakugo and Kirishima are the only men with a fan club. The green-haired boy blushed, being popular with girls was never his goal, but it felt good to have someone admire his efforts. Meanwhile, the brunette was a little sad, she felt that one of them might try something with the green-haired boy and she felt bad, she wasn't possessive, but imagining someone else as the altruistic green-haired boy's girlfriend made her feel a pain in her chest. Deku, Uraraka, are you okay? Uraraka, what? What happened? Deku, I was talking to you but you weren't responding, are you sure you're okay? Uraraka, I'm fine Deku, thank you very much. The boy smiled so warmly at her that Uraraka knew she couldn't have been wrong to fall in love with someone like him. Soon the others arrived and continued talking calmly, although the last to arrive, to everyone's surprise, was Ida, who, although he looked very happy, also seemed like he hadn't slept at all. Deku, Ida, are you okay, friend? Ida, yes, I just went to bed late but everything was fine Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, standing up, well, taking advantage of the fact that we are all gathered, I wanted to announce something. Everyone paid attention to the brunette, even those who were coming from serving breakfast paid attention, leaning over the small bar that divided the dining room from the kitchen. Yaoyorozu, I was talking about it a few moments ago and I came to the conclusion that the one who gets up earlier than everyone else is, as you know, Midoriya. Everyone nodded, no one could deny that even if they wanted to, but they didn't know what Yaoyorozu was getting at. Yaoyorozu, well, taking that into account and that he has already prepared breakfast for us several times, I spoke with him, and we came to the conclusion that he will be in charge of making breakfast for Class A. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise. The vice president was right. He was the one who got up the earliest of all, but it was very different to get up, train, and prepare your own breakfast than to prepare it for 20 people. The green-haired man stood up. Deku, no, I don't know if you have any problem. I would do it with pleasure. You are my companions, and sometimes because we are in a hurry we don't have breakfast, and that is something that shouldn't happen, so I gladly accept. I just wait for your response, hee. Mina raised her hand excitedly. Mina, personally, I love Midoriya's seasoning, and if he accepts it of his own free will and not because we force him, then I have no problem. Hagakure, me either. Midoriya cooks delicious food. Everyone started to accept the green-haired boy, applauding except Bakugo, who remained silent, cursing, although he continued eating. Ida, scraping his throat to get attention. Then Midoriya, from now on you will be the new chef of Class A. Midoriya, yes, I will do my best to never fail you. Everyone continued eating happily, and when they finished they went to their rooms to change and go to the living room. Deku, how lucky that the dishes washed themselves, haha. Yaoyorozu, we would have abused you if we let you wash the dishes too. At least we have technology for that. Ida, okay Yaoyorozu, let's go too. Uraraka, it's delicious, oh hey Deku. Deku, what's up Uraraka? Uraraka, I don't feel comfortable leaving the entire kitchen to you. Isn't that too much of a burden? You'll think we've been abusing you over time. Deku, haha no, I like to cook. Sometimes my mother left me alone and I had to learn one way or another. Uraraka, well, but I was thinking that maybe I could help you cook someday if you want. The girl was completely red-faced. Cooking wasn't her strong suit, but she wanted to help him. Deku, maybe you think I'm abusing you. Uraraka, of course not. I want to do it from the heart. I like spending time with you. Deku, me too, it's okay. Whenever you want, you know you can help me. Uraraka, thanks. Both boys were alone. Ida and Yaoyorozu had left and the tension between them could be felt. Suddenly they both held hands and started to get closer. Both were completely red but they didn't stop. Deku had ignored him, but he had grown a lot, so he bent down until he was at Uraraka's height, which, although it wasn't much, made them turn redder. Both boys brought their faces closer. Uraraka knew that she had decided to ignore her feelings, but she couldn't stop. Both were a few centimeters away. They could feel each other's breathing. They were about to join their lips. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, Uraraka. Suddenly the door opened suddenly and both boys separated suddenly, looking in another direction. Ida entered the kitchen and felt the tension, although he did not know the reason. Deku, Ida, what are you doing, friend? Ida, I could ask you guys that. Yaoyorozu and I already left, and you're still here. Uraraka, I asked Deku to let me help him from time to time. I didn't feel right leaving all the burden on him. Ida, oh I see, well thought out Uraraka. You really are a great person, but let's go now or we'll be late, and you see the teacher is not from. The boy remained silent, hands covered his eyes. Deku and Uraraka were surprised. The class president felt the hands without trying to remove them. Ida, what are you doing here, Hatsum? Hatsum, how did you know it was me? Ida, your hands, you are an inventor. You can feel the imperfections and damage caused by the tools. Besides, no one does that to me and you are shorter than me. So when you did it, you bent me backwards. Hatsum, you called me a dwarf? Ida, more or less hee. The pink-haired girl made a fake grimace of indignation and then stuck her tongue out at the president, leaving Deku and Uraraka completely surprised, as they were unaware of this side of the inventor. When they realized that their friends were looking at them with their eyes wide open, Ida and Hatsum blushed quickly, but the black-haired boy looked away so that it would not be noticed. Just like the inventor. Deku, well, I guess we're going? I'll wait for you, Ida. Green-haired and Chestnut said goodbye and quickly left the kitchen, leaving their friends alone. Hatsum, I guess I owe you an apology, Ida. Ida, it's okay, you better tell me what you're doing here. You should be in the workshop with Power Loader. Hatsum, I know, it's just that remember the surprise I mentioned last night? Ida, yes? Hatsum, well then Tada. Aizawa called me. He wants me to stay with you for I don't know how many days. Ida, oh. Hatsum, does it bother you? Ida, no, not at all. It's just that it's sudden, but what the hell. I'm glad you're with us. Hatsum, really? Ida, from truth to truth. The girl just laughed and made them both blush. Finally, they both left and arrived at Ida's room. Ida, wait for me outside while I get ready. Handsome, of course. The boy entered and the pink-haired girl stayed outside waiting for her friend. Some members of Class A looked at her strangely but did not say anything. Yaoyorozu passed along with Jiro and they greeted each other in a friendly manner. Not much happened and the strict president came out dressed up although his tie was disheveled, so without saying anything Handsome took it and fixed it, blushing just like the speedster. Ida, you didn't have to do it. Handsome, and leaving your tie all wrong? I'm an inventor, my friend. I fix and improve things. Someday I should make a tie-cutting machine, that would be great. Ida, just don't make me your test dummy and we'll be fine. They both laughed and headed to the academy. They arrived with plenty of time. Everyone was ready, although surprised to see them arrive together. And that simple look of strangeness from his classmates made the black-haired man change his attitude to that of a robot, and he walked quickly towards the door and opened it slowly, starting the school day finding an Aizawa asleep in his bag, but as soon as everyone sat down in their seats he woke up. The classes passed normally until the last one where Present Mike, Midnight, Cementos, Ectoplasm and All Might entered, leaving everyone surprised. Tsuyu, Professor, what is the reason for the visit? Karo. Aizawa, smiling grimly, pop quiz. Everyone's blood ran cold upon hearing those words, even though they didn't know what their exam would be like. The simple fact of seeing the pro-heroes gathered there made them tremble. Kaminari, Pro-Professor WH, what could it be? Mina, the content of the exam? Midnight, cracking her whip and biting her lip, you'll have practice fights. Those who fail, you'll have exhaustive training with me and Ectoplasm all weekend. Everyone swallowed, they couldn't afford to lose. Aizawa, it will be in pairs. I will choose them, put on your hero costumes, and I will see you at the training camp. Everyone nodded and left quickly. Upon entering the training field they saw that there was already a perfectly made arena, surely by Cementos, and a table where the teachers were already sitting. Aizawa, well, you already know the rules, but Kugo, that one goes for you. No movements that endanger your lives, that of your opponent and that of your companions. Do not destroy everything because you would both be disqualified. By the way, this is an exam, so you will be assigned points for technique, movements, ingenuity, skill, ability, and although winning would give you more points, your position on that table depends on your points as a team. The pro heroes will be the judges in this exam. The teams and fights will be like this: Ida and Sato versus Aoyama and Siro. Shoji and Mineta versus Kirishima and Mina. Koda and Tokoyami versus Todoroki and Bakugo. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu versus Kaminari and Hagakure. Tsuyu and Midoriya versus Ojiro and Jiro. Midnight, please don't have a ridiculous fight. Aizawa, start. And so the fights began, each one more impressive than the last, until finally the last one arrived with Deku and Tsuyu as a team. Tsuyu, ready? Midoriya? Deku, ready, let's go all out. Tsuyu. Both boys were on guard. Suddenly a sound wave destroyed part of the battlefield, preventing both green-haired boys from seeing what was happening. In the blink of an eye both were separated. Tsuyu fought against Ojiro while Deku was tormented by the sound waves that Jiro threw at him mercilessly. Jiro, one way or another you'll fall. Midoriya. Deku, giving up is not in my options today. Jiro, sorry. The boy boosted himself up, avoiding being hit again by Jiro's waves. The green-haired boy began to move at full speed around Jiro as he had done with Kendo in his training, hitting the violet-haired girl, gently disconcerting her, but as soon as the girl realized the green-haired boy's attack pattern, she put her entrance in the glove/horn and counterattacked with a blow to the chest that paralyzed the green-haired boy, and then wrapped him with her headphones and threw him against a piece of the stage that was a few meters away. The boy got up stunned, and because of the girl's previous attack he did not realize that the OFA was no longer on, and ran towards Jiro, who plugged both headphones into the green-haired boy, making him writhe in pain. Jiro, here it's not the same as in the morning. Midoriya, here my attacks are serious. Give up or it will really hurt. The green-haired boy gathered all his strength and managed to stand up, then took both headphones by their cables and ran, wrapping the girl to then disconnect them from her chest. The green-haired boy carried Jiro and threw her to the ground. Now it was Jiro's turn to get up bewildered and angry, so now she used her boots and launched a sonic blow at full power towards Deku, who shuddered completely. The waves were not to hit him, but they were sharp enough to cause internal pain. The green-haired boy covered his ears, failing in the attempt to stop listening. Suddenly the boy knelt, almost giving up, hitting the ground with less and less strength. It seemed that he was going to lose, and Jiro knew it. He had a confident smile. If she won, if she managed to beat one of the strongest of the UA, his ego would grow too much. The boy was about to throw in the towel when he heard, barely audible, "Uraraka, Deku!" "Professor, stop Jiro. He'll kill him if he keeps going like this." The teacher ignored it, and the fight continued, as did the brunette's screams. The green-haired boy heard them, and despite the pain he was feeling, he managed to move, so the desperate violet-haired girl increased the volume, but the green-haired boy would not give up so easily. He buried his hand in the concrete, and managed to take out a piece that was too big, which he put in front of him, managing to bounce the sound, although it would not be a permanent shield because the vibrations would crumble it, but it gave him enough time to manage to take another much smaller one and throw it towards the girl's legs, who managed to dodge it by barely taking her headphones out of the device, but she couldn't move in time, and the projectile destroyed the speaker on her right leg. Deku was still stunned, but he still recovered and jumped up. A few in a row passed, and the boy returned ready to kick, but the girl managed to dodge it by barely sacrificing the other speaker. The girl lost her two best weapons, but the freckled boy still looked stunned, so Jiro took advantage and threw both headphones towards him, but Deku took them, surprising the girl. The green-haired boy pulled them and the girl with them, and when he was too close he gave a strong kick that connected in the violet-haired girl's stomach and sent her flying, but the girl hooked her joints on the ground, managing to stay in the fight, and connected them to her gloves, where she launched strong sound attacks that the boy managed to deflect, but suddenly he saw his gaze. The violet-haired girl had her eyes open but showing uncontrollable fury. Suddenly he remembered. It was the same one that Kendo had when he lost control, so he knew that if he didn't stop her something bad would happen, so he jumped up to her, grabbing her gloves, squeezing them hard enough to break the small speakers, but the girl took out her headphones before, and as soon as the green-haired boy finished breaking the rest of his equipment, Jiro connected his headphones to the boy's chest without realizing that he did it in the green-haired boy's wounds caused in their fight on Sunday, and with the sound explosion these opened, expelling blood and a cry of pain from the green-haired man. "Jiro, that's it, it hurts, right? This is what defeat feels like. Did you think Midoriya would win? You don't know me. I can be as rude as you or Bakugo if I put my mind to it. Thinking, hold on to victory, Kyoka. It's almost yours." The boy let go of his rival's hands, who grabbed the green-haired boy's head, forcing him to look at it. The boy continued screaming, but they did nothing to let him go, but finally the pain calmed down, making the boy stop screaming. "Deku, Jiro, if you continue like this you'll get hurt." But the girl did nothing to stop, so the boy grabbed the cables of her headphones tightly. "Deku, if you're still there, I'm sorry." The boy pulled them hard, and the girl lowered her head because of this, which was taken advantage of by the green-haired man, who gave her a strong headbutt that made her stop her attack, but even with that the boy took her hand and pushed himself to throw her and slam her against the ground. The green-haired man got up, as did the violet-haired woman, who did not stop her attack and used her headphones to try to whip or connect them to the boy without success, but at one point he let Jiro get close enough and the girl did not miss the opportunity to reconnect her headphones, but this was a plan of the green-haired man, who was cornering the girl towards the limits without realizing it. He only needed to give her a light blow to get her out of the sand, but he did not count on the girl attacking with all her power, causing the green-haired man to lose control of the power level of the OFA and attack with more force than he thought, so when he pushed her she flew out, hitting the wall. The boy managed to stand up and realized that Tsuyu had also managed to defeat Ojiro, winning the fight, but before he could do anything else the boy jumped, with the OFA arriving with Jiro, whom he carried, and then started running, surprising everyone but especially Kaminari, who was going to help his friend, but Aizawa managed to stop the green-haired boy using his quirk and his bandages. "Aizawa, Midoriya, I have to talk to you." "Deku, with all due respect, Professor, I put Jiro in this situation. Exam or not, I have to help her quickly." The professor looked at Deku closely, but after a while he relaxed and returned his quirk and released him. "Aizawa, take her to Recovery Girl now, and then I'll wait for you in the living room. The others can go." "Deku, thank you." The boy activated the OFA again and headed at full speed towards the infirmary. When he arrived, he didn't waste any time and knocked loudly. After a few seconds, Recovery Girl opened the door. Recovery Girl, Aizawa said you were on your way, although he didn't know how fast it would be now that you're broken. The boy didn't say anything and laid the violet-haired girl on a stretcher. Deku, I have nothing. The kind old woman saw the girl and immediately ran towards her, checking her out. Recovery Girl, oh my god, what happened to you, kid? Deku, we were in a combat exam. Her quirk got out of control. Well, she got out of control. I told her she would get hurt if she continued like that. Recovery Girl, so you stopped her by force. At least she's not broken, but if she's hurt too bad, I'll take care of her right away. Deku, thank you very much. Recovery Girl, are you okay? If that girl's quirk got you in trouble, then let me check you out. Deku, I'm fine, she matters more, please take care of her, I have to go with Professor Aizawa. Recovery Girl, it's okay boy, she'll be fine in a few minutes. Deku, could I come see her later? Recovery Girl, okay, it won't take long to heal her but I'll let her sleep. I have to go talk to the director so it would be helpful if you were here when she wakes up, don't be long boy. Deku, thank you very much, I won't be long. The boy said goodbye and using the OFA again he ran off at full speed. The green-haired boy was already arriving with his teacher after quickly changing his suit and putting on the academy uniform, although he used the jacket to cover his wounds that the violet-haired girl had reopened and were bleeding. The green-haired boy knew that if he told Recovery Girl she would wonder why the boy's condition causing all his effort to have been in vain. He was finally about to arrive when he found Uraraka who was waiting for him with a worried face. Uraraka, Deku! Are you okay? Deku, everything is fine Uraraka, Jiro will recover soon. Uraraka, and you? Your wounds are still fresh. Deku, I'm fine Uraraka, don't worry, I'll just talk to Professor Aizawa, see you in the recreation room? Uraraka, yes, he waited for you there. The girl couldn't continue speaking because the president of Class B left Aizawa's classroom and her face, which looked agitated, relaxed when she saw the freckled green-haired boy. Kendo, Midoriya, you're finally here, come in, I suppose you already know we'll talk. The boy was dragged into the classroom, managing to wave goodbye to the brunette who felt strange again so she decided to wait. Upon entering, the green-haired boy realized that in the classroom, besides the teacher and the president of Class B, there was also his teacher in charge, Blood King. Deku, here I am, Professor. Aizawa, I don't want to make this any longer Midoriya. You know why you're here, right? Deku, yes. Aizawa, well, yesterday after what happened at the gym Vlad and I talked. We can't punish them because it was something that both of them caused consensually so no infraction was committed at least between students. The green-haired boy didn't know how to feel about it, but a movement in his teacher made him stiffen immediately. Aizawa, the facilities on the other hand suffered damage that cannot be easily ignored. Now it was his turn to get tense. He knew he wouldn't be saved that easily but his teacher kept talking. Aizawa, normally a harsh punishment would be appropriate, and you know it Midoriya. Deku, yes, and I'm willing to accept my mistakes. Aizawa, I'm sure of that. But the fact is that Vlad told me that the president agreed that since she caused the disaster, it was only fair that she fix it, so you know what I'm getting at. Deku, yes. Aizawa, you and Kendo will take care of fixing the gym to leave it just as it was. The green-haired man nodded calmly, so Aizawa could only breathe easy as he stood up. He was about to head for the exit when... Kendo, Professor Aizawa? Aizawa, what's going on? Aizawa, with the incident that happened a week ago involving a member of your class and mine, I was tasked with organizing an event that would unify both classes. Aizawa, yes, I'm aware. Kendo, the thing is that at the end of our training it was Midoriya who gave me an idea. The teacher turned to look at the green-haired man who also saw him and moments later shrugged his shoulders. Aizawa, I'm all ears. Kendo, well, Midoriya supported me while I was in conflict with the administrative tasks and I realize that you have the experience on the battlefield but we have the knowledge to handle it correctly. The teacher raised an eyebrow which caused Deku and Vlad to gulp. Kendo, it's not an offense, the point is we complement each other, both classes could learn from each other, and that's why Midoriya gave me the idea of organizing something that has events where we have students from both classes mixed together working together, so they could see that there is no difference whatsoever. Aizawa, relaxing I see, and what do you both have in mind? Deku, the president chose a festival and to organize activities, and that's it. Aizawa's face relaxed into a slight smile that was erased almost immediately. Aizawa, so they plan to have a festival where both classes organize activities and work as a team. Kendo, exactly. Deku, Professor, I even thought we could include children, do a cultural activity, like the children who were with Kaken and Todoroki, bring a school or organize something like that. The UA kept its doors closed to the general public, but this festival could also be used for people to see the facilities and get to know us away from the heroic/student environment, to focus on the fact that we also have the charisma to be heroes, a smile that transmits peace and confidence. Aizawa, so you want Eri to come too? Deku, she is someone very important to me, and this festival would be an emotional support for her. Aizawa, sigh, okay. I have to talk at the hospital and with Mirio, since I won't be able to watch her because I'm taking care of other matters, understood? Deku, understood. Aizawa, well, you can leave, your punishment starts today, so don't waste time, understood? Deku/Kendo, yes. Both boys left, and Deku was surprised because he found Uraraka in the hallway waiting for him. Deku, Uraraka, you didn't have to wait so long. Uraraka, sorry, I was also worried that you didn't say anything about your injuries. Deku, they're fine, you don't have to worry. Kendo, hey Midoriya, so I'll see you later to continue? Or do you want to cancel it? Deku, right, I have to take care of another matter quickly, but would you like to meet me later in the afternoon? Kendo, okay. Sorry, okay, if you want, give me your number. I have things to do too. But as soon as I'm free, I'll send you a message so we can discuss this, okay? Deku, yes, that's fine, President. See you later then. Kendo, yes, see you later, partner. The girl said goodbye by lightly hitting the green-haired boy on the shoulder. She politely said goodbye to the brunette and walked slowly away. The boy ignored her, but the brunette had a jealous face towards the president. Uraraka, and what did the teacher want to talk about? The boy had no qualms about continuing to talk to the brunette, and told her everything, including that he now trains the president of Class B, although he omitted the part about the festival so that it would be a surprise. The girl's face relaxed but still showed concern. Uraraka, and what is it that you have to do pending? Deku, I'll go check on Jiro. I told Recovery Girl I'd be back. Uraraka, is everything okay? Deku, yes, but I feel bad, I did that to him. Uraraka, Deku, you always worry about us, someone has to worry about you. Deku, and that's why we agreed to take care of each other, right? Uraraka, yeah, well, if you're going to be out all day then you need something to eat here, I made this for you. The girl opened her backpack and took out a larger Tupperware than the previous one and gave it to the green-haired boy, who took it, blushing completely, and grabbed it, trembling. Deku, hell, only you make me get like this, Uraraka, thanks. Uraraka, now go and be a knowledgeable hero. The green-haired boy nodded and gave the brunette a light kiss on the cheek. They both blushed but laughed for a moment. The boy turned on the OFA and ran off at full speed, leaving the brunette alone. Uraraka, you're my hero now. Finally, the green-haired boy arrived at the infirmary. It didn't take him long, but because of his wounds, he felt exhausted. Before entering, he pressed his shirt against his wounds. It immediately turned red, so he stopped pressing it to close his jacket so the stains wouldn't be seen. Deku, I'm here. Recovery Girl, I already saw it. Well, boy, I have to go. She's there, she's already recovered, she just has to wake up. Deku, thank you very much. The kind old woman left slowly while the boy sat in front of the violet-haired woman. It wasn't a lie, he felt bad. That last blow was harder than he wanted. It could have caused severe damage, plus the damage she was doing to herself. The boy went to get some water while he continued thinking. Suddenly, he found himself humming a song, but since he was alone, he didn't care. Deku, when I was just a baby. My mama told me, son, always be a good boy. Don't ever play with guns. but I shot a man in Reno. Just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. The green-haired boy didn't know it, but the violet-haired girl was already waking up, but she stayed listening to the boy without interrupting until he finished singing. Jiro, I didn't know you liked that kind of music, Midoriya. Deku, Jiro, when? Jiro, a few minutes ago. You sing well, by the way. Deku, thanks. Jiro, I thought you were more into pop, ha ha ha. Deku, haha no, I'm more of a rock person, but my father used to sing me some Johnny Cash songs. He even taught me how to play the guitar while he taught me, so to speak. I learned by watching him and then I learned on my own. Jiro, seriously? You have to remind me to buy him a drink when I see him. Deku, haha yeah, good luck finding it. The violet-haired girl stared at the green-haired boy who turned to look at her. Jiro, why? Deku, well, I haven't seen him for a while. Jiro, I'm sorry. Deku, it's nothing, I guess he's working, he occasionally scores and stuff, that's why I wanted to learn to play the guitar like him so he'd feel proud of me. The atmosphere was getting too tense, the girl felt guilty for making the green-haired man feel bad. Jiro, Midoriya, Deku, at least he taught me a good song, right? The boy smiled again, drawing a blush from the rude girl, which was quickly erased when she saw him get up. Deku, well, sorry Jiro, but I have to go, they are already rushing me and today will be tough, I will tell the others to come see you. Jiro, don't worry, I'll go to the arcade, convince Kaminari not to kill you for the beating you gave me. Deku, haha that's true, thank you very much and see you later. Jiro, yes, oh hey Midoriya. Deku, what's wrong? Jiro, do you still want to keep practicing the guitar? Deku, I would like to, but it's in my house, maybe I'll take it back someday. Jiro, go come to my room, if you want I can continue teaching you, I know I'm not a great teacher but if you want then. Deku, I'd love to. Blushing moo, thank you very much Jiro. Jiro, then I'll see you in my room today, don't be late or I'll scold you, understood? Deku, understood and noted, see you later then. The boy smiled and left the infirmary. When he left he noticed that his cell phone was vibrating, indicating a message. Kendo, Midoriya, I'm free now. Deku, President, me too, see you at the gym then? Kendo, yes, I won't be long. Deku, me either. The boy put away his phone and activated the OFA to leave through a window at full speed. He ran through the garden but without realizing that some light drops of blood came out of his shirt and fell on Tsuyu, who upon seeing the green-hairy blur knew that Deku was hurt, so she followed him. The green-haired boy arrived at the gym, and there was the president of Class B. Deku, how did he get there early? Kendo, I was on the way. Both boys smiled and went into the gym where they discovered that they had been left the material to repair all the damage. Finishing, they did some training that the green-haired boy established. At the end they both got into a combat pose. Deku, we'll do this, a set training time and a fight, so we can review what's wrong and what can be improved. President, is that okay? Kendo, it's okay Midoriya. Promise to control yourself. Deku, you should tell her that yourself, President. They both smiled confidently. The boy felt exhausted from his injuries and the use of his quirk, but he had promised to train the president. Both were about to start. Tsuyu, Midoriya. Deku, ASU Azui, what are you doing here? Kendo, is something wrong Azui? Tsuyu, I don't know what you're doing, but you'll have to move it to tomorrow, President. Ida called Midoriya about a matter from Class A Kero. Kendo, hesitating, what matter? Tsuyu, I didn't get informed about it. I was just asked to find Midoriya and take him to the Class A building, so that's what I'll do. Kero. The green-haired boy noticed the frog's serious look, so he walked towards her. Deku, don't worry, President, I'll go see what's going on. Can we postpone it for tomorrow, okay? Kendo, but Midoriya, we still have to plan, you know. Deku, hitting his forehead right, sorry, we'll finish it tomorrow, I promise. Kendo, okay, see you tomorrow Midoriya. The boy waved goodbye as he was pulled by the frog. They finally left the gym and Deku noticed that Tsuyu was angry. Deku, Azui, everything okay? Tsuyu, Of course, excluding the fact that Jiro opened your wounds and you were like that almost all day. Deku Tsuyu. Tsuyu, nothing like that. You didn't think about the fact that you were still bleeding, did you? You were about to fight the president. What would have happened if she had hit you badly? Deku, sorry. Tsuyu, I guess it's my fault. I didn't check those wounds. Deku, and why does Ida want me? The frog girl turned to look at the green-haired boy. She was annoyed and wanted to hit him with her tongue like she did with Mineta, but she only hit him on the nose with her finger. Tsuyu, I said that to get you out of there. Ida wasn't looking for you. Deku, I see, and how did you know where it was? Tsuyu, you walked in front of me and splashed blood on me. Both boys finally arrived at the frog's room, something that surprised the freckled boy because he thought they would go to his. Deku, what are we doing here? Tsuyu, I have more equipment here to heal you. The boy didn't object, and since no one saw him enter, he accepted. He felt more relaxed, but that made his body fall suddenly. His jacket opened, revealing that now his white shirt was red, alarming the frog, who immediately cut it. The sound waves wreaked havoc on his wounds, opening them. The small ones had already stopped bleeding, but the big ones continued dripping. The girl got down to work and began to clean and stitch his wounds again, only now the green-haired boy felt a stronger pain than the one he felt the first time she healed him. Deku, heck, call me crazy, but it seems like this time it hurts more on purpose. Tsuyu, this is how you stop wanting to keep opening your wounds. You're not Superman, you know? They can hurt you, and in extreme cases, kill you. So, from now on, no more fooling around. Understand? Deku, I understand, Ajui. Don't bother anymore, no more nonsense. The little frog alone caressed the green-haired boy's hair. Tsuyu, you're an idiot, you know? I'm sure you'll get hurt again and end up back here just like today. Why are you like this? Deku, I don't know, it's just that I can't ignore anyone who asks for help. Sometimes I wish I could, but I can't. The girl just smiled. Tsuyu, you can sleep here if you want to rest. Do you need something to eat? Deku, no, pass me my backpack, I have something there. The girl handed him her backpack, and after taking out her Tupperware she began to eat. After a few minutes after eating, the boy lay down on the floor, but the frog forced him to lie down on his bed. The boy fell asleep, but after a while a vibration woke him up. Deku, who could it be? The boy took out his phone and saw that it was a message. Hello Midoriya, long time no see, I have a surprise for you that you will see tomorrow. With love, Melissa. Deku, What? Chapter 15, Surprise. Deku, what surprise? Melissa, ha, nice talking to you too. The green-haired man was surprised by the blonde's message, so he immediately called her. Deku, be sorry, it's just that it is. Melissa, is it strange that I'm surprising you? I was the one who gave you that glove/bandage so you could use your power, remember? Deku, that I know that, it's not strange, it's just unexpected. Melissa, I understand Deku, don't worry. Deku, and what's the surprise? Melissa, you don't understand what surprise means, right? Deku, you can't just call me to tell me about a surprise and then just leave. Melissa, I actually already did it, ha. Talk to you later, Deku, I have a flight to catch, see you later, love you. Deku, what? Wait, what's a flight, hello? Melissa? Are you still there? The dead tone of the phone made him understand that the blonde had cut the call. The green-haired man just sighed and shook his head, smiling, then wrote a message. Deku, okay, have a good flight, I love you too, take care of yourself. The boy sat on the bed and then remembered that he was in the green-haired frog girl's room, so he turned red and then got up quickly. He arranged the girl's bed that, although it was not unmade, it was disheveled due to how little the boy moved when sleeping. He usually lay down and fell asleep, but for a few days some dreams made him move at least slightly, so he arranged it well and then grabbed his backpack to leave the room, checking that no one saw him, and ran out until he reached his room, where he put everything in order. He changed his clothes and checked his new bandages that, although they burned, he knew that now he would be better, but now he would take the frog girl's order seriously so as not to push himself too hard. The boy left his room and went to the recreation room. Upon entering, he found all his classmates gathered. It was barely 8:30, but it seemed like they weren't hungry. Bakugo was playing video games with Kirishima while Yaoyorozu was talking to Todoroki. Ojiro, he was arguing with Tokoemi. And when they saw him, everyone greeted him normally. But Mina, hey Midoriya. Deku, what's wrong? Mina, Jiro left the infirmary several hours ago. Where were you? Deku, this me I was. Tsuyu, I was with the president of Class B Kero Kero. Everyone was surprised to hear that, although the most surprised were Mineta and Kananari, who approached yelling at poor Deku. Mineta, damn Midoriya, we can't neglect you for a couple of hours. Kaminari, hanging out with a beautiful girl from Class B and not inviting us, you're the green-haired devil from hell. Mineta, because someone like her would get together with someone like you. Jiro, connecting his headphones to both because he's not a damn pervert, leave him alone. Yaoyorozu, Jiro is right, besides he can be anywhere. Mina, but I want to know, tell me Midoriya, what were you doing with the tough president of Class B who is accused of breaking the hearts of many boys at UA? Uraraka, leave him alone Mina. Hagakure, none of that, I also want to know why he spent the whole day with her. Deku, but it wasn't all day, I was asleep in my room, the fight against Jiro left me exhausted. Mina, and how do we know it's true? With your quirk, you can go back and forth at full speed. Deku, because I'm coming out from inside the dorms, there's no way. Hagakure, you may not be invisible, but your super strength would make it so you could jump onto your room's balcony effortlessly. Ida, enough girls, let him explain before jumping to conclusions. Deku, thanks Ida. Yaoyorozu, it is our duty to maintain order in the classroom, but well, now Midoriya explains why you were with Kendo? Deku, sigh, I'm training with her. Everyone was surprised. The green-haired boy was supposed to be the best hand-to-hand fighter of the UA, a member of the new Big Three along with Bakugo and Todoroki. Why would he ask the president of Class B for help? Todoroki, what is the reason for Midoriya? Bakugo, you're not getting weak, are you, damn it? You still owe me on the battlefield. Deku, weak? Why would training with someone who isn't from our class be a sign of weakness? Everyone remained silent, since the green-haired man had raised his voice at the comment of the explosive blonde, showing a little annoyance. Kirishima, calm down old man, he just misses us. Kaminari, yes, you are one of the strongest along with Bakugo and Todoroki. We are not saying that Class B is inferior, but why change training partners? You know that if you wanted, Kirishima or Todoroki would help you. Deku, if Class B feels inferior to us, it's not the media's fault. I've already seen it. I've never faced any member of Class B one-on-one, and I thought that since there was little time left to go, they would have more opportunities to help me. I asked the president, and she accepted, so that's what I was busy with. Although I didn't lie, I was in my room sleeping. Both fights left me exhausted. Everyone looked at him. The boy looked upset, but after a sigh he went to the dining room. Everyone went back to their own thing, although a certain black-haired girl also got upset with her classmates, something that Todoroki noticed. Todoroki, hey Yaoyorozu, is everything okay? You seem upset. Yaoyorozu, a what? Yes, everything is fine, Todoroki. Todoroki, you look distracted and upset. Yaoyorozu, no, it's just that. Deku, are you going to want me to make you dinner? The boy's loud scream was heard throughout the recreation room. Everyone turned around and saw the boy standing in the doorway. Everyone hesitated for a few minutes. The green-haired boy's food was exquisite, but angry they didn't know what could happen. Yaoyorozu, if it's not a bother, Midoriya, I'll accept your food. Jiro, me too, I'm hungry. Mina, me also if it's not too much to ask. Uraraka, please Deku, I'm a little hungry. Little by little everyone accepted the proposal except Bakugo, who said nothing but stood next to Kirishima stopping his video game. Ida, well, we're all agreed, so let's go wash up. Deku, don't worry, I'm just preparing. As soon as I finish I'll talk to you. Everyone nodded and the green-haired boy went back to his thing just like the others, but Uraraka went into the kitchen expecting to find him angry cooking in a hurry, but she found a relaxed Deku cooking very happily. Deku, what's wrong, Uraraka? Are you okay? Uraraka, what happened back there? Deku, sorry if I got carried away. It's not like me, it's just that the others have been harsh on Class B along with the middle ones. Us being this star class is an excuse to put them down. Even with everything that's happened, they still feel the authority over them. But so what? Class B is too strong too. You saw it at the sports festival. Ibra left Kaminari an idiot without even touching him with her fists. Kendo could put Kirishima in trouble. His grip is too strong even for me. I couldn't have stopped her without using a great amount of force. Tokage is not far behind. His quirk would be able to put Jiro in trouble. Uraraka, Deku, you always see the good in all of us. I'm not mad at you. Maybe it was time you saw the bad in our class. Deku, Uraraka, I'm sorry, starting to shed a tear. The boy didn't cry, but he did tear up. He loved both classes equally, even though he hadn't spent much time with B. He felt that making someone feel less and less in an institution like the UA was unforgivable. The girl didn't say anything and just ran to hug him. Deku, there's nothing wrong with you. Maybe you're a bit conceited, but far from that, you're all amazing. Both boys looked into each other's eyes for a few moments. The brunette gave him a smile that made all the problems go away. The boy hugged the brunette by the waist while she took him by the neck. It didn't matter if they saw them, they would think of something. Deku, I have to prepare again. Uraraka, I know, it's just that I'm comfortable like this. Deku, Uraraka, if the others come in. Uraraka, we'll think of something together, right? They both just smiled and put their foreheads together. The boy let go of his friend as well as her and gave her a tender kiss on her forehead. Deku, come, help me finish. Uraraka, what do you need? Deku, leave the vegetables ready. Just chop them and pass them to me, please. Uraraka, yes. Both began to work without interruptions. After a few minutes they finished, and Uraraka called the others, who after washing their hands sat expectantly to see the boy, but he surprised them by coming out with a warm smile with everyone's plates in a food cart. The green-haired boy served without rushing, and when he finished he sat next to the brunette, who felt happy for the green-haired boy. Mina, Midoriya. Deku, what's going on? Hagakure. Moo, thank you very much for the food, it looks delicious. Deku. And it tastes the same, haha, I eat before it gets cold. Jiro, just finished eating, don't forget what we agreed on. Deku, true, nothing happens, I won't forget it. Ida, okay, let's all stop talking and start eating. Everyone nodded and started with the food. It was a peaceful environment. Everyone was behaving politely, even making jokes, one of which affected Ida. Everyone became tense at the imminent scolding that was coming from the black-haired boy, but he just started to laugh, infected by everyone's good humor. Even continuing with the joke towards Yaoyorozu, who at first made a fake face of indignation and then followed her, and that's how they all spent it, happy and having fun. Even the serious Todoroki seemed to enjoy the evening with his companions, maybe not laughing but giving them a warm smile that was well received by everyone. Even Bakugo was having fun in his rare way of showing it, because when it was his turn to joke he threatened to explode everyone in a comical way, making everyone laugh heartily. In the end the boy smiled at Kirishima, who understood that he was also playing. At the end of dinner the green-haired boy went into the kitchen again, and then came out with plates with hot cakes and a glass of ice cream for everyone to eat as they liked. No one refused, although the ones who served themselves the most were Mina and Hagakure, who put everything tender and sweet they saw. It was an environment of peace. One that showed that Class A were not just simple companions, they had become a family. At the end everyone went to leave their dirty dishes, some went to their rooms and others stayed in the recreation room. The green-haired boy was playing chess against Tokoemi while trying to take the Mandarin segments that Uraraka sent him using her quirk. Finally, after a few minutes, the green-haired boy won the contest. Tokoemi, wow, you've improved, Midoriya, congratulations. Deku, thanks Tokoemi, I thought I wouldn't beat you by a second. Tokoemi, well, I'm off, I have to sleep, see you tomorrow, guys. They both said goodbye and Tokoemi walked away. It was already 10 o'clock and some were still in the arcade, like Ida, Yaoyorozu, Mina, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima and Siro. The others had gone to their rooms, but after a few minutes they also left, leaving the pair of black-haired boys in charge of Class A last with Uraraka and Deku, who were watching a movie. Ida, friend, I'm leaving now. I have to make some notes for tomorrow. You guys go to sleep too. Uraraka, if Ida rests, we'll see each other. Deku, see you tomorrow, buddy. Yaoyorozu, I'm also leaving Uraraka until tomorrow. Uraraka, rest Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, see you tomorrow Midoriya, rest and thank you, the food was delicious. Deku, no it's nothing Yaoyorozu, I'm glad you liked it. Both left except for the green-haired / brown-haired couple who finished watching the movie. The green-haired man didn't know it, but the brunette had a look that showed jealousy. Uraraka, hey Deku. Deku, what's going on? Uraraka, since when do you call Yaoyorozu vice president? Deku, it doesn't have much, I think that since the other week, she told me to call her that because vice president made her feel weird I think so why? Uraraka, relaxing for nothing, well let's go to sleep. Deku, yes. They both smiled and left the recreation room. The boy first took the brunette to his room. Deku, well here we are. Uraraka, yes. Deku, well, good night Uraraka rest. Uraraka, you too Deku. The green-haired boy waved goodbye and walked away happily. Suddenly a door opened and pulled the boy inside. The green-haired boy got into a fighting stance. Jiro, aren't you happy with the beating you gave me this afternoon? Deku, gee Jiro, be you sorry I didn't know it was you, why didn't you talk to me? Jiro, you really are hopeless, I talked to you but you didn't listen to me. Deku, really? Sorry Jiro, gosh, what were you thinking? Deku, blushing nothing I swear. The girl raised an eyebrow but started laughing. Jiro, it's very calm. Deku, wow, I'm always surprised by your room, it's full of instruments, I'm surprised you know how to play them all. Jiro, just the basics, my thing is bass. Deku, it's amazing. The boy was so amazed by the number of instruments that he didn't notice when the violet-haired girl gave him a guitar. Deku, now what do I do? Jiro, play. Deku, what? Jiro, I want to know how much you know, your fingering, everything's so touch. Deku, are you okay? Jiro, let's go without fear, like when you fought against me. Deku, that was different. Jiro, but you did it without fear and that's what I want to see now, only I will be your audience so without shame. Deku, okay. The boy felt nervous but accepted. He had not played for a few years but after taking a breath he took the guitar and began to play Folsom Prison Blues. The violet-haired girl recognized the song. It was the same one she had been singing when they were in the infirmary but now she heard it with music. The boy played incredibly well, at least that song. At the end the boy felt his hand numb. Deku, and well? Jiro, it turned out very well Midoriya. Despite not having practiced you play very well even though you hadn't told me that you didn't like country? Deku, I don't like country but Johnny Cash is the exception lol. The boy gave him back his guitar and after a few minutes in which Jiro taught him some things corresponding to the notes and chords, the boy left the rocker's room saying goodbye with a sore hand. Deku, gosh, it's been a while since I last held a guitar. My hand hurts really fast I'll improve. One day my father will come back and I'll show him my progress. The boy walked with his gaze fixed and his characteristic determination. When he arrived at his room it didn't take long for him to fall deeply asleep. The next day, true to his custom, the boy went out to train at full speed. 80% of One for All was already something he could master. He could even go up a little more to 85. But that was a big risk because one false move and his bones could break again. That's why the boy trained hard without rest. Finally, after finishing his routine, the boy went straight to his room, took a bath, and went out to the kitchen where he got down to work preparing breakfast. The first of the girls to arrive at the dining room and greet the green-haired boy was Yaoyorozu, who went to the kitchen finding a green-haired boy peeling and cutting vegetables at full speed. Yaoyorozu, yawning, good morning Midoriya. Deku, good morning Yaoyorozu, how was your night? Yaoyorozu, calm down, and yours? Deku, I don't know if I can say the same haha. Yaoyorozu, worried did something bad happen? Deku, no, but maybe our definitions of tranquility are different. Yaoyorozu, making a fake face of indignation, did you call me weird? Deku, no I think so The girl smiled at the joke and hit the green-haired man with a rag, who smiled at her while continuing to cook. Deku Yaoyorozu, did something happen? You look more tired than usual. Yaoyorozu, I don't know if you noticed the time, you're the one who surprises me by having so much energy. Deku, I wake up motivated is all. The girl sighed and smiled and then took a glass of water to wake up. After a few minutes she put on an apron and stood next to the green-haired man. Yaoyorozu, do you need help with something? Deku, it's okay, I have everything covered here. It would help me a lot if you checked the table and the arcade to see if anyone else arrived. Yaoyorozu, I don't believe it, but I'll listen to you. The black-haired girl left and didn't see anyone, but when she passed by the table she realized that it needed cleaning, so using her quirk she created a rag which she used to clean and arrange everything. Finally she returned to the kitchen. The green-haired boy was arranging all the ingredients he used and throwing the trash into the can. Yaoyorozu, no one's there, but I already cleaned the table. Deku, thank you very much, no doubt you had to. Yaoyorozu, you're our chef, I'd feel bad not helping you. The boy made a slight bow which caused a laugh from the black-haired girl. The boy finished and as they were entering his friends were serving them. Last of all arrived Ida with Hatsum who were chatting happily. They greeted everyone and sat down. The green-haired boy was surprised but didn't say anything, nor did the brunette who was having breakfast with Deku. The boy just limited himself to serving them their breakfast. Ida, thank you very much Midoriya. Hatsum, did you prepare it Midoriya? It tastes delicious. Deku, yes I did, I'm glad you like it. After a few minutes everyone finished breakfast and went to get dressed. It didn't take long either and they were all gathered outside Aizawa's classroom. Ida opened it, and everyone went in. Aizawa spoke as tired as always. The whole school day passed normally but in the last minutes the teacher stood up. Aizawa, well listen, I have some announcements to make. The whole class froze, looking at each other waiting for some answer. Aizawa, the first, although it is not a surprise, is related to her classmate from the support course who will accompany us from now on until I finish another of the news. But before saying it, I ask you to respect her classmate and president of Class B, Itsuka Kendo. The girl walked into the classroom quietly and stood next to Aizawa. Aizawa, now I would also ask Midoriya to stand up. The boy gulped because he knew what was about to happen. Kendo, Professor, can I speak from here? Aizawa, anyway, listen carefully. Slowly, Aizawa got into his sleeping bag ready to rest, but an incessant noise forced him to wake up. Aizawa, damn, I had forgotten. Listen, I have to leave soon. No one leaves, understand? Everyone nodded calmly. Aizawa, okay, you can continue. Midoriya, what are you doing there? Come stand with your partner. Deku, why yes. The boy slowly walked through his classmates' seats. As soon as Aizawa left, Mineta and Kaminari started yelling at the green-haired boy. Mineta, damn Midoriya, weren't you just training? Kaminari, a relationship with a cute girl from Class B. I'll pass this betrayal on to you if you introduce me to Ibara. Deku, what? No, she and I don't. Kendo, enough. The orange girl raised her voice, surprising everyone, except Bakugo, who broke his pencil with a small explosion. Bakugo, and who the hell are you to come talk to us like that? Kendo just raised an eyebrow and Kirishima immediately stood up and managed to calm the explosive blonde who was not very pleased. On the other side of the room Yaoyorozu just smiled, which surprised her friends. Mina and Yaoyorozu? Shouldn't you say something to Kendo? Ida, we are in charge of each class. Telling her something would be like telling us. She has her way of controlling her class. Yaoyorozu, and believe me, there's a reason Class B is so quiet. Everyone looked at the orange-haired girl with some fear. Mineta, may God have mercy on your soul, Midoriya. Kaminari, I don't want to be in your shoes, old man. Suddenly Jiro buried his headphones in both boys, who began to writhe in pain. Jiro, sorry about that, President. Kendo, thanks Jiro. Well, as you may remember, there was a fight between our classes a few days ago. Kirishima, how can I forget her? You threatened Bakugo. Kendo, it wasn't a threat, it was a warning. Kirishima, The point is that by order of the director I have to be in charge of developing some activity that has both classes and peaceful interaction. Everyone looked at her strangely and even more at Midoriya. They didn't know what he had to do with all of this, but finally the boy breathed and controlled himself. Deku, as you know, I'm training with the president, and together we came to the conclusion that it would be a good idea to organize a festival between the classes. The expressions of surprise turned to one of total incomprehension. Had they heard correctly? Yaoyorozu, Kendo a festival? Ida, you cannot make that decision of your own free will, it would have to be communicated to the director and in turn to us for approval. Kendo, the director has already approved it, and if you were not notified about this task it must be for a reason. Zero, but what does Midoriya have to do with all this? Kendo, partly the idea of the festival was his, so I thought it was good that he was aware of it from the beginning. Hagakure, Midoriya gave you the idea. Mina, but he's the shyest guy in the academy. Kendo, shy doesn't mean useless. Deku, clearing his throat, the purpose of this festival is not to compete, we will not work by class, we will do activities but together, you will be assigned a teammate who will be from Class B and you will start working. Kendo, also, I would like to take advantage of the fact that you are here, Hatsum, because I will ask you to make all the attractions that I need, understand? Hatsum, with a glow in her eyes and moving Ida from side to side, of course she accepted. Did you hear that, Ida? Ida, adjusting his glasses, dizzy and slightly annoyed. If we all understood, why did you make me like this? Hatsum, sorry, I got too excited. Yaoyorozu, and how will we do the activities if we don't know who our team is? Kendo, I'm just warning you now, but wait until tomorrow, we'll pair you up with members of Class B with whom your quirks can match. Everyone was surprised. On the one hand, making a festival seemed like the coolest thing in the world. The cultural festival had been a success, but on the other hand they were nervous about what they could do working with Class B. Deku, tomorrow we will tell you your team. As Kendo said, it is up to you to organize the activity, you will show it to us and it will be accepted so you can work. Kendo, repetitive, high-risk ideas or ideas in which only you collaborate, excluding your partner, will not be accepted. Bakugo, TCH, you should also tell that to the extras you have in your classroom. Kendo, my class will be notified tomorrow. Bakugo, but thanks for your opinion. Deku, let's do our best. This festival will not only be for students from other sequels, from different grades, children, families and the media will be invited, so no organizing disasters and don't kill each other please. Everyone was surprised. In the last few days they had noticed a change in the green-haired boy's attitude for the better, but they didn't know what would make him able to speak without getting nervous in front of the whole class. Kendo and Deku stood in their place, waiting for questions or whatever, but none ever came. The atmosphere was silent until Aizawa entered the classroom with a slow step and the same characteristic tired face on his face. Aizawa, well, now that his companions explained the event comes the other news. Everyone was expectant. What else could happen to them that would not surprise them? Aizawa, we'll have a new student for a few days. Everyone opened their eyes now. A new student? In the last year of school? Aizawa, he won't be staying the rest of the year. Before they start asking, although his stay is indefinite, please say hello to Miss Melissa Shield. The green-haired man was surprised. His friend was entering through the door frame wearing the UE uniform. Her long blonde hair reflected the sun in a way that made her shine. Aizawa, although he takes some classes with us, he will spend time with Miss Hatsum. You could say he is a member of Class A and the support course. Melissa, it's a pleasure to meet you. Bowing. Suddenly, like lightning, Mineta and Kaminari approached the blonde but collided with the green-haired man's torso, who stood in front of Melissa before his companions reached her. Mineta, what the hell are you doing? Midoriya. Deku, I could say the same to you. Kaminari, we just wanted to say hello to our friend. Aizawa, anyway, that's all the news. Classes are over. You may leave. By the way, before I forget, please take Melissa to the workshop so she can familiarize herself with it. Power Loader already knows about it, so there won't be any problem. The teacher left, and at that moment Tsuyu's tongue tangled Mineta, taking him out of the classroom, and Jiro took Kaminari out with his headphones. Deku, Hatsum, could you take her to the workshop? Hatsum, of course, approaching Melissa. Nice to meet you, my name is Hatsum May, student of the support course, inventor, and the one who will take care of all these heroes when they become professionals. The green-haired man smiled somewhat nervously, as did Ida. Deku/Ida, thinking it seems like he wants to leave his superiority marked hee. Melissa, are you Hatsum? Nice to meet you. Midoriya has told me a lot about you. You're amazing. Now it was Hatsum who was surprised. She never expected that answer. The girl felt strange, and even more when the blonde mentioned that the green-haired boy had spoken to her about her. Hatsum felt it was a mixture of so many emotions that she didn't even realize that Ida was speaking to her. Ida, Hatsum, can you hear me? Hatsum. May. Hearing the black-haired man call her by her name brought her back to reality, blushing. Hatsum, what's wrong, Ida? Ida, I was telling you that if you don't want me to accompany you to the workshop. Hatsum, blushing, no problem? Ida, and no, my duty as president is to ensure the safety of my colleagues, that includes you. Hatsum, thanks, well, let's go. Ida, yes. Melissa, shall we talk tonight, Deku? Deku, I have training with Kendo, with me, a pleasure. Itsuka Kendo, president of Class 1B. Melissa, I don't know how long it will take, but could I watch your workout? It will be very helpful, you know, hee. Deku, that's true, look, it's no problem for me. I'll send you a message when I'm about to head to the gym. It helps if you help me with my homework afterwards. Melissa, that's true, well then I'll see you later, Deku. Deku, see you later. The boy didn't know, but with that simple gesture he earned a jealous look from the brunette and a certain orange-haired girl who didn't even know why she felt that way. The boy said goodbye to his classmates, and after changing his uniform and eating something with Uraraka he went to the gym. The routine of getting ready was easier with his quirks, but the training was something else. Melissa hadn't been able to go, and the boy was exhausted. Had it been his imagination, or had the president been ruder in some way, the boy didn't ask and continued training. When he finished he went back to the recreation room where he met up with his friends except Melissa, which surprised the green-haired girl. Deku, hey, has anyone seen her? The boy felt a vibration in his pocket, and when he took it out he saw that it was a message. It was from Melissa. Melissa, I'll see you at the entrance to the dorms. Don't take long, it's cold. Uraraka, Deku, is something wrong? Deku, no, nothing, I have to go to my room. I'll see you in a moment to make dinner, understood? All yes, but don't be long. Deku, scratching his neck, haha, I promise it will be fast. The boy ran to his room where he opened the window and took out an Almight jacket. He went out to the balcony and half closed the window, and seeing the distance he made a great jump using the OFA. A few seconds passed and the boy was able to reach the entrance of the bedrooms, but he didn't find anything. It was already close to 8, and so it was dark. He feared the worst and activated the OFA, but he felt like some hands covered his eyes, so he relaxed. Deku, I thought something happened to you, Melissa. Melissa, if it had happened, you would have rescued me, right? Deku, I can't fight with you. Here, I brought you this, handing him All Might's jacket. Melissa, thank you so much, Deku. Deku, it's nothing, hey, why didn't you go to training? Melissa, sorry, it took me too long with Hatsum and tidying up my room. Deku, how long will you stay? Melissa, are you kicking me out? Deku, no, it's just a question to know if I should add you to the festival guest list or not. Melissa, I don't know if I'll stay that long, hee. In fact, tomorrow we'll talk to Uncle Mike, but anyway, smiling, what I was getting at, if you didn't wonder up there why you and I haven't appeared yet. Deku, what's going on? Melissa, it's just a prototype, but this is for you. The girl gave him a small bracelet. It looked like the one she gave him years ago that had the protective bandages. The boy pressed the button and the bandages came out covering his arm, but this time they didn't stop and they entangled the boy completely, and then joined together and took on a green color with black stripes. Deku's suit formed in all its splendor, although he was missing his protectors and the mask. Deku, and this? Melissa, it's your surprise. It's not finished yet, but it's something I've been preparing. Deku, oh hey, I don't deserve this. Melissa, you deserve it. You've done so much for me. Sorry if I haven't added the other details of your outfit yet, it's a bit complicated. Deku, thank you very much, Melissa, but why didn't you give it to me up there? Melissa, and facing a horde of angry classmates because they don't have one like them? No thanks, haha. Besides, it's a gift. The boy deactivated the bandages and they returned to their original form. Deku, thank you. Melissa, which thanks, I still have to finish it. As soon as it's ready, it'll be all yours. Deku, it's okay, thanks anyway. Melissa, we better go back. It's late and I don't want to give explanations. Deku, go up the door. I should be in my room. Melissa, okay, but how will you get there? The boy smiled, activated the OFA, and jumped between the buildings. Melissa, just so he asks, hey, but I have your jacket. Damn, I'll think of something. The blonde entered calmly, and in the arcade she found her classmates who asked her questions about her whereabouts, to which she replied that she had been with All Might because she wanted to greet him since her father and he were close friends. At that moment Deku calmly entered the arcade. See you, Midoriya, where were you? Deku, I was in my room like I told you, I put some things away. Mineta, crying blood, damn, why does Melissa have one of your jackets? The boy broke into a cold sweat. He had forgotten that he had given him his jacket. Deku, but I don't. Melissa, do you have a jacket like that, Deku? Great, my dad bought this one for me. Deku, really? Melissa, yes. Everyone looked at the pair in front of them. Both All Might fans had to assume that the blonde owned a jacket of the number 1 hero. Suddenly a black-haired girl got nervous but managed to raise her voice, drawing everyone's attention. Yaoyorozu, this my Midoriya? Deku, what's wrong, Yaoyorozu? Yaoyorozu, I wanted your clearing his throat while you're our chef and I thought about giving you a gift and all that here. The black-haired girl extended her arms, revealing a red and green pinafore with some yellow details and the word Deku embroidered on it. The boy was surprised. He had no idea that they would give him something like that, but when he saw that everyone was looking at him, he took it and put it on happily. Deku, so, what do you want for dinner?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.